You had El Rey in that
I
elimination.
did, and I'm using him again tonight. Again, Dexter Dunn aboard. Second start for Team Andrew Harris here, and he pays Tolman 25-3. This horse has done that before, but I thought it was just the way that he did it. He did it with authority, and he draws to the inside here tonight. And he's the type of horse that's got the tactical speed. He's got the variety. He can be consistent. I like this inside post draw for him. He's one of those horses that I think could fly under the radar and you could catch a price.
Yes, and that is certainly going to be a fun race coming up later tonight. We do want to remind everybody, get your entry in for the $5,000 Breeders' Crown Sweepstakes. Select the winners of tonight's 8 Breeders' Crown races to win your share of $5,000. Get your entry at Trackside Caesars Rewards. Deposit that entry up there, and the entry is found in the program, I should say, and then you put it up there at Trackside Caesars Reward, and you get your share of $5,000. If you pick all 8, you better play the pick 8 as well, which has the guarantee.
Yes, exactly. But again, worth mentioning, just to reiterate what Michael said, that Breeders' Crown Sweepstakes entry form is found in your program. We want you to rip that out, fill it out, take it to Trackside Caesars Rewards, and deposit it there. You have to get it in before the start of race 6. We are giving away $5,000 tonight. And, Michael, if no one wins, we're going to give away 4 consolation prizes. You could be going home with $250 just for simply putting your name in the box.
Absolutely. So there's nothing to prevent you from getting your name in, make your selections, and as Emily said, you've got to get that in before race 6 on the card, because the Breeders' Crown races start in race 8. And we have anything else we need to tack on here?
Yeah, a few things. Like we said, all the guaranteed wagers, of course, want to make sure folks pay attention there. But if you're not watching on the simulcast, there are still plenty of other opportunities to watch as well. So, if you've got some other folks at home or are curious to watch the Breeders' Crown, plenty of opportunities. We are excited to welcome our friends with Fox Sports. They are going to be covering tonight from 9 to midnight. Jessica Otten and Gabe Pruitt will be anchoring that broadcast here at Harris Hoosier Park. So they'll be providing coverage of live on scene. And then we're also welcoming our friends with COSA-TV. They're going to be doing a live stream as well. And a number of us will be popping on the set there. But you can hop on their Facebook channel and catch the live stream. We are also streaming live on our YouTube channel. So like I said last night, if you missed the Breeders' Crown or didn't get to watch the Breeders' Crown, it's your own fault.
That's right. Absolutely. No one to blame but yourself. We've got 3 minutes remaining until post time for race 1. For Emily Gaskin, I'm Michael Chamberlain, wishing the best of luck to you all.
It's still Temporal Hanover. Temporal Hanover will take the field by 3 parts of a length.
You know you do takes the Peter Houghton Memorial. Sharton, a repeater in the Lady Liberty, a world record performance.
Lion Sentinel wins off a ground-saving trip. In the She's a Great Lady, and she has set the stakes track and Canadian record tonight, the fastest freshman filly.
Only the best horses become part of the Country Lane Standard Breds lineage. There is pride in marrying the nature of exceptional bloodlines with the nurturing of our own hands. Every one of Country Lane Standard Breds horses is specially chosen to follow in the footsteps of winners. These horses are family. We personally own our mares and stallions. They are given personal care and affection. Our lineage goes on to race with the best.
Horses for race 1 coming on to the racetrack. Number 1, Down by the Ocean, owned by Brett Wilfong and Harold Montgomery. Brett Wilfong is the trainer, Kyle Wilfong the driver. 2 is Larry Carr, owned by Greg Luther Racing, the trainer Todd Luther, the driver James McDonald. 3 is Sham Wow, owned by Jeff Vogt Racing, the trainer Walter Haynes Jr., and the driver is Matt Kruger. 4, Rockin' Rebellion, owned by Trent Stoller Stable and Sherilyn Stoller Equine. Trent Stoller is the trainer, Andrew McCarthy drives. 5, Rip Wheeler, owned by Thaddeus Weir, Donald McCrae, and Stephen Klonowski. Tyler George trains, Trace Tetrick drives. 6, Tell Me About It, owned by Twyla Hartz and Alvin Miller, who also trains. David Miller drives. 7 is Billy Clyde, owned by Raymond Schnitger and Dr. John Egloff. Ryan Miller trains. Dexter Dunn drives. Scratch number 8. Number 9, Smooth Bot, owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliver. Jeff Culliver, the trainer. Todd McCarthy, the driver. A field of 8, pacing 1 mile. First half of the double on races 1 and 2. First leg of the $15,000 guaranteed early pick 5 on races 1 through 5. Post time coming up. Diamond Creek starting gate is rolling for race 1. Even money, Billy Clyde, 8-5. Tell me about it. Here they come. They are up. Away well, tell me about it. Rip Wheeler, and at the inside, down by the ocean, Billy Clyde moves up to the outside 4th, and then it's Larry Carr. Next is Rockin' Rebellion, the trailing 2, ShamWow, and Smooth Bot on the first turn, and very headstrong as Tell Me About It, opening up a 4-length lead as they pass the quarter in 25-1. Flying to the backstretch, Tell Me About It. Second is Rip Wheeler, down by the ocean, is third. After that comes Billy Clyde, then Larry Carr. Next is Rockin' Rebellion, 2.5 further to ShamWow, and Smooth Bot is the trailer. Continuing up the backstretch, Tell Me About It, in front for David Miller. The lead now down to 1.5 lengths. They pass the half in 54 seconds. Rip Wheeler is second. Down by the ocean, third. Billy Clyde has moved to the outside and is trying to advance from fourth. And then Larry Carr. Next is Rockin' Rebellion with Smooth Bot and ShamWow. On the second turn, Tell Me About It, still in front as Billy Clyde now moves up on the outside, second. Rip Wheeler third, Rockin' Rebellion fourth. Head of the stretch, headed for home, 3/4, 122-4. 28-4, third quarter. Tell Me About It, still the leader. Billy Clyde, Rip Wheeler, Rockin' Rebellion on the outside. Also moving up is Smooth Bot as the field comes to the final 1/8 of a mile. Tell Me About It in front with Billy Clyde to the outside. Billy Clyde and Tell Me About It. Tell Me About It still fending off Billy Clyde. Tell Me About It set a fast pace and held on to win. Billy Clyde was second. Photo for third. Down by the ocean and Rockin' Rebellion, 150 flat. Returning to the winner's circle, presented by Victory Hill Farm, number 6, Tell Me About It. Owned by Twyla Hartz and Alvin Miller. Alvin Miller is the trainer, and David Miller is the winning driver. The breeder, LaVon Miller of Indiana. Tell Me About It posted first. Number 7, Billy Clyde second. We have a dead heat for third. Number 1, Down by the Ocean. And number 4, Rockin' Rebellion. 6, 7, dead heat, 1, 4. The unofficial order of finish. Race 1 results official. Tell Me About It pays $5 for the victory. $2 exacta, $10. The 20-cent superfecta, 6714, $11.58. 6741, $15.74. The 50-cent trifecta, 671, that pays $4.60. 674, $14.10. Time for race 1, 150. Down by the Ocean, Dead Heat for third. Larry Carr, seventh. ShamWow, eighth. Rockin' Rebellion, Dead Heat for third. Rip Wheeler, fifth. Tell Me About It, the winner. Billy Clyde, second. Scratch Knights Templar. Smooth Bot, sixth. Top Down, Dead Heat, third. 7-8, Dead Heat, third. 5-1-2, Scratch, 6. Next is race 2. First leg of the 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. Scratch number 11, Call Out My Name. A field of 10 pacing 1 mile in 9 minutes.
What was that? Yeah. Okay, we're in the backstretch here with Andy Miller. Andy, the second race replay just ended here, and you have a pretty interesting evening coming up. Let's start with a Little Expensive in race 3.
He's been racing good. He's got a shot in there. He hasn't really closed the deal on these bigger races, but he's always hanging around, and had an okay year.
Okay, and then we have a little Breeders' Crown activity starting in race number 8, Weslin Quest, long shot.
Yeah, she's a long shot, but I finished 4th last night with a 99-1 shot, so we're in there and anything can happen.
That was Joe Holloway's horse, right?
Yeah, Nuclear.
Okay, 11th race, French Wine, just missed in the Kentucky Futurity.
Yeah, that was a tough one to swallow because he was so close, but he raced great, was parked a mile, and, was very close.
What about the progress he's made through the year? Is this exactly the goal you had for him all year?
Yeah, I've been real patient with him and trying to, teach him the right way all year, and it seems to have paid off. He's had a very good year.
And is the best chance of the night in race 12 max contract?
Well, probably, between her and French Wine, but she was very good last week, and, I'm excited about her.
Quick speed. You can't teach that to, can you?
No, she's got a great turn of foot.
Okay, and Breeders' Crown, first time you were in it, you remember that?
Yeah, Rusty Hanover in Canada. She had the 10 hole, and she ended up winning for her, so great memory.
Good memory. Andy Miller, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Bugler J. Elsmore calls the horses onto the track for race 2. Number 1 is Always Floating. Owner-trainer Jacob Fox, the driver Jordan Ross. 2, Flirtin' J.K., owned by James Stonecipher and Jamie McCumber, who also trains. Yannick Gingras is the driver. 3 is J.K. Black Gold, owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliver. The trainer Jeff Culliver, the driver Todd McCarthy. 4, Fox Valley Landon, owned by David Brigham, Kyle Husted, John Schwartz Jr. Amy Husted is the trainer, Dexter Dunn the driver. 5 is E.R. Sunny, owned by East Racing Stable, Don East trains, and Brad Ferguson drives. 6, Sure Thing Captain, owned by JP Racing and James Brown. Joe Putnam is the trainer, Joey Putnam is the driver. 7, Fox Valley Jasper, owned by Douglas Overheiser and Engel Stable of Illinois. Irv Miller is the trainer, Atlee Bender the driver. 8, Ponda Executive, owned by Bottom Line Racing and Joshua J. Graber. Melanie Wren trains, Peter Wren drives. 9 is J.B. Graham, owned by Douglas Overheiser, Rocco Ruffalo, and Rick Howells. Irv Miller trains, Trace Tetrick drives. 10, Musketeer Hanover, owned by Burke Racing Stable, James Simpson, Bridget Jablonski, and Wingheld 5 LLC. Ron Burke is the trainer, David Miller the driver. Scratch number 11. It's a field of 10, pacing 1 mile. First leg of the 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. 4 minutes to post.
We'd like to officially welcome you to Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino for the Saturday night of live harness racing action. Emily Gaskin joined alongside Chad Rosema, and not just any harness racing action tonight, Chad.
No, it is not. As we mentioned, it's Act 2 of the Breeders' Crown Championships. You could say we dipped our toes in the pool last night. We're diving in tonight, right?
Head first.
Oh, my goodness. No turning back. But I'll tell you what, I am happy to be inside for now in the warm confines of this great
I'm glad
facility.
we were able to give you some good weather last night, so you didn't actually hate us when we put you out there in the paddock. But tonight we're going to test you a little bit.
I didn't have to get in the vehicle and take off, right, and head back home. But as you know, home is north, and it's pretty chilly there too. So I'm used to this. It'll be just fine. But, yeah, looking forward to it.
Very much so. As we said, just an action-packed card from start to finish. 15 races on tap tonight, and we've got a great wagering menu up for grabs tonight.
Yeah, 30 grand ended up getting into the pick 5, right?
Yes, so kicked off with the early pick 5. We've got a guaranteed pick 4 coming up here in just a few races as well. So you want to make sure that you jump in and play along in the guaranteed pick 4 sequence that's just around the corner. Of course, we've got a jackpot pick 6 carryover. That's up to almost $10,000 already. And plenty of great wagering options as well. We've got a $10,000 guarantee on the pick 8. We've got a $40,000 guarantee on that late pick 4, which, of course, is all Breeders' Crown races. $25,000 guaranteed superfecta and a $20,000 Hoosier High 5. And we're going to kick it off here, try to get a winner here in this evening's second race. And right now we're taking a look at the man of the night. Last night, that was Dexter Dunn.
And, I mean, we almost looked like he was going to start the night with another win. But fell short. Dave Miller says, well, wait a minute. Let me have some of this fun, too. And I know Dave's got a bunch of live drives, and he's hoping to have, obviously, a big night and add to those 30 trophies he already has in the Breeders' Crown. But you and I here will ride with Dexter Dunn in this spot. I mean, a horse that's just simply awesome, especially this year. Racing at Hawthorne, has raced here twice in the past, did get a victory here. Kyle Husted's always driven this horse. Now you get Dexter Dunn on the bike. Nobody's going to turn that opportunity down.
Yeah, and I was actually out at, the Husteds train out at a training facility just not far from here. Sylvia Hanover was out there.
Yeah.
So we went out there this week. We're spending some time with her and Team Stacy out there. But they were actually training this horse on the track. Kyle was training this horse on the track, and he was one of those horses that I stopped him, and I said, who is that horse? Because he's such a good-looking horse on the track. He said he'd won 10 of 12, and when he said his name, I was like, I know exactly who that is after handicapping. So he's a good-looking horse. Speaking of that, we were were just taking a look at the 2, and this is a horse that I've been a big fan of, Chad, all season long. He's been a little bit of a tough luck type of horse, but he's a high speed type horse. We were taking a look at him on the track. It looked like Yannick had his handful there, but this is a 3-year-old gunning by J.K. Indivenera. Race in against the Super Stakes final, in against the best of the best, and didn't put his best foot forward there, but I tell you, he's a very, very fast horse, and if he can ever just point it all in the right direction, I think they'll be tough to beat him.
And for Team McCumber, I mean, you know, getting Yannick now in the bike here, I mean, again, I'm sure they'll take the opportunity with these guys in town. And, you know, just 1 for 18 as you talk about this year. But as you mentioned, tough luck, and I'll certainly take your word for that. But if you know, if this guy can race anything like he did 5 starts ago, you got to think he's right in the thick of things for a piece of it.
Yeah, very much so. We're taking a look here at the 10, and you talked about David Miller. I do got to give a shout out to Tell Me About It. That was a vicious effort in the first quarter, in 25 and 1, and still held on to a win, held off a very good horse there to get the job done. He's a veteran of the Hoosier Park Oval, no stranger to success, and Team Miller's got him firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, when I saw that too, I thought, geez, I've got him picked on top here. I'm not so sure about my chance, especially when I saw Dexter coming late. But no, I mean, he dug it gamely, was able to hold it. I think they went in 50 and 1 maybe.
50 and 1, yep.
Yeah, 50 and 1. So I know it's a lot cooler out there, and I said, well, maybe we won't see any new stakes records in those Breeders' Crown, but who knows? I mean, these horses are just so athletic.
They really are, and that was a front-end effort, so worth mentioning there as far as that is concerned, as far as the front end is concerned. And we were just taking a look at David Miller and the 10. That's Musketeer Hanover. Ron Burke trains this 3-year-old son of Sweet Lou. He's won 3 times, maybe we'll say a step below that top group, but he was most recently a winner in 51 and 4, and I think this is a really good spot for him.
I fully agree here, because in the pick 5 that I mapped out, although the board maybe says Fox Valley Landing could possibly be a single at 2 to 5, I definitely had to go too deep with Musketeer Hanover as another option. If he can just work out a trip from the second tier, he's going to be just fine, as Miller looks to sweep the first 2 on the card for Burke, who's obviously coming in off of a big night as well. And those are some big miles at the Meadows.
Yeah, they really are. And like you said, coming in from the Meadows, we're looking here at the 9. That's J.B. Graham. Of course, Trace Teatrick at Team Miller are going to team up a little later on the program, try to get a Breeders' Crown title with Coach Stefanos. But this is his stablemate and also his classmate. He's the 3-year-old gunning by Tell It Like It Is. A subpar effort in the final, but is a colt that's got near 150,000 made.
I'm trying to overlook the last couple. Was he just in too deep? I mean, the odds suggest maybe. But again, look at those races back, especially when he went in 48 and a piece. You know, a couple of those spots where he was a fringe player, hitting the ticket. That's exactly what I see for him if Trace can work out that trip.
We talked to you a little bit earlier, and we talked about Breeders' Crown races that, of course, are races 8 through 15. We've got that guaranteed pick 8, and I'm going to put you on a little bit of a spot here. But if you had to say, if you're talking about a horse that you think stands out, that is competitor at your horse, where are you going there as far as the lock in the Breeders' Crown races?
Well, I'll tell you, my lock of the night is actually in one of the Breeders' Crown races. And those of you that are fans of Bond, and tough not to be, because she is a high-level talent, but I'll tell you what, Swanstead's charge from the rail, special way, to see what she did last week. I mean, you got a bigger price than you're used to getting, and it's because so many times handicappers just remember the most recent outing. And Timmy mentioned it. She was expected to be short in Lexington, had missed some time. We know the backstory. She was sidelined, but she was clearly the best last year, and I think she'll prove tonight that she is the best in that division.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I was actually just taking a look at that. Only 5 trotting fillies have won both the Breeders' Crown at 2 and at 3. So looking to become special territory there for a special way, but I really like her in there.
As just looking here at Ron Burke's charge, I mean, it's cooler out there, and this horse is lathered up.
Yeah.
Don't love seeing that.
He looked a little hot there, too, as he was coming around that last turn. I actually thought they were going to the gates because Dave looked like he was going a pretty good clip, but it looked like the horse may just be a little keyed up there. So certainly worth mentioning. Like you said, it is cold out there, and this horse is lathered up. Could be a sign of what's to come. A little hot there.
Yeah, some nerves, too, perhaps. Who knows out there. But we'll see. Again, changing venues, right? Just a little bit of a different look for this guy. But at least he's got to look at the professionals behind him with Miller and Burke. I think he'll still be just fine.
Yeah, very much so. So the horses are turning into the line for this evening's second race. As we said, want to jump in and get some money for a little later on in the card. Chad is going to go 4-10, 9-7. I'll take 4-2, 3-10. Best of luck to you with your tickets.
Starting gate is in motion now for race 2. 3-5 on Fox Valley Landon. 5-2 Musketeer Hanover. Here they come. They are off. Good beginning from the outside. Ponda Executive moving right up. To the inside is Flirtin' JK, and also there JB Graham. Musketeer Hanover from the second tier is now fourth, right behind that lead trio. And then to the inside is Always Floating. Fox Valley Landon is wide, moving through turn number 1 as they now come to the quarter in 25 and 4. And going on a break is Ponda Executive. Ponda Executive went off stride and did cause a little bit of havoc there moving out of the turn. So the quarter's up in 25 and 4 as we reset things, and moving with the lead is Flirtin' JK, but Musketeer Hanover is moving up on the outside, and Musketeer Hanover now takes over. Fox Valley Landon, despite that wide trip through the first turn, is now advanced into second, and then third is Flirtin' JK. 54 and 3, the time for the half mile as the field moves to the second turn. Fox Valley Landon now has taken the lead, and rushing up on the outside is JK Black Gold, right there with Musketeer Hanover. After that is Flirtin' JK and Sure Thing Captain, and then behind that JB Graham and Fox Valley Jasper. Then it's Always Floating and ER Sunny as the field now moves into the stretch. Fox Valley Landon with the lead. JK Black Gold to the outside second. 3/4, 123 and 1. Down to the inside is Musketeer Hanover. And trying to close here wide is Fox Valley Jasper. Fox Valley Landon has opened up a 4-length lead now. JK Black Gold trying to move through on the pylons is Flirtin' JK. It's Fox Valley Landon. Flirtin' JK is closing in at the inside. Fox Valley Landon, Flirtin' JK. Fox Valley Landon held on. Flirtin' JK was second, then ER Sunny and Fox Valley Jasper, 151 and 1. Number 4, Fox Valley Landon posted first. Number 2, Flirtin' JK second. Number 5, ER Sunny third. Number 7, Fox Valley Jasper fourth. 4-2, 5-7 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle is number 4, Fox Valley Landon, now winner of 5 of the last 6 starts. The breeder, Fox Valley Standardbreds of Illinois. Owners, David Brigham, Kyle Husted, and John Schwartz Jr. Amy Husted is the trainer. Dexter Dunn, the winning driver. 11 wins in 13 starts this year for Fox Valley Landon. Race 2 results official. Fox Valley Landon pays $240 to win. 20-cent superfecta, $260, 2 cents. The $2 double, 6-4, returns $9.80. $2 exacta, $9.40. 50-cent try, $75, 5 cents. Time for race 2, 151 and 1. Always Floating 7th. Flirtin' JK 2nd. JK Black Gold 5th. Fox Valley Landon the winner. ER Sunny 3rd. Sure Thing Captain 6th. Fox Valley Jasper 4th. Ponda Executive 10th. JB Graham 9th. Musketeer Hanover 8th. Scratch Call Out My Name. 725, 136, 410, 9, 8 Scratch. Next, race 3. First leg of the 50-cent pick 4 on races 3, 4, 5, and 6. A field of 11 trotting 1 mile, 9 minutes to post.
We're happy to be joined by James McDonald. And James, last year in the Breeders' Crown, 6 assignments in Canada, 4 checks, a lot of long shots. How did it turn out in your view?
Yeah, it was great. Like you and I were talking about off air, I had a second with Tattoo Artist, and any other year would probably be a win. But when you were going up against Bulldog Hanover, it was a pretty tall task.
Yeah, and now this year you have some assignments again. By the way, the defending Canadian Driver of the Year. How about a Derry Castle in race number 8?
Yeah, she's been a lot of fun to drive. She's got I think $1.3 million or $1.4 million made. She's been a fun ride for a few years. Last week, I got to the front and just kind of went really slow for actions. She'd raced on Monday actually at Mohawk, so tried to go as slow easy as I could, maybe get covered up. Didn't work out, but that's not really her cup of tea. She's a one-speed kind of grinder, and I turned it into a sprint and jiggy jog. She's been a good, solid horse all year. She drew the trailer in a very tough bunch, but you never know. It's a horse race. If she could work something out, hopefully give her stablemate a go.
They pay through 5 spots too.
I've heard that, yeah.
Let's go to the 12th race. The Barn Dog is watching. What about this?
Yeah, same boat. I don't think I've ever driven her until last week. Obviously, I drive a lot for Dave Benary. We've had a lot of luck together, so she's another long shot, but she's a good mare. And anytime you race great horses, if something happens where they go big fractions or something, maybe it could work out.
Line Drive Hanover in the finale, an awful good horse.
Oh, he's terrific. I just love him. He's one of the two last year to beat Bulldog. He's just so fast. He can carry it a long way. He's just a really fun horse to drive. Unfortunately, the post gods weren't on our sides, but you never know. Like you said, a great horse, and things can happen in big races.
Good luck to James McDonald the rest of the night and in the Breeders' Crown.
Thank you very much.
Field for race 3, being led out by parade marshals Rachel Leonard and Christina Smith. Number 1 is Point of Perfect, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, J&T Silva Stables, and Knox Services. Ron Burke is the trainer, Yannick Gingras the driver. Number 2, Prince of Honor, owned by Pinsky Stables and David Jose. Carter Pinsky is the trainer, and Todd McCarthy the driver. 3, Little Expensive, owned by Andy Miller Stable, Gene Golan, and VIP Internet Stable. Julie Miller trains, Andy Miller drives. 4, Jet Hill, owned by Serenity Racing Stables. Edward Miller is the trainer, Ronnie Wren Jr. the driver. Number 5, Ponda Jet, owned by Connie Hochstetler, Robert Buddig, and Alan Schwartz. Jay Hochstetler trains, Kyle Wilfong drives. 6, Nico Man, owned by Douglas Overheiser and Anthony Lombardi. Herb Miller is the trainer, Atlee Bender the driver. 7 is Burton's Hill, owned by Joyce McClelland. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains, Trace Tetrick drives. 8, Full Strength, owned by W&W Farms and DKL Stables. Herb Miller trains, Andrew McCarthy drives. 9, Texong Soprano, owned by Lillian Farms and Joe Yoder. Melissa Essig is the trainer, and David Miller is the driver. 10, John Dutton, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Johnny Yoder, and Raz Racing. Ron Burke trains, Dexter Dunn drives. 11, Spitfire Overseas, owned by the stable, Spitfire Overseas. Ron Burke trains, and Tim Tetrick drives. A field of 11 trotting 1 mile. First leg of the 50-cent pick 4 on races 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3 minutes to post.
Just a few minutes of the third race here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Emily Gaskin joined alongside yet again Chad Rosema. First stakes of the evening, and we're kicking it off with a nice field of 11 in the Pegasus, a $60,000 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings.
Yeah, and a great-looking group. Some household names in here that we know, some that I had to kind of get familiar with in here, but I think it's shaping up to be a good race. As far as the pick 5, I think I find it fairly wide open. I've gone 2, 4, 5, and 10 as a bunch of options, but I've got Todd McCarthy and Dexter Dunn into the mix, Ronnie Wren in town as well, and then Kyle Wilfong, for locally here. I know he's hoping later on with Hochstetler to have a little bit more success as well.
You said household name. I thought you were talking about John Dutton, Yellowstone.
Well, and Rip Wheeler was on the. Was he last night or?
No, I think that was the first race.
Oh,
first
okay.
Race
so
tonight.
I mean, you guys like your Yellowstone around here, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what I thought you were talking about. John Dutton, though, I do like him. He's been racing on the Ohio circuit. We were just taking a look at another horse that was racing on the Ohio circuit. Had a chance to venture over to Scioto Downs for those Ohio Sire Stakes finals, and this was a horse that I enjoyed watching. He finished a game second in that Ohio Sire Stakes final. He's got $465,000 made on his card, and I was interested to see this horse last week racing first time at Harris Hoosier Park. He has been racing on the front, wasn't sure how he would do down this long quarter-mile stretch, and I was very impressed with his effort. 53-4, 28-4 on the end of it.
Yeah, and you know what? I think he's just a hard-trying horse, right? I mean, he hasn't had the easiest of trips all the time, but he's just a hard-trying horse. He works tough. And, I mean, it's resulted in 10 wins this year, nearly 300,000. So, again, you've got Dexter who's going to drive him here from the second tier. Not worried about it. I think he's going to be able to find a way to get himself into the race. The thing I want to find out is he fast enough against the top ones in here?
Yeah, and you talk about the top ones, of course, Andy Miller talking about Little Expensive. And I'll be honest, as we said, right now we've got 7-5 on Jet Hill, but Little Expensive was a horse I thought we'd be seeing a little more money on. He's right now at 8-1. Julie Miller trains, and like Andy said, he's maybe yet to seal the deal in any of the big ones. He's maybe a step below that top group, but he's got 147,000 made, and he's danced some of the big dances. He raced in the Bluegrass, finished second to Well, who was one of the early talks for the Hambletonian as far as the favorite is concerned. Raced in the New Jersey Classic, Canadian Trotting Classic, and the likes. But maybe just a step below. But this is a good spot for him, and he's right now at 8-1.
I didn't use him, but I could easily scatter him underneath if I'm playing exotics. If I'm going to latch onto a few as win candidates and then use him to fill up some spots here. As you mentioned, he doesn't have a ton of wins. 2 for 14 this year. Last year only raced a handful of times, but he can pop up with some good showings, and it looks like a horse that can follow along well and then just kind of go the speed he's got to go to be able to pick up some good checks. Didn't work out for him back home in the Trotting Classic after cutting it out in that race, but I think he's come back well out of it with a couple of runner-up finishes.
We both use the 2. That's Prince of Honor from the Carter Penske barn. This is actually my price play of the night. He's right now at 9-2. But he's won 5 of 8. He raced in an elimination of the Breeders' Crown. Trotted home in 26-3. That's what I love. I think this race sets up so nicely for him. I love his late closing kick. Like the inside post draw for him. Here's another one that I think this is a good spot for him.
I ended up going with him on top, as is Hollywood as well. And you know what? And it's not the fact that he's just coming out of the Breeders' Crown a limb where he didn't race all that bad. It was just he was really up against it from a pace scenario, having to close off slow fractions. He did well in the final quarter, but it just wasn't enough to get in. But this is an overall easier spot for him. He wins a lot of races. Yeah, they're not the high-profile races that maybe some of the other Grand Circuit horses have been in, but Prince of Honor, I think, is just matched up well against this bunch here. Now he's 7-2.
And, a horse that I wasn't sure what to do with. You talked about some of those big marquee races. That's the one Point of Perfect. This was an elimination winner of the Hambletonian for trainer Ron Burke. He won an elimination of the Hambletonian. I believe finished 7th in the final. But he's got speed. As you see, finished second in 50-4 down at the Red Miles. Got a mark of 51-2. Draws the rail here tonight, but that really was a subpar effort in his elimination. His last 2, last 2 have really been a question mark, so wasn't sure what to make of him, and he's right now at 9-1.
He's got the ability, as you pointed out. I mean, he won a Hambletonian elimination, and he can beat the best horses. A bit of an in and outer.
Right.
He needs to find a way to string together those top efforts more consistently. This could be a horse that going forward gets better with age. I could see that.
I agree with you there 100%. Looks like a horse that just needs to grow into himself a little bit. And that's a good story for the 5, Upon a Jet. This is a colt that showed talent as a 2-year-old. He's made that step up from 2 to 3. He's a huge, I'd venture to guess, huge horse by Dover Dan. Does his best work on the front. He's stepping up 2 stakes company. Made good showing of himself last week. 4-team Hostetler. He's right now at 5-1, and Kyle Wolfong aboard.
And he's familiar with Jet Hill because they just raced off against each other last time, and I know Jet Hill got the best of him. But Ponda Jet, home field advantage and a great draw to work with. Again, I think there's a handful of horses in with a big shot to win here.
Very much so. It does kick off your early pick 4, so make sure you jump in and play along with us. Again, a nice field to go postward here. Chad's going to go 2, 4, 5, 10. I'll take 4, 3, 2, 10. Best of luck to you with your tickets.
Starting gate moving for race 3, which is sponsored tonight by Harmon Construction. 6-5 on Jet Hill, 9-2 Prince of Honor, and Ponda Jet. Here they come. They are off. Well behind the rest is Spitfire Overseas. Ponda Jet sent right up for the lead by Kyle Wilfong. Nico Man second, and inside that is Jet Hill. Next, Point of Perfect. Prince of Honor is 2 lengths back. After that comes Little Expensive as the field now banks onto that first turn. And then a separation of 2 to John Dutton. Tech Song Soprano follows there. After that, Burton's Hill, and then Full Strength, and about a dozen lengths off to Spitfire Overseas. First quarter, 26-3 on the back stretch. Ponda Jet in front, a length and a half. Second is Jet Hill. Point of Perfect is racing third, and next comes Nico Man. Prince of Honor is fifth with Little Expensive, then John Dutton, who has taken to the outside, trying to sneak through at the inside, is Tech Song Soprano. Next is Burton's Hill, and then it's another length and a half back to Full Strength, still about a dozen off to Spitfire Overseas. Half mile 55-1. On to the second turn they go, and Ponda Jet is trying to take them all the way. Jet Hill, Prince of Honor advancing on the outside third. Point of Perfect fourth. Second over on the wide side is Little Expensive. And then comes Nico Man. Also moving up John Dutton. And then Tech Song Soprano. Three-quarter time, 1:23-3, 28-2 the third quarter. Ponda Jet is the leader. Prince of Honor right there. Jet Hill waiting for some room at the inside to come on through. Point of Perfect angles out fourth. And then up the inside fifth is Nico Man. Ponda Jet. Jet Hill gets the opening. Here comes Jet Hill. But Ponda Jet continues to hold on. Point of Perfect on the outside. It's Ponda Jet and Jet Hill right down to the finish. They fight it out. And I believe Jet Hill got through to win it. Ponda Jet was second. Then Point of Perfect and Full Strength closed well. 151-4. Number 4, Jet Hill posted first. Number 5, Ponda Jet second. Number 1, Point of Perfect third. Number 8, Full Strength fourth. 4, 5, 1, 8 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle, number 4, Jet Hill, now winner of 4 of the last 5, including the last 2, here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. Owned by Serenity Racing Stables. Edward Miller is the trainer, Ronnie Wren Jr. the driver, the breeder, Mart's Creek Farm of Indiana. Race 3 results official. Jet Hill pays $3.40 for the victory in race 3. 20-cent superfecta, $133.94. 50-cent trifecta, $17.55. $2 exacta, $11.60. Time for race 3, 151 and 4. Point of Perfect third, Prince of Honor 8th, Little Expensive 9th, Jet Hill the winner, Ponda Jet 2nd, Nico Man 6th, Burton's Hill 7th, Full Strength 4th, Texong Soprano 5th, John Dutton 10th, Spitfire Overseas 11th. Top down 389 126 745 1011. And again, race 3 tonight, sponsored by Harmon Construction. We thank them for their sponsorship tonight. Next is race 4. First leg of the double on races 4 and 5. First leg of the 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. A field of 11, pacing 1 mile, 13 minutes to post.
He's got 6 assignments tonight in the Breeders' Crown. Louis Waugh is joining us here, and last year, getting on the board in the Breeders' Crown, what did that feel like last year, Louis?
It was nice when I won my first Breeders' Crown with Gaines Hanover, so it was a pretty good feeling for sure. I hope I can repeat later tonight.
Okay, let's take a look at the 8th race. HB Mama B for Ben Bayegeron. What about that?
Well, she's a nice mare. She had to race a little bit against the male in Toronto, so sometimes it's been a little bit harder for her when she was getting up to the preferred. But every time she was dropping in class, she was pretty much a sure bet winning. And here tonight. This sure we got that one of Aki, the Jiggy Jog. That'll be hard to beat, but I think she can figure it with the rest.
Okay, we got Silly Me Hanover for Linda Toscano.
Yeah, she started her season so good, and then she had to be out for 1 or 2 months because she had a throat surgery. The throat surgery seems to have worked well, but I don't know, something else bugging her. She's never been trotting as good as she was early in the season. And I don't know, I was kind of disappointed. But last week I saw her, like, she kind of had the tough trip, come in first, stop hard in the last turn, but she seemed like she was back trotting good. So she might be a little surprised there. I know there's, again, in this race, Aki's Vincent got a couple of good ones. But I mean, she might show a little better than what she showed in the last months.
Okay, Chantel Mitchell, we'll send you out with Sweet Amira in the 10th.
Yeah, she just, unfortunately, she had to race against Sylvia Hanover most of the season, and the Twin B Joe Fresh too. But it's a little bit similar as the other ones. She can figure out against all the rest, I think.
Marlo Hanover in the 12th?
Yeah, I don't know her too much. I think if I'm right, I might have drove her like a couple of years ago when she raced a little bit in Canada. But she'd definitely be a long shot in there.
Long shot. Chris Ryder won last night with a long shot. You have Admiral Hill in the 13th.
Yeah, same thing. I don't know him at all. I saw him race last week, but I couldn't tell anything else than that.
And now for the heavyweight Tattoo Artist in the finale. What about him?
Well, I'm pretty optimistic with this one. I don't know. He's been so good lately. I'm really confident. Yeah.
And Tattoo Artist, it'd be nice to see you in the winner's circle on the 15th, Louis.
Thank you.
Brittany Farms has a storied history of producing champions, pacers and trotters, fillies and colts. Father Patrick, bred, raised, and sold by Brittany, was a champion trotter at both 2 and 3.
Redemption for Father Patrick!
He continues to build his legacy by siring million-dollar yearlings and classic winners like Green Shoe. When planning for the future, let the past be your guide.
With over 30 years of experience in wealth planning and a lifetime of involvement in harness racing, Matt Franklin at Wire to Wire Wealth can help you build a financial plan that addresses the unique circumstances of those involved in the horse racing industry. Whether you are investing to build wealth, protect your family, or preserve your assets, Matt at Wire to Wire Wealth will work with you through the wealth planning process from start to finish.
Post parade for race 4, presented by Kentuckiana Farm. Number 1 is Seaside Hanover, owned by Marianne Plano. Rick Plano trains. Andrew McCarthy drives. Number 2, Bet Mine, owner Robert Silberberg, trainer James Eaton, driver David Miller. 3, Is It Like It Looks, owned by JP Racing and Joseph Putnam. Joe Putnam trains, Joey Putnam drives. 4 is Dean B. Hanover, owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliver. Jeff Culliver, the trainer. Tim Tetrick, the driver. 5, Major Attribute, owned by Michael Letton, trained by Desiree Seekman. The driver is Jared Seekman. 6, It's in the Stars, owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliver. Jeff Culliver, the trainer. Todd McCarthy, the driver. 7 is Joker Rockwell, owned by Marlon Dean Fry. Walter Haynes Jr. is the trainer, and John DeLong, the driver. 8, Shady Jake, owned by Mary Allison Tonti Tetrick. Tonti Tetrick is the trainer. Trace Tetrick, the driver. 9, Art It Is, owned by Dolnay Farm Services. Therese DeFavis and Mark Papoul. Mark Papoul is the trainer. James McDonald drives. 10 is Rocky Got Framed, owned by Rocco Ruffalo and Jennifer Rizzo. Melissa Essig is the trainer, and Dexter Dunn, the driver. 11, Francis Underwood, owned by Burke Racing Stable. Weaver Buscemi and Janie Hartley. Ron Burke, the trainer. Ronnie Wren Jr., the driver. A field of 11, pacing 1 mile. First half of the double on races 4 and 5. First leg of the 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 4 minutes to post.
Fourth race on the track here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Jacob Reinheimer thrilled to be joined alongside by Chad Rosema as we get ready for a full field of 11 in a division of the Stay Hungry. Of course, named after that 2017 Breeders' Crown champion in the 2-year-old colt pace right here at Harris Hoosier Park. And we have a competitive field here, and right now we've got favoritism kind of ping-ponging back and forth between our 2 top selections. Right now, 7-5 on the board for number 4, Dean B. Hanover, who I went with. With that said, you, Emily, Bob, all going from the second tier with number 10, Rocky Got Framed.
You're out on that limb all on your own. All right, 7-5 right now on Dean B. Hanover. I mean, I view him as a major win candidate, obviously, and included him in the pick 5 along with 3 others. I mean, I went 2, 4, 6, and 10 here because I am going to try and wrap it with a single in race number 5. But opted to go, yes, Rocky Got Framed from post 10. Plenty of experience from that second tier. I mean, even recently there, 3 recent starts from the second tier. Didn't work out in wins, but I just think that, coming out of that, age category, Ponda Warrior in that race, will probably enjoy this kind of a spot. So Dexter Dunn, back aboard, got familiar with him last time out for Missy Essig. And I know Missy just had her first starter of the night in race 3. Obviously the big ones, the Breeders' Crown debut is coming up later on with a couple of starters. Would love to just kind of, get something going here. And I think Rocky Got Framed as a big shot to get her going.
Yeah, and absolutely with Dexter Dunn in the bike, too, who, of course, had those 7 winners on the card last night. Already a winner on the card tonight, so picking up right where he left off. With that said, I'm curious to your thoughts here. We've got a field of 11 here. The 10 spot usually doesn't concern me when we just have a full field of 10. With that said, you add a horse to the outside. Does that give you any concern from the second tier there?
Only when I'm looking for a horse from the second tier to try and get involved. And I know when you have one single trailer, you kind of have a choice who you can follow. But I believe the rule here is similar to back home, where if there's 2 of them, 10 can go 1 or 2, and 11 can go 3 or 4. So with Rocky Got Framed, I mean, I think both Seaside Hanover and Betmine can show enough speed that's going to give Dexter some options to be able to follow out of there. I mean, he's not generally real quick off the wings of the gate, but if you could try and get away mid-pack, I think he's going to be just fine. And then, as I talked about it, the experience he's got from this second tier, I don't think this is going to bother him, and he's 7 years old. I don't think he's going to be bothered by a horse on the outside of him either.
Absolutely. Right now, he on the board as the 3-2 favorite. As I said, I did go number 4, Dean B. Hanover. Tim Tetrick in the bike here this week for trainer Jeff Culfer. Got roughed up in the open 3 a little bit in the middle half and just kind of faded down the stretch. With that said, when he's been racing against similar company, I thought he's shown better this year here at Harris Hoosier Park since coming back from out east in Pennsylvania. Did finish third, 3 back in non-wars of 6,500 company. I like the driver's change to the Hall of Famer Tim Tetrick in the spot. He's got his nose on the gate in early speed if he wants to use it. With that said, you did mention you are a little bit familiar with this horse back from back in Canada.
Yeah, I remember him when Jeff Gillis had him back, back home. He's, a couple of years of racing. He's nearly amassed $400,000 in earnings, so he's been okay. He's been solid, and I think the big angle on him tonight is the Tetrick angle, right? With him in the bike, and this is a horse that's dropping down, couple of starts back. It was, a factor at classification similar to this. So Tim Tetrick, if he could just make him a little bit better tonight, then, maybe that's going to result in a win.
You and I both agree on another son of betting line we like highly of in this race. That being number 2, Bet Mine. Dave Miller in the bike this week for trainer James Eaton. This horse worked his way all the way up into the open ranks at Hawthorne. A couple third-place finishes there. Came back to Hoosier Park. Finished 6th against Non-Wars of 9,500 company before getting a nice confidence-boosting down-the-road win at Hawthorne against Non-Wars of 4,000 company. This is a horse we're very, very familiar with here at Hoosier Park. He's just a hard-trying son of betting line. He's right there all the time and always going forward in the lane. Draws post 2, Dave Miller already with one win on the card.
Yeah, and I think you just have to include him because of what you said. He seems to try all the time. I mean, he's a 17-time winner in his career. 14 of those have come over the last 2 seasons. Would I like to see the win percentage a little bit higher this year because he's just 4 for 31? Sure, but you need to add on that he's got 9 other in-the-money finishes. So he's, almost 50% he's hitting the ticket with quite a few starts under his belt. So, again, he is a horse that just kind of shows up every time he lines up behind the gate.
Trainer Jeff Culfer sends 2, including Dean B. Hanover. The other one being It's in the Stars, who Chad likes, 4th on his ticket.
Yep.
Todd McCarthy in the bike this week for trainer Jeff Culfer. Finished 4th against Non-Wars of 4,000 company after kind of getting roughed up first up from the 8-hole. With that said, this horse that's shown ability shows 49 and 1 speed here at Hoosier Park this year. He's got the ability. Kind of a horse I thought was going to be an open horse this year. Just hasn't quite got to that level yet.
And this was a horse that developed in Canada, started out, on some B tracks and then out at Mohawk, showed plenty of ability, and so much so that there were people calling, connections trying to see if they could buy him and bring him here, including these connections here. The owner was reluctant. He had an older gentleman that had a family that would always come out and watch him race. Then finally, he just said, okay, you know what, we're going to do it. But I think it ended up being a package deal. Something like 2 or 3 horses went to Tom Pollock and Jeff Cullifer, and this is one of them. And, he's one that, maybe he just gets better with some age.
A horse that I really like, I put underneath at a price at 35 to 1. That's number 8, Shady Jake. Trace Tetrick in the bike for brother T. Tetrick. This is one of my favorite horses week in, week out here at Harris Hoosier Park. He's always going forward in the lane. I don't mind post 8. He's a horse who's not going to vie for the lead in the early stages anyway. If there's any pace up front, I do like him underneath because he just comes home 26, shows 25 speed home as well. I love Shady Jake underneath in the spot.
And you know what? It's fun to get, even if if your horse takes some late money here, he's 2 to 1 right now. You get him on top. You get a couple of these horses like Shady Jake in behind. Those exotics are going to start returning great.
Absolutely. Horses coming into line here for the Stay Hungry. We've got a field of 11 here. Non-Wars of 6,000 in their last 4. Right now, 7-5 favoritism on Chad's top selection, number 10, Rocky Got Framed. Chad's going to go 10-2, 4-6. I'm going to go 4-2, 10-8. Best of luck to you here in the 4th.
Starting gate is rolling for race 4. 8-5, Rocky Got Framed. 5-2, Dean B. Hanover. Here they come. They are up. Getting away well, Seaside Hanover at the inside. Dean B. Hanover moves up, as does Joker Rockwell. 4th is It Like It Looks, followed by Bet Mine. It's in the Stars is to the outside of Rocky Got Framed, then Francis Underwood. Major Attribute is racing next in 9th. After that, 10th is Shady Jake. Art It Is 11th and last. Opening quarter, 26 seconds as they move on to the backstretch. Moving with the lead is Dean B. Hanover. Dean B. Hanover in front just a length. Pocketed second is Seaside Hanover. Is It Like It Looks now 3rd. After that comes Joker Rockwell with Bet Mine moving in 5th. Next in 6th is Rocky Got Framed, and moving through inside there is It's in the Stars. Francis Underwood also advancing inside is Shady Jake. Racing 10th is Major Attribute. 11th, Art It Is. 54-2 for the half, 28-2 the second quarter. Moving on to the second turn. Dean B. Hanover still in front, a length and a half. Seaside Hanover is second. Bet Mine on the outside third. Then Is It Like It Looks. Next are Joker Rockwell and Rocky Got Framed. The next pair, Francis Underwood, It's in the Stars. And then Shady Jake and Art It Is, three-quarter time, 122 and 3. 28 and 1/3 quarter, Dean B. Hanover a length. Bet Mine on the outside, Seaside Hanover at the inside. Is It Like It Looks in behind this group? And Joker Rockwell is making progress too. Bet Mine now has taken the lead. Seaside Hanover, Dean B. Hanover, Joker Rockwell in tight, as is Shady Jake down on the pylons. Bet Mine emerging with a short lead. It is Bet Mine who's going to win it. Second was Dean B. Hanover, then Seaside Hanover, and Shady Jake, 150 and 4. Number 2, Bet Mine posted first. Number 4, Dean B. Hanover second. Number 1, Seaside Hanover third. Number 8, Shady Jake fourth. 2-4-1-8 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle, presented by Victory Hill Farm, is number 2, Bet Mine. Second win in a row in the month of October. Owned by Robert Silberberg, trained by James Eaton. Winner number 2 for driver David Miller tonight. The breeder, Winback Farm of Maryland. Race 4 results official. Time for race 4, 150, or rather, a Bet Mine paid $8.20 for the victory. $2 exacta, $22. The 50-cent try, $60.80. 20-cent superfecta, $512.86. The $2 pick 3, 3 of 3, $46.20. Time for race 4, 150 and 4. Seaside Hanover third. Bet Mine the winner. Is It Like It Looks fifth. Dean B. Hanover second. Major Attribute eighth. It's in the Stars ninth. Joker Rockwell sixth. Shady Jake fourth. Art It Is 10th. Rocky Got Framed 11th. Francis Underwood 7th. Top down 315, 289, 64, 10, 11, 7. Next is race 5. There is a 20-cent Hoosier High Five on race 5, which is sponsored by Watch and Wager. A field of 10, pacing 1 mile, 14 minutes to post.
Just a few minutes to the next race here at Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino, and I am excited to be joined alongside some very special gentlemen, Hoosier Buddy included. It is now time for a very special presentation. We touched on the 2023 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge. We officially crowned a winner last night here at Harrah's Hoosier Park, and we notified you that we raised over $200,000. And of course, the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, a staple as part of the Breeders' Crown programming. And now for a few words, we're going to hand it over to the president, Mr. John Campbell. John?
Thanks, Emily. On behalf of Marvin Katz, I just want to say thank you for being recognized. Marvin brought the concept of the Charity Challenge to our Hambletonian Society board in 2018, and we instituted in 2019. And Marvin Katz and Al Lebfield have been the driving force, getting it started, executing, planning the first few years, and it's just become an event inside an event. So just on behalf of Marvin, I just want to say thank you for the recognition, and it was certainly Marvin's passion and vision, and I think it exceeded everything he thought.
And as you said, John, the Katz-Libfeld partnership, just an absolute staple as part of the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, not only in philanthropy, but just in harness racing as a whole. Their passion just unrivaled, and we are proud to see what the Charity Challenge has done to this day. Over $2 million raised, and as we said, Al Libfeld joining us right here in the winner's circle. Marvin, unfortunately, unable to join us, had some travel issues, as I understand, but he is here in spirit, and we are very honored to recognize these gentlemen for all that they have done as part of the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge. And now to say a few words on behalf of Harrah's Hoosier Park, our Vice President and General Manager of Racing, Mr. Rick Moore.
Thank you, Emily. I just want to thank Al and Marvin for coming up with the idea, the origination of the Charity Challenge. You're to be commended, you, Al, and Marvin, for coming up with this, this idea that has taken hold and now it's become a stronghold. As Emily and John said, it's become a staple. It's become an event unto itself with the Breeders' Crown, and we can't thank you enough. Hopefully we took up the mantle, the baton this year, and did a fair job, raising over $200,000, and hopefully you're pleased with that. 4 charities benefited from our efforts this year, but it really goes back to you and Marvin and the origination of the Charity Challenge. Thank you so much, Al.
You're welcome. You guys did a great job this year, and like John said, it was primarily Marvin, the driving force. I was along for the ride gladly, and it's important to do good things for the community that we deal with. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you.
Thank you, Al. Back to Emily.
And as we said, we've got some very special certificates we'd like to present them with. John is going to accept on behalf of Marvin Katz. But again, on behalf of everyone here at Harrah's Hoosier Park Racing and Casino, the Hambletonian Society, and harness racing in general, we thank Marvin Katz and Al Libfeld for all that they have done to this point. This is Emily, live from Harrah's Hoosier Park. Remember to bet early and bet often.
Bugler Jay Elsmore calling the horses onto the track for race 5. Number 1, Why Not Now, owned by Howard Taylor, Dylan Davis, and Jeffrey Billings. Dylan Davis is the trainer, Dexter Dunn the driver. Number 2, David Allen, Whoa, owned by JP Racing, the trainer Joe Putnam, the driver Joey Putnam. 3, Ants Marching, owned by Howard Taylor, Nancy Tactor, Joseph Patrick McLeod, and William Waiters. Nancy Tactor is the trainer, José Fonseca the driver. 4, Henry the Horse, owned by Joshua David Carter. Jay Hochstetler is the trainer, Kyle Wilfong the driver. 5, Dynamite Dylan, owned by David and John Prushnock. Brian Brown is the trainer, Trace Tetrick the driver. 6, Act Fast, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Rich Lombardo Racing, and Beastie LLC. Ron Burke trains, David Miller drives. 7, Irvin Hanover, owned by Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, James Simpson and Weaver Buscemi. Ron Burke the trainer, Yannick Gingras the driver. 8, Lightning on the Beach, owned by Renee Bercury. Christopher Beaver is the trainer, Andrew McCarthy the driver. 9, Frankie, owned by Rocco Ruffalo, Douglas Overheiser, and Rick Howells. Irv Miller the trainer, Scott Zeron the driver. Number 10, Strength from Above, owned by Save the Day Stable. Melissa Essig trains, John DeLong drives. A field of 10. There is a 20-cent Hoosier High Five in race 5. And race 5 tonight is sponsored by Watch and Wager. 3 minutes remaining until post time. Diamond Creek starting gate on the move for race 5. Why Not Now is 1-5. 4-1, Act Fast. Here they come. They are up. Swift start for Lightning on the Beach from the outside, who has moved up to take the lead. Moving up also is Act Fast, and Why Not Now is third early on. Then it's Strength from Above. Outside that is Ants Marching as the field moves on to that first turn. Next comes David Allen Woe. Irvin Hanover is then followed by Henry the Horse. And the last two are Dynamite Dylan and Frankie. 26-second quarter, and Act Fast in front. To the outside is Ants Marching. Lightning on the Beach now third. 2.5 lengths back to Why Not Now, who is being patiently handled by Dexter Dunn thus far. Moving next is Strength from Above. After that, to the outside, it's David Allen Woe. Irvin Hanover is then followed by Henry the Horse. Racing ninth, Dynamite Dylan. Frankie the trailer. 53-2 for the half. 27-2 second quarter. Act Fast in front. Lightning on the Beach and Ants Marching right behind that leader. And then Why Not Now is racing fourth with Strength from Above and David Allen Woe. Next comes Irvin Hanover and then Dynamite Dylan. 3/4 time, 1:21. Off the turn, it's Act Fast with the lead. Ants Marching, Lightning on the Beach. And Lightning on the Beach has gone off stride. Here comes Why Not Now, who is closing down the outside. Why Not Now, moving up alongside of Act Fast. Trying to rally up the inside is Henry the Horse. And also oncoming is Irvin Hanover. Irvin Hanover surges past Why Not Now and wins it. Photo for third. Dynamite Dylan, Frankie, 149 flat. Number 7, Irvin Hanover, posted first. Number 1, Why Not Now, second. Number 5, Dynamite Dylan, third. Number 9, Frankie, fourth. Number 2, David Allen Woe, fifth. 7-1-5-9-2 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle is number 7, Irvin Hanover. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, Jay Simpson and Weaver Bruchemi. Ron Burke, the trainer, the winning driver, Yannick Gingras, the breeder, Hanover Shoe Farms of Pennsylvania. Race 5 results official. Irvin Hanover pays $16.60 for the win. $2 double, 2.7, 88.80. $2 exacta, $31. 50-cent try, $35.80. The 20-cent superfecta, $162.92. 50-cent pick 5, $363.10. The 20-cent Hoosier High Five, $957.08 for the 7-1-5-9-2 combination. Time for race 5, 149. Why Not Now, second. David Allen Woe, fifth. Ants Marching, ninth. Henry the Horse, sixth. Dynamite Dylan, third. Act Fast, seventh. Irvin Hanover, the winner. Lightning on the Beach, 10th. Frankie, fourth. Strength from Above, eighth. Top down, 259, 637, 110.48. Race 6 is next. The Send It In Claiming Challenge, with that claiming price of $250,000. This race being run in memory of the great Dave Brower. First leg of the 50-cent pick 5 on races 6 through 10. A field of 7, 11 minutes to post.
The world's greatest harness racing at Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment happens every Friday and Saturday night. Post time is 6:20 p.m. Admission and parking are free. On Saturday, November 25th, over $2.5 million is up for grabs as the best 2-year-olds battle it out in the Fall Final Four and the best trotters and pacers battle in the FanDuel Championships. Plus, check out our FanDuel Sportsbook, where you can legally watch and wager on all the sports action. Visit PlayMeadowlands.com for complete racing and sports wagering information. Must be 21 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
cowpokes, find out why we wear the brand.
Parade marshals Rachel Leonard and Christina Smith on hand tonight here at Harrah's Hoosier Park, and they have been doing a fantastic job all weekend. And Rachel Leonard and Christina Smith leading the field out here for race 6. Number 1, I Like Me Better, owned by Irvin Miller Stable Incorporated and Douglas Overheiser. Irv Miller is the trainer. Scott Zeron is the driver. Number 2, I'm Sir Blake, owned by Douglas Overheiser. Irv Miller is the trainer. Atlee Bender drives. 3, J.K. Victory, owned by the stable J.K. Victory. Ron Burke, the trainer. Ronnie Wren Jr., the driver. 4 is TiVo Hanover, owned by Neil Goldstein and Terrence Smith. Michael Barrett is the trainer. Mike Peterson, the driver. 5 is ER Rocky, owned by Trent Stoller Stable, Benjamin and Tim Graber. Trent Stoller is the trainer, and Marvin Luna drives. 6, This Kit Rocks, owned by JP Racing and Joseph Putnam. Joe Putnam is the trainer. Joey Putnam is the driver. 7 is General Dolan, owned by John and Robert Esposito. Tyler George trains. Trace Tetrick drives. Once again, the 6th race is the Send It In Claiming Challenge. The claiming price here, $250,000. This race being run in memory of the one and only Dave Brower. First leg of the 50-cent pick 5 on races 6 through 10. 4 minutes remaining till post time. In race 8, number 3, MM's Dream will race with no shoes. No shoes for number 3, MM's Dream in race 8.
No shoes here tonight on MM's Dream from post 3 as she has a rematch with Jiggy Jog. And, you know, Frank Baldacchino, a good friend of mine, speaking to him earlier tonight, she wasn't wearing shoes when she beat Jiggy Jog on a couple of occasions earlier this year. So trying a recipe that has worked in the past.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you see that, you see it at a track. You won't see it a lot because you want to make sure a track is friendly. Red Mile gets that quite often, and you see that maybe Hambletonian Day. And But you can't do it often. And, hey, you got to try something against Jiggy Jog.
And that'll be our first Breeders' Crown Championship of the night coming up in race number 8. Right now, though, it's race 6, and it is the Claiming Challenge, Ascended In Claiming Challenge. So I love the concept here because you got Gabe Pruitt and Ascended In Army, but in memory of Dave Brower, who was so important to Gabe, so important to you, so important to horse racing, and at so many different locales as well. We all miss him, of course. And then a $250,000 claiming price tag. Not that there's any claims in it. I thought you were maybe going to put a claim in tonight, Bob. No?
Well, this is not the first time this has happened. I remember I was talking to Scott Piney about 2 weeks ago, and the Meadowlands did have this. They had a base $200,000. We had about half a dozen claim for about $200,000. Bad Bert was one of them. We used to have some pretty high-level guys who throwing money around pretty good in there. And occasionally someone would be in for $250. So it's not a precedent, not an all-time first, but it's kind of a fun thing to see. And you no matter how good your horse is, you're still taking a chance on losing them. So it's fun.
It's about $1 million Canadian.
Oh, it's $1 million Canadian?
No, maybe not quite that bad, but it's getting there. We've got a field of 7 that are going to line up. Favoritism was kind of really solely on General Dolan, but it's switching over now to JK Victory in this spot, and that's who you're going to go with. On the board here, we're all going a different direction than you, but you are going JK Victory. What do you like about this Burke pupil?
Yeah, well, I like, Ronnie Wren is not in the Breeders' Crown tonight, which to me is a little bit surprising, especially driving for Burke. But, God, he's a top driver, so I really want to see him get a couple opportunities in there. And I think simply because he drew inside of General Dolan, he gets away from any issues early, and I'm going to assume General Dolan's going too, but he might have an issue or two with some inside levers.
Yeah, I'm hoping that my pick, I like Me Better from the inside, leads out of there enough to be able to work out, somewhere in that 2 or 3 hole perhaps, and give himself a chance to just kind of pounce down the lane. And, right now he's 5-2, so he's one of the favorites. General Dolan, as we mentioned, getting plenty of play from out there as well. Any price horses you think that could get a good piece of this?
I was talking to Marvin Luna extensively. This year here in the paddock and a couple times at the Red Mile and stuff like that, and I just think this guy has got something. I think the guy can handle the horse pretty good. Gets him out of the gate. He's lighter. He's eager. He's worked 5 years with Tony Alagna, so he's been around those kind of good horses, and I just think he can kind of sneak in. I put him second in the program, as you can see, by 3-5-7-1. I think Rocky can be part of this race. I can't believe he's 35. I thought he'd be about 15-16 to 1.
And what are Marvin's plans?
His plans are he's going to head down to work with Tony this winter. And, of course, when you work with Tony with babies and stuff, especially with sales, one more sale coming up, that's a big operation. And then he'll try full-time. He wants to try it full-time here next year. See that 196 drives?
Yep.
I think in his world, you can double or triple that, but next year at this time.
All right, so an up-and-comer.
Yeah.
Here to look out for
he's not
Marvin
bad.
Luna.
He's not bad.
Yeah, I've met him in his times that, again, working for Tony, coming to Canada and, helping out with the horses. They're great guy. So wish him all the best. I love talking, Breeders' Crown nuggets with you. So after what happened last night, and I'm not sure if this changes anything for you, but did anything happen last night that could maybe parlay into any kind of new nuggets coming up here tonight? Is there something in the works?
Well, yeah, there's, of course, we have some Dexter nuggets coming up later on. I mean, for instance, like Dexter, I'll give you an example. Dexter was born on September 1st, 89. The day he was born, there had been 5 Breeders' Crowns already in. Campbell, 10 wins, O'Donnell, 9 wins. This is Dexter's 5th Breeders' Crown. He's got 14 and counting. Now, you can't argue with the numbers because it's Campbell and O'Donnell who were in front after 5 crowns. These are Dexter's first 5 crowns. He starts off with Jiggy Jog. So we might be looking at 15 with 7 races to go. But one thing I have noticed so far tonight, though, Dexter is getting plowed at the windows. I mean, everybody who didn't bet Dexter last night is mad and is betting him tonight. And everybody who bet Dexter last night is parlaying tonight.
Yeah, and it's just that the horses aren't working out here tonight, but you're right. I mean, he just attracts attention. We were talking off camera, similar back home, James McDonald, because of the success he has had the last couple of years and kind of dominant at times, people just naturally, gravitate to him and bet him. And so it's a good betting angle if you happen to not like a certain horse he's on because you're getting an inflated price on others.
They had a rule years ago with Steve Cawthon. I remember with a firm back in the late 70s. When he came to New York, they didn't have the rule in place yet. He was named on like 5 or 6 horses in every 8-horse field. They had to change the rule because of Steve Cawthon. He was dominating so much and being named on so many horses that it kind of fouled up. Like people wouldn't know what race he was riding in and what horse and everything else early on and OTBs, etc. But it kind of messed things up a little bit because he was so good.
All right, some more great stuff there as they begin to line up. It is your last chance to jump in on this Pick 5, which gets underway in race number 6. It's the Send It In Claiming Challenge.
Diamond Creek starting gate on the move for race 6. 8-5, I Like Me Better. 2-1, JK Victory. Here they come. They are up. I Like Me Better, JK Victory. There goes General Dolan from the far outside. Next is I'm Sir Blake. Then it's TiVo Hanover 5th. ER Rocky 6th, the early trailer, This Kit Rocks. On to turn number 1 they go, and General Dolan has now taken the lead by the quarter-mile mark in 26 seconds. I Like Me Better is second, and then third, JK Victory. I'm Sir Blake races 4th, and next 5th is TiVo Hanover. ER Rocky is 6th, and the trailer is This Kit Rocks. Moving out now is JK Victory. JK Victory was 3rd, is now 2nd, and is also right alongside General Dolan. And JK Victory and Ronnie Wren Jr. take over just outside the half-mile pole. That half, 54 seconds. That second quarter, 28 seconds. JK Victory the leader. General Dolan is next. Then I Like Me Better, I'm Sir Blake with TiVo Hanover. The last two are This Kit Rocks and ER Rocky. JK Victory, 2.5 lengths in front. I Like Me Better moves to the outside and goes past General Dolan. Also moving up is I'm Sir Blake on the outside. Head of the stretch, headed for home. 3 quarters, 122 and 1. 28 and 1/3 quarter. JK Victory in front with I Like Me Better right alongside now. I'm Sir Blake. And also there is This Kit Rocks. JK Victory trying to fend off the challenges of I Like Me Better and I'm Sir Blake. This Kit Rocks nearest the grandstand is closing in. 4 across the track. I'm Sir Blake goes off stride. JK Victory is going to hold on and win. Photo for second with I Like Me Better and This Kit Rocks, then ER Rocky 150 flat. Number 3, JK Victory, posted first. Number 6, This Kit Rocks, second. Number 1, I Like Me Better, third. Number 5, ER Rocky, fourth. 3, 6, 1, 5 is the unofficial order of finish. Entering the winner's circle is number 3, JK Victory. The winner's circle, presented by Victory Hill Farm, who bred this 4-year-old gelding. Owners the stable, JK Victory. Ron Burke's second training win tonight. Ronnie Wren Jr.'s second driving win tonight. In the winner's circle to make the presentation is the general himself of the Send-It-In Army, Gabe Pruitt. And this race run in honor of the one and only Dave Brower. Many of us who followed him on Twitter at EEDoggy, and all of us in the harness racing industry appreciated Dave Brower's great work every single day, and we miss him every single day too. Race 6 results official. JK Victory pays $5 for the victory in race 6. The $2 pick 3 of 3, $418.20. 20-cent superfecta, $41.44. $2 exacta, $41. 50-cent try, $25.30. The $2 pick 4 of 4 correct, $965.20. Time 1:50. I Like Me Better third. I'm Sir Blake fifth, placed sixth for failure to lose ground while on a break. JK Victory the winner. Tebow Hanover sixth, placed fifth. ER Rocky fourth. This Kit Rock second. General Dolan seventh. Top down 3, 5, P6, 1, 6, P5, 4, 2, 7. Up next is race 7, the Joe DeFrank Memorial. First leg of the $20,000 guaranteed pick 4 on races 7 through 10. A field of 10 pacing 1 mile in 12 minutes. And get down to the track apron and get around that winner's circle, because we've got the Harrah's Hoosier Park t-shirt toss coming up.
Just a few minutes to the next race here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino, and no Saturday night is complete without a t-shirt toss, and no Breeders' Crown is complete without a t-shirt toss. So we have rolled plenty of t-shirts. We've got a few hats to go around as well. Hoosier Buddy, you've warmed up your arm tonight. All right, we're going to toss some Breeders' Crown t-shirts. We've got some Bulldog Hanover t-shirts, all sorts of great t-shirts. Now, we do want everybody to play nice. We want one t-shirt per person, no kicking, no clawing, no scratching or biting. And I'm going to ask you, and by round of applause or by screams, that's how many t-shirts we're going to throw. So is there anybody out here that wants a free t-shirt? That was pretty good, but it's Breeders' Crown. So I'm going to ask you to do it again. Anybody out here want a free t-shirt? All right, they sound ready. Let's toss.
You know, hey, yo, motor in the house. I'm about to turn it out. And you know what's going down. I'm physically round. I like the moving. I like the moving. I like the moving. We like the moving. I like the moving. She like the moving. We like the moving. We like the moving. I like the body.
That there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
Racing is fast and exciting at the picturesque Woodbine and Woodbine Mohawk Park racetracks in Ontario, Canada. Woodbine Standardbred, home of the Pepsi North America Cup, a summer classic.
Pebble Beach in Iran.
And Woodbine Thoroughbred, home of the historic King's Plate.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Full fields, exotic wagers, iconic events. Play Woodbine Thoroughbred and Woodbine Standardbred today at your favorite wagering location.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
In Indiana, we grow it. And when it comes to harness racing, the Indiana program has grown to become one of North America's very best. Breed Development and the ISA have been there every step of the way by overseeing and promoting the Indiana sired racing, breeding, and stakes programs at every level. We're working to ensure a right future for all of us.
Jay Elsmore calls the horses onto the track now for race 7. Number 1 is Love Me Hill, owned by Jeff Vogt Racing and Brian Carsey. Walter Haynes Jr. is the trainer, Dexter Dunn the driver. 2, DC Batgirl, owned by Howard Taylor. The trainer, Brittany Dillon, and Andrew McCarthy drives. 3, Wild Rosa, owner-trainer Kimberly Roth. Kyle Wilfong, the driver. 4 is Skyway Brittany, owned by Zachary and Dessa Miller. Zachary Miller is the trainer. David Miller will drive. 5, Western Sierra, owned by John Bernard, trained by Luis Quevedo. Tim Tetrick is the driver. 6, Evera JK, owned by Zachary Miller, Houday Racing Stable. Ed Olwine, Ken Fraley. Zachary Miller, the trainer. Ronnie Wren Jr. is the driver. 7 is Pattsville, owned by William C. and William P. DeLong. Tabitha DeLong is the trainer, and John DeLong the driver. 8, Electra, owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliver, who also trains. Todd McCarthy drives. 9 is Maggie Ree, owned by Wilson Racing Stable, Norman Neff and Mark Eichberger. Timothy Wilson Jr. is the trainer, and Jordan Ross is the driver. 10, No Win, No Feed, owned by Douglas Overheiser. Irv Miller is the trainer. Trace Tetrick is the driver. First leg of the 50-cent Pick 4 on races 7 through 10 with a $20,000 guaranteed Pick 4 pool. Race 7 is the Joe DeFrank Memorial. 3 minutes remaining till post time.
It is our last non-Breeders' Crown race of the night before we get into those 8 championships. Race number 7, the Joe DeFrank Memorial, as I, Chad Roseman, welcome you back inside our location here in the grandstand alongside Bob Hollywood Hayden. We feel the anticipation, Bob, as we're getting closer to those 8 championship races.
Yeah, we really do. And how fitting that the man who ushered in the $1 million era in the sport, Joe DeFrank, is now staring at $7.2 million worth of weekend Breeders' Crown races. Joe DeFrank was a major, major force, a 1993 Hall of Famer, and he changed the face of racing almost single-handedly in the late 70s into the 80s.
All right, and he's got this Phillies and Mares Invitational named after him here. Field of 10 will be going to Postford here in a few minutes as we kick off the $20,000 guaranteed Pick 4. There's still a $40,000 guaranteed Pick 4 starting in race 12. So looking forward to all of this action coming up as we kind of peer through this field of 10. And I'm just looking at picks here. So 3 of us are on to the second tier starter, No Win, No Feed, who at 8-1. That surprises me, actually, that there's that many going that direction. 10-1 right now. You're going the direction, Bob, of the 5 Western Sierra at 14-1. I got a feeling, though, that this board's going to correct itself because right now Pattsville is 2-5. And although that one might end up being the favorite, I think it's got to kind of float up a bit.
That is absurd, 2-5 on Pattsville. I mean, beaten favorite last 2, favorite last 3. Very good horse. Roger Welch trains and then hands it into the very good combo there, John DeLong and wife Tabby DeLong, for sure. And I can see the favorite like you can, but I can see like 6, 7-5. This is a wide open race. Any way you slice it. Dexter on the rail is 8-1, down from 20, off a look-alike season last year and this year. Talk about consistent. And who's the sire of the one? How about the fastest 3-year-old in Breeders' Crown history? That'd be Racing Hill back in 16.
All right, Racing Hill there. And, you know, you were talking about Dexter Dunn horses getting overbet a lot of. Well, here's one. I mean, that was, again, 20-1 morning line, 8-1 right now. Probably shouldn't be 8-1 either.
No, and if you think about it, the Chris Ryder winner last night could easily have been 40-1 if you're on the paper. You know, and Dex might have been responsible for $25 to $30 of that mutual right there. But, you know, he's become the 10th driver to hit $5 million in the Breeders' Crown Series. And if he does win the next race with Jiggy Jog, he's going to go past a couple of big names up by you. Bill O'Donnell and Luke Ouellette on the all-time earnings list in the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, those are two of the all-time greats, that's for sure. Love still having a lot of fun, still training a couple of horses. But happy to have him nearby at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So Western Sierra for you. Tetrick drove this horse to a win, 3 back at the Red Mile. Gets the drive back here tonight. And you know what, all in all, didn't race too bad to be 5th behind Kobe's Gigi last time.
I don't see any bad lines there. Last time was in the slop, I could dismiss that. Before that.
And for me, I'm going the other Tetrick in Trace from that second tier. Now starting to get a little bit more play at 6-1 here. That last race had the 8-hole, never did get involved. I'm going to put a line through it again on the sloppy track. Prior to that, though, was consistently hitting the board. Had 3 wins over her past 6 starts, and to put that into perspective, she only has 3 wins this year and 13 starts. So she's getting hot late in the season for Irv Miller and company, and I just think No Win, No Feed has really found her form, because last year put together a season of nearly $250,000 that featured 11 wins. I think this one right now at 6-1 is a great value play, but I still feel like she's got a shot to maybe drop down a little bit more in here. Let's kind of talk about some others.
Yeah.
In here, I see you've got the 6, Everett JK into the mix for Zachary Miller. Ronnie Wren already with a couple of wins tonight.
Yeah, he a narrow win earlier, and then he just held on last race, so he's got a couple of photos gone his way. This horse has some favorable posts, as you can see. JK Enda Raniera mare. She's been pretty consistent, and it kind of fits in this whole field. Again, nobody's even money, nobody's 40-1 this race. This is a mixed bag, and this could be a super effective 20-cent bonanza here.
Yeah, I just feel like this is going to be a board that really changes once the late money comes in here. Again, don't forget about this $20,000 guaranteed pick for, so running out of time to play that. Maggie Ree I tossed in here, one that's been hitting the board lately too, but just has to navigate from a tough draw. But 7-2 morning line, 17-1. Maybe 7-2 was a little low in the morning line here, but this is one that can hit the ticket with the right trip. Jordan Ross, you were telling me, you've got some high praise for this guy.
Yeah, you could see it a couple years ago. A very patient guy, quiet, horses like him. You don't see that kind of patience in 22, 23-year-old guys a couple years ago. Now he's getting up there now. Now he's 25, 26 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Look at last year and this year. 8 wins, consistent 120,000 both times. This is a nice one. This is a daughter of a Breeders' Crown winner back in 2005, Jeremy's Jet.
Jeremy's Jet. Paul McDonnell got to drive him as a 2-year-old, right?
Yes, Paul McDonnell. That's right. Jeremy's Jet was a good one. And Tom
Super.
Harmon
Remember, he was just
training.
light years ahead of them at 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was just better.
Just wicked.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, just wicked fast. As again, we see the promo here for the guaranteed pick for. With these Breeders' Crown races are going to start, all the winners will be able to have the opportunity to go into that Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. And, Diamond Creek, give me kind of some, back history here and about Adam Bowden.
Diamond Creek's 15th anniversary is this year. Adam Bowden was 26 years old, and they had a big investment. He had 50 broodmares on the farm when he started, and he was working by himself. Okay, he graduated from Southern Maine University, then went to horseshoeing school. That's right. But by the time they got a few people working there, their first crop of yearlings averaged $53,000. The first great broodmare had was Loyal Opposition. First stallion was Ponder. First $250,000 sale was Social Butterfly to Jerry Silva. And tonight, on this card, Diamond Creek has bred 5 horses in the Breeders' Crown. Bond is 3-5 in the morning line.
Mm-hmm.
We know what Confederate is a huge favorite on the morning line, but also some other names that begin with C. Charleston's in there for the fillies. Cannibal's got a good spot, and Command. So this is an impressive group. Back in 2015, Diamond Creek exploded in the Breeders' Crown, winning 3 that they bred with. So Creatine was in there, Pure Country, and Divine Caroline. So they're a force, a huge force, and almost certainly have the horse of the year this year. But remember, Bond's in there too, so they're doing it on both gates, and they're doing it at the highest level.
I know obviously a lot of talk about Sylvia Hanover, Twinbee Joe Fresh meeting up in that 3-year-old filly division, but Charleston, as you speak of, I'm intrigued by the additional Lasix.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the consecutive 6 in a row, 25 last quarters too. And last year she was a runner-up, remember, in the Breeders' Crown. So Charleston is not to be dismissed.
Not to be dismissed, and you are running out of time to jump on in this 7th race. Kickoff to this pick for $20,000 guaranteed in the pool. 3 of us are putting 10 no win, no feed on top, but right now it's 4-1. Mr. Hayden, he is going to try center of the gate. Tim Tetrick, Western Sierra, currently at 8-1. Not as low, but still floating up now at 8-5 is 7. Pattsville, we'll see if that one remains the favorite. It's the Joe DeFrank Memorial Fillies and Mares Invitational. Enjoy.
Starting gate is on the move for race 7. 9-5 favoritism, Pattsville. 7-2, no win, no feed. Here they come. They are up. Moving away well is Skyway Brittany from the far outside, Electra and Pattsville. Western Sierra there too. Next is Love Me Hill, then No Win, No Feed. DC Batgirl, followed by Wild Rosa. Evera JK is next, and 10th and last is Maggie Ree. First quarter was fairly quick, 25-4. Moving on to the back stretch and moving with the lead is Electra. Pattsville is pocketed second, and then next third, Western Sierra. Skyway Brittany is fourth. Then it's Love Me Hill, No Win, No Feed. After that is DC Batgirl. Moving up on the outside comes Ever a JK, and the last two are Wild Rosa and Maggie Ree. At the half in 55 seconds, moving to the second turn, and Electra is the leader with Pattsville second. Skyway Brittany, Western Sierra to the inside fourth. Advancing second over is Love Me Hill, who has moved up nicely. After that comes DC Batgirl and No Win, No Feed. Next is Ever a JK, then Wild Rosa and Maggie Ree. Approaching the top of the stretch, it is Electra with the lead through 3 quarters, 123-2. 28-2 third quarter. Electra's in front. Skyway Brittany on the outside. Pattsville waiting for room at the inside. Love Me Hill is closing in well. Looking for racing room, Western Sierra. Love Me Hill on the far outside. Western Sierra with a daring dive down to the inside has got all kinds of room there now. And Western Sierra has come on to take the lead for Tim Tetrick. Western Sierra in front. Western Sierra guided to a great win by Tim Tetrick with a very aggressive steer. Second was Love Me Hill. DC Batgirl, Maggie Ree, 151-3.
In harness racing, there is one event that stands above the rest. Where champions are born and legends are made. Tonight, the track heats up for a weekend of showdowns. With Harrah's Hoosier Park serving as host for the third time.
Outside with a short lead, down to the wire, the Breeders' Crown may have been stay hungry. It's a cavalry charge to the wire. Tall Dark Stranger under attack on the inside, Cattle Wash and a host of others down to the line.
It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
It is night 2 of the Breeders' Crown as we welcome you back to beautiful Harrah's Hoosier Park in Anderson, Indiana, where tonight the weather is smiling upon us at this point in time. Lots of rain in the forecast, but holding off currently. A little bit cooler than what we saw last evening, 55 degrees Fahrenheit. But as mentioned, right now, dry conditions, no wind, and we are playing on a fast oval for tonight's 8 championships for the 3-year-olds and up. It's going to be a busy lineup. We kick things off in race number 8 with the Mare's Trot and go all the way through to the clash of the Open Pacers in race number 15. The Stars are back out once again here on night 2 at Harrah's Hoosier Park. Hi and welcome everybody, trackside next to our Winter Circle location here this evening. Greg Blanchard, pleased to be joined on the desk for the opening segment by Rick Uppel. And Rick, I of course know you as the longtime voice of Fraser Downs in British Columbia, but in recent years you've become the voice of the Indiana Fair Circuit. Tell us how that happened.
Well, I was at Fraser Downs for 34 years, and you know, with casinos coming in and stuff like that, just there wasn't room for me there, and so I had to make a move, and the wife and I decided to make a move, and we tried here in Indiana and just fell in love with Hoosier Park, the surrounding area, and made our move here back in 2013. And I think I started calling fairs, Robbie, in 2014. Ventured off to Ocean Downs. I did a couple of seasons there as well, but kind of had my heart on the fair racing because coming from the West Coast, I had never heard of fair racing.
Sure.
And I got involved in the fairs, and I thought, well, this is the greatest thing that's on earth. You know, you're running them off like qualifiers. It's exciting. The people love you. It was fantastic.
That's awesome. And your wife, Cassandra, of course, well-known trainer as well. You operate that stable along with your work doing the calling on the fair circuit. So we understand the lure of racing here in Indiana for sure. Great to have you on board with us tonight, Rick, and he'll be joining us for the first race of the evening here tonight. And right now we want to bring in the other member of our broadcast team covering our paddock location. Once again, here's Mark McKelvey. Mark, what's the vibe like over your way at this point?
You know what? It's exactly like you would expect. Just like last night, a lot of excitement and a lot of anxious, I guess you could say, participants as they get set for these Breeders' Crown finals. 8 finals in total here tonight. We're going to get that underway in mere moments. We'll be over in the paddock all night long. We'll catch up with various connections and see what kind of scoops and tidbits we are able to pick up. Now, it is a little bit cooler than it was last night, but I'd say very comfortable. I mean, the track is in excellent shape. We've seen some pretty big miles. We're just hoping that that rain will hold off. There is a chance it could sprinkle here as the night rolls along. But hey, fingers crossed we'll be all right. Looking forward to another fun evening, guys. Let's go back to you.
Thank you, Mark. He will be a busy guy. The paddock on nights like this, what a cool place to be. You've got the best horses in the world. You've got the best trainers, best drivers. It really is who's who. You also have some of the most high-profile owners and breeders here this evening as well. And the lady who will be chatting with them throughout the evening is joining us once again from the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Heather Vitale back tonight. And Heather, I understand you're celebrating a bit of an anniversary of sorts.
Yes, I am. If you notice the dress I'm wearing, looks like I'm covered in foil, right? This is my foiled again dress. That's what I call it. I am celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Foiled Again getting his only Breeders' Crown win. So time really does fly, doesn't it? Special dress for a special evening, and this is a very special room. Yes, it's the Diamond Creek Winter Lounge. So what will take place this evening is after the parties celebrate in the winter circle and they get their picture taken, they come in this lounge. We will do a champagne toast. I will grab one of the connections for an interview, and the party will continue in this lounge. Last night, let me just tell you, it was off the chain. We had people literally from all over the globe in this lounge. We had a couple people who actually, it was their very first Breeders' Crown win. So I'm looking forward to tonight.
Thank you, Heather. We were looking forward to hearing from you throughout the night. A sparkling outfit to match Heather's sparkling personality. No one has more fun than Heather, and that is going to be the place to be here this evening. Well, we're going to get right to it. We've got the horses making their way from the paddock location for the first of our 8 championships this evening. $400,000 up for grabs in the Open Mares Trot. Star-studded field, but the talk of the tote board, not surprisingly, is Jiggy Jog. This one will be handled by Dexter Dunn. I want to remind folks quickly as well that you can play along tonight in that driver challenge. It started last evening. We'll post the link in the chat on our various feeds, and you can pick the driver that you think is going to have the biggest weekend overall. Dexter, a good start last night, Rick, with a couple of wins. He's got a big chance to kick it off here.
He does. He sure does. He really can't go anywhere else except maybe M&M's Dream here. Note the key equipment change on M&M's Dream here tonight. No shoes, and I can't recall the last time she didn't wear any shoes, but you can't take anything away from her. She's a pretty solid Indiana sired mare, of course, the daughter of Swan for All, but Jiggy Jog is definitely the one to beat.
And there is Jiggy Jog, the number 1 of the field for Åke Svanstedt. Dexter Dunn has had 3 wins in the Open Mares Trot already in just his brief time here in North America, and one of just 5 drivers that have won 4 Breeders' Crown races in a single season. And he's certainly on pace to do that again. 2 wins last night. He's got a big opportunity to make it 3 here with Jiggy Jog. 6 for 9 on the season. She's closing in on $2 million in career earnings.
Here's the 2-horse Adair Castle, a daughter of Muscle Mass. Spent a lot of time up in Canada, Woodbine there, and raced at Georgian Downs as well. But just recently went over the $1 million mark, and he's got the veteran James McDonald. I've been very impressed the way he drives. He's got a chance here tonight, even though he's 57-1.
The number 3 is MM's Dream. You talked about the key change tonight, no shoes. They've done that before with her this season, and it's paid dividends. She's having quite a campaign. She was 12 for 13 last year, 7 for 13 this year, and almost $1.5 million in career earnings.
And she looks good. She's on her toes. Here's the 4-horse Refined, the other Breeders' Crown elimination winner. She's getting ready to close in on $1 million with any kind of check here tonight, and it could be the winner's check, but it's 1 of 2 for Virgil Morgan in here. Of course, Doug McNair will handle her once again, and very impressive victory last time out in that 2-hole trip.
Louis Waugh will be on board number 5, HP Mama B, another one of the Canadian champions, the daughter of Royalty for Life, trained by Ben Bayerjean, a career winner of more than $500,000.
Here's the 6-horse Warwiezenia with Tim Tetrick aboard, and she struggled a little this year, obviously, 0 for 17, but she's not afraid to show up anytime if she can get the right fractions up front for her, and she likes to kick. She's got a chance to kick here with this big, long stretch.
The husband-wife team of Melanie Wren and Peter Wren team up with 7. Ghost in the Shell. She's winless, though, in 11 this year. It will be a tall task to upset this group.
Here's the 8-horse Westland Quest with Andy Miller aboard for owner John Bernard, who owns many, many horses here at Hoosier Park. He's got Louis Quevedo as his trainer here, but as you mentioned, a tall task for the 7. It's an even further tall task for the 8 Westland Quest.
Number 9's Raised by Lindy. Exactly that. This one, a homebred of Lindy Farms. Domenico Cecere, the trainer. Scott Zeron, having an outstanding season once again. Will be on board this daughter of Wallner. She's a 2-time winner and almost $800,000 lifetime.
And to complete the field, here's the 10 Herculesa. Virgil Morgan, 2nd of 2 in here, and this one with the trailing 10 hole here at Hoosier Park gets the call from Yannick Gingras here this evening, and raced pretty evenly last time. So if the right trip comes up, you never know with that horse, 43-1.
A star-studded group to kick us off here in race number 8. A quick hello to some of the viewers tuning in tonight. Checking on the COSA Facebook feed, we've got Nancy Hubbard, regular viewer on board tonight from Downers Grove, Illinois. Brandon Levesque is tuning in from Cedarville, Ohio. Mel Dennis on the show as well, watching. And hope you enjoy the coverage here all evening long. Get the popcorn ready and settle in and enjoy the live stream here tonight. We've got a bevy of action coming your way here. So Jiggy Jog certainly looks like the one to beat. The recent form, fantastic, of course. And talk about her elimination win, off a 59-2 half. It's pretty pedestrian for horses of this caliber, so it really played into her hands. She was very strong, though, at the end of the mile. That's exactly what you want to see.
Exactly. Like you said, a soft fraction, soft half, and you expect horses to kick home pretty good off of those soft early fractions, but 25-2 coming home here and opened up with ease makes her double tough here tonight. Of course, Aki's Fonstead had a victory in the Breeders' Crown last night and 1 of 4, but it is Breeders' Crown action. We've got 8 coming up here. This is the first of the 8. And expect the unexpected, I think, Greg.
Absolutely. So we are moments away from getting things kicked off. We're going to head back over to the paddock. Mark McKelvey has more on this opening contest.
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. And, the horses are on the track. We're getting set for our first of 8 finals. And I heard you and Rick talking a few moments ago just about the fact that MM's Dream, they've pulled the shoes, going to go barefoot here tonight. And, of course, I think that catches everybody's attention when you do hear that change just a few races in advance. But the one thing to note here is this has been done before with MM's Dream. Actually, it was on Hamiltonian Day where she was able to upend Jiggy Jog in the Dr. Steele Memorial. So they've had success doing this in the past, and they'll look to see if maybe that just gives them another little boost here tonight in what should be a really good showdown in our first of 8 Breeders' Crown finals.
Thank you, Mark. Let's talk elsewhere. Let's go outside the logical horses, Jiggy Jog and MM's Dream. Sometimes when it looks like a 2-horse race, Rick, they'll tend to focus on each other and sometimes set it up for another to take advantage, pick up the pieces, if you will. Who might fit the bill in your mind in this spot?
Well, I think it's kind of obvious. My other choice would be the 4-horse Refined, a nice, kind of an easy trip. I thought the track played a little dead last week during the eliminations, and it seems to be much faster here tonight. Plus, there's not as much wind as there was during that night of the eliminations, but a nice 2-hole trip last time. Ground saving, obviously, 26-2 final quarter, closing in on $1 million. And this mare, she's just a hard knocker, a daughter of Uncle Peter. So I would have to think the 4 Refined could be another logical pick behind the top 2.
Doug McNair, one of the top drivers in Canada, teaming up here. Virgil Morgan uses him a lot on his Grand Circuit stock, and Doug will travel outside of Canada to drive his horses on several occasions this season. He's had a lot of luck, and he's been a good fit with Refined, including that elimination win last time out. Got up in the nick of time to get it done. Wara Wiesenia, talked about her. What a difference a year makes, right? She was a 9-time winner last year. She showed electrifying talent at points, and this year it's been disappointing to see that she's 0 for 17. She's been racing okay, but just hasn't been able to find the winning groove, although I thought last week was a much improved effort.
Yeah, definitely improved last week, but like you said, just not sure what's happened. Obviously, that 3 to 4-year-old switchover campaign always plays a factor with a lot of 3-year-olds moving into their 4-year-old campaign. They're hooking up with obviously older horses, but I remember Wara Wiesenia, she can win from almost impossible spots and overcame that. And I don't know, maybe that was just too much for her, but I'm hoping for her connections, and Mark Stacey, a great guy. I hope they can at least get a good check here tonight.
Just had a look at James McDonald with Adair Castle, the Canadian champion trotting mare. She's a winner of more than $1 million lifetime. Mark Etzel, the trainer, would be looking for his first Breeders' Crown trophy, as would James McDonald. It's been elusive to this point in his career. He certainly won everything in Canada, and this will be the next step. I get the impression with a guy like him, once he gets the first one under his belt, and the floodgates might start to open.
Absolutely. You couldn't have said it any better. Once he gets that one under his belt, it's there's no stopping him then.
And what a night we look forward to this evening. Some big guns will be in action throughout the night. Of course, we look ahead to Confederate later on this evening in the 3-year-old Colt Pace. We've got Tattoo Artist on some kind of a form spree going into the open pace. But one of the stars in harness racing will be in action here. Her name is Jiggy Jog. MM's Dream, of course, has had an amazing campaign this season as well. So the horses are starting to assemble on that far turn and getting ready to move in. So again, just to reiterate your pick, are you picking against Jiggy Jog here, or?
I can't go against her. I got to be honest with you. Obviously, 1 to 5, you can't bet to win, but you're gonna have to play a gimmick. I think the gimmick could be with either M&M's Dream or Refined. I really can't go against the toe board.
First of our 8 Breeders' Crown Championships on night number 2. Getting ready to go here. Once again, let's go up to Michael Chamberlain for the call.
5-2, MM's Dream. Here they come. They are up. A quick beginning from the outside for Raised by Lindy, who is sent right up to take the lead by Scott Zeron. Refined is second, MM's Dream third, and Jiggy Jaw gets away in fourth. Next is Adair Castle, who's got the 5th spot. Racing next, 6th, is Herculesa, who has moved up from the 2nd tier. After that, HP Mama B, Warawee Xenia, another 2 lengths back to Ghost in the Shell. Wesleyan Quest is the trailer. First quarter was 26-2, and up to take the lead now, Refined. MM's Dream, though, is right there on the outside. MM's Dream and Refined, the top 2. MM's Dream on the outside takes the lead. Raised by Lindy back in 3rd. Jiggy Jog is 4th. And Jiggy Jog now moves to the outside from that 4th position. Adair Castle is inside her as the half is on the board in 55-1. Moving on the outside is Herculesa, and then 3rd over out there is HP Mama B. Warawee Xenia is getting to the outer flow, and the last 2 are Ghost in the Shell and Wesleyan Quest. MM's Dream in front. Jiggy Jog looms on the outside. Jiggy Jog and Dexter Dunn right there with MM's Dream. They have 4 lengths on Refined. 3 quarters, 124-1, a 29-second third quarter. Jiggy Jog takes the lead. MM's Dream back to 2nd, then Refined. On the outside is HP Mama B. Into the final 1/8 of a mile. Jiggy Jog is in front now by 2. MM's Dream trying to keep pace, but it's Jiggy Jog in front. MM's Dream 2nd. It will be Jiggy Jog. MM's Dream, 1 last try. Not enough! Jiggy Jog the winner. MM's Dream, Gallon in defeat 2nd. Then HP Mama B and Warawee Xenia in 151-1.
Incredible performance from both Jiggy Jog and MM's Dream. It looked like Jiggy Jog had put away that rival and put her away definitively, but MM's Dream, resurgent, had other ideas, Rick, and makes it very interesting at the end.
Absolutely. Dave Miller, he stayed on her back, Jiggy Jog's back, for quite a while midway down that lane, but Dave knows what he's doing, and he angled her to the outside, and she seemed to respond to being on the outside of Jiggy Jog. She kept coming, but just ran out of a little real estate there.
And a big mile, 151-1. That's just 1/5 of a second off of the Breeders' Crown Stakes record of 151 set by Manchego at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Yeah, the top 2, I mean, the cream really rose to the top here. They were multiple lengths better than the rest tonight.
Absolutely, and the toe board indicated that, obviously, but congratulations, Lucky Sponstead and Dexter Dunn. Another victory for Dexter Dunn. Dave Miller's trying to get that first victory of the Breeders' Crown edition here at Hoosier Park, but it might be just a matter of time. He's still got 7 more chances, but a real solid effort from M&M's Dream.
All right, we're going to throw it over to Mark and winning trainer, Rocky Sponstead.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. And I'm standing by, as mentioned, with winning trader Oka Swanstead as Jiggy Jog prevails here in the Breeders' Crown. You're having a wonderful weekend, but, I mean, coming into tonight, this mare was expected to put in a big performance. You have to be very happy.
Yes, I'm happy, of course. It's a very good horse, and she did a great job now. She was first over after the half, and she win.
Yeah, she did. 151-1. That's a big-time mile here towards the end of October. This mare, what makes her so special?
She have everything. She have the speed, and she is mentally strong also. And yeah, she have everything as a good horse must have.
And for yourself, I mean, you guys have had so much success in the Breeders' Crown over recent years, and again this weekend. I guess this is kind of what it all comes down to. I know that's the saying, but each and every year it has to be very rewarding to have success in these races.
Yes, and we must keep the horses sound and healthy until the end. So we are lucky we have them good. We'll see her the rest of the day, but she was good.
All right, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, guys, let's go back to you.
Thank you very much, guys, and great to get some candid reaction there from Augie Svanstedt just moments after his jiggy jog puts the exclamation point on what has been an outstanding season with that 151 and 1 victory. And I would say, Rick, safe to say that she's probably solidified year-end honors with that victory.
Oh, without a doubt. That's a gimme, I think, Greg, with her record speaking for herself. You're never worse than second all year. Obviously, congratulations to Augie Svanstedt, who's done an absolutely fantastic job with this daughter of Wallner. And Dexter Dunn, he was the true professional here tonight, the way he kind of just patiently sat. Didn't have to actually, he kind of pulled her out a little bit at the half, but he drove her with as much confidence as possible.
And there's Dexter Dunn, once again, winning Breeders' Crown in bunches. That's now 3, and there's still 7 championships left to come. And again, he's one of 5 who have won 4 or more in a single season. So a chance to make some history. We'll take a quick commercial break and be back with some Winner's Circle reaction next.
Is fast and exciting at the picturesque Woodbine and Woodbine Mohawk Park racetracks in Ontario, Canada. Woodbine Standardbred, home of the Pepsi North America Cup, a summer classic.
Pebble Beach in Iran.
And Woodbine Thoroughbred, home of the historic King's Plate.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Full fields, exotic wagers, iconic events. Play Woodbine Thoroughbred and Woodbine Standardbred today at your favorite wagering location.
As the industry's leading sales agency, Preferred Equine's new online sales portal, Preferred Equine Online, offers the best online service available. Developed by our experienced sales team, the powerful new platform with cutting-edge technology makes buying and selling easy from the comfort of your home or office over any device. Our experienced sales team offers full customer service for buyers and sellers as it relates to the collection, distribution, and transfer of the horses offered. Sellers can enter a horse as easily as 123 with a searchable database while allowing comments, photos, and other documents. Buyers can view live pedigrees, past performances, and race videos. To view the sales schedule, create your account, or learn more, visit www.preferredequineonline.com or call our sales team at 914-773-7777.
Shambhala picks up the live cover. He's second over now in prime striking position. Split the house on the inside, 4th. Delta Winner is 5th on the outside. Makatso needs racing room from 6th. To the outside, all bets off is 7th. 3/4 for Wiggle It Jiggle It, 1:22 and 1:27 flat. And it's a sprint to the wire in the Breeders' Crown open pace. Wiggle It Jiggle It squaring off with Always Be Mickey on the outside. Shambhala needs to do more. Split the house on the inside. Wiggle It Jiggle It. Always Be Mickey on the outside. One final surge and Wiggle It Jiggle It. Always Be Mickey won't give up. Always Be Mickey! He's a Breeders' Crown repeater, and he delivers the knockout blow on Wiggle It Jiggle It in 1:49.
Yeah, I don't really get nervous. I usually sleep good and had a good sleep in this morning and a good day. The only thing that ruined my day was the All Blacks getting beat in the World Cup final by South Africa. It was a bit of a downer, but that's probably the nerves I get watching the rugby. But no, pretty plain.
Talk about this mare, Zephyr. Just another top-notch performance from her again.
Yeah, she's amazing. I probably let her go a little bit early in the straight. She towed me out around that last turn. I was sort of trying to slow her down a little bit, and she just cleared and got a little wondery what she can do. But she's just an amazing mare.
What about MM's Dream? I mean, it's been a fun little rivalry to kind of watch, and maybe look into the future. If both come back, it'd be great to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I put her away a couple of times, and then towards the line, she's coming back at me in a few races. It's been a good rivalry with those two great mares, and it's fun being out there with them.
When you made the move here in 2019, started driving these crowns, you've already won 4 of these mare trots now aboard some great mares. What can you say about them collectively?
You know, I mean Chago, Ballabellini, and this mare, it's man, I've been so lucky to sit behind them. They're just champion mares, and you know, there's no better feeling than driving a great trotter, and these girls have been doing a great job for me.
Anybody you want to give a shout out to down under?
Oh, absolutely, all my family. They'll be watching. You know, my dad, they'll be in Auckland watching, my mum, and all the guys. So no, it'll be shout out to you guys.
And they're seeing you killing it again. Well done, Dexter.
Yep, thank you.
All right, Dexter Dunn, Oka Swanstedt, Jiggy Jog, back-to-back Breeders' Crown wins for her.
Fantastic way to kick off the night. Jiggy Jog with a sparkling 151 and 1 victory. So we are underway, and we've got a new person in the chair beside me tonight, Emily Gaskin from here at Hoosier Park. You handle the marketing and publicity and kind of jack of all trades. What's it like, Emily, when you're hosting the Breeders' Crown? I know it's an incredible amount of work and planning and organization that goes into it.
It certainly is. You know, I don't think that I could necessarily categorize it in words. I think I could probably take the length of the show to discuss what it means to bring the Breeders' Crown. But, you know, when it's finally here and you're able to actually get down into, of course, what it's all about, the racing, you know, it's a feeling like none other. And just to feel the excitement in the air is truly something spectacular.
And I get the sense you guys have a lot of pride in hosting this and showcasing the facility and racing here in Indiana. And I think it's for good reason. I mean, you put on a great show.
Yeah, you know, and that's something that we really pride ourselves on. And racing is a priority here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. And as long as I'm here, it's going to stay that way. And so, you know, being able to bring an event like the Breeders' Crown here just speaks volumes to the dedication and the commitment to racing. And it's something we're really proud of. And, you know, it just makes for magical racing. So we're really excited.
Well, you've got a great team. An important part of the team is your voice of racing here, Michael Chamberlain, and I know he's excited to be calling his first Breeders' Crown Championships this year. And earlier today, we took a trip up to the booth to see how he was doing.
Thanks a lot, guys. My first Breeders' Crown. I've been calling races for 26 years all across America, and I'm very excited for tonight. Going to be a lot of fun, a lot of great horses in the action tonight, and I am very excited to call these races and see these fantastic horses and describe the action. And speaking of, I've got some action to describe right now, so I am going to take care of that.
All right, great to get a quick behind-the-scenes look with Michael from his vantage point. He's got probably the best seat in the house to watch these races, of course, and doing a wonderful job of calling the action here last night. And I think he'll be feeding off the adrenaline, so to speak, as we move on here this evening. So we do move on here. 3-year-old filly trotters will be competing next in this Breeders' Crown contest. $600,000 will be up for grabs. Jiggy Jog won the division last year. We just saw her coming back to win the open trot here tonight. And we'll see if her younger stablemate Special Way can follow in her footsteps. She'll have post 1 here. Second choice, though, on the board currently.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Obviously, Bond, extremely impressive in her elimination. But Special Way, special filly, over $1 million in purse earnings on the season. And she's looking to be one of only 5 fillies, be the 6th filly to win the 2-year-old filly trot and the 3-year-old filly trot. So she's approaching a very special territory.
Aki Svanstedt, he was the leading trainer in the Breeders' Crown last season in terms of overall winnings, and by a wide margin. And, you know, he's in good shape to potentially do that again this year. Already with a crown victory last night, another one here to start off the festivities this evening, and a big opportunity here from post position number 2. So time to meet the field here. Special Way, number 1. Tim Tetrick will drive this Svanstedt pupil, the daughter of Wallner. 7-time winner in 9 last year. She's 5 for 7 this season, and she's one of the millionaires in the field. And we're just waiting on a couple of them. So it looks like they're going to be coming out of order here. I believe the 2 and 3 are going to be last. So Emily, we go next to Baroness Hill. Doug McNair driving the Chantel Mitchell pupil. Just 1 for 15 this year. Will be a tall order to win here tonight, but a talented filly.
Certainly so. Over 200,000 on the season, looking for her second win. But she's been on the board in 11 of 15, and I thought she raced extremely well in her elimination, trotting home in 27-2.
So we'll just kind of pick them up as they come along here. Next will be the 6, Bravo Angel. Jonas Zernissen trains this daughter of Redley Express. Scott Ziron doing the driving. 4-time winner in 12. Fourth, but a badly beaten fourth last time in the elimination.
Here's a look at your Hambletonian Oaks winner, Heaven Hanover. She'll try to become the 12th filly to win the Hambletonian Oaks and a Breeders' Crown in the same year for trainer Marcus Melander and driver Brian Sears.
Silly Me, Hanover's number 8, Louis Waugh doing the driving here. Linda Toscano recently took over the training of this daughter of Walner, a $250,000 yearling purchase. Just a couple of wins under her belt this season, but maybe on the improve.
Here's a look at Quick Stop, the 3-year-old filly by Tactical Landing, looking for her 4th win of this season. Driver Tony Hall makes his first appearance in the 3-year-old filly trot and will try for his first Breeders' Crown victory.
Rayleigh Something, number 10 in the field.
And that's
Ron
not Dexter Dunn.
Burke trainee. Yeah, that looks like maybe Ronnie himself, is it?
I think it is.
Or
Dexter
Mickey?
maybe got a little hung up in the
Yeah.
winner's circle there. So
I think that's likely the case. So good catch on that one. Dexter Dunn will be taking over the driving on that one. And boy, Dexter, he's rolling, just like we seem to see every year at this time of season on the Breeders' Crown night. And here's a mare that could be sneaky good in here. I mean, she won half of her 12 last year. She's already got 6 wins this season and will have a trailing post to work with.
yeah, Greg, it wasn't that long ago. We were talking about these fillies just over in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't long ago. You and I were working on the Hambletonian broadcast, and here's an interesting conversation going on. We've got Dexter cracking up. So, yeah, Dexter's a pretty cool customer, isn't he?
I was just going to say, imagine winning a Breeders' Crown. I mean, I would be running around like a chicken with my head cut off, and he's calm, cool, collected, just not much going on.
Yeah, things are good for Team Burke and Dexter. So, yeah, he's just awaiting patiently for his mount as we get a look at some of the others. We saw Blonde Bombshell a moment ago, Nifty Norman trainee with Dave Miller driving. Here's the 4 Rose one. Yolanda Todd Luther trains this one. Again, another one with a real solid resume this season.
Yeah, very much so. She raced extremely well in the Ohio Sire Stakes, a winner of $392,000, and she's one of those fillies that raced extremely well. She wasn't in the Hambletonian, but she raced extremely well on Hambletonian Day out at the Meadowlands, and they've done a great job of managing her between the Ohio Sire Stakes and the Open Stakes as well, and she's really made the step up. A lot of times these fillies can sometimes struggle stepping out of States Company into Grand Circuit Company, and this filly's really done it flawlessly for trainer Todd Luther.
We want to quickly say hi to some of the viewers tuning in this evening on our various platforms. I'm going to try and shuffle through all of them and see who is watching tonight. We've got Vicky Brockman saying hello to Vicky. Pete Lawrence, good friend of the show, tuning in tonight from New Jersey. Elizabeth Cheeseman tuning in as well. And we'll get to some other shout-outs a little bit later on. I'm sure, Emily, you've got some folks watching, but I'm sure you've also got a lot of friends and family here tonight on track to take in the festivities.
Yeah, before I came out here, I made a point before things got crazy as we get into the final stretch of Breeders' Crown races. I made a stop out at the tent because the last 2 years we've had the Breeders' Crown here, I haven't really left the studio. So this year I said I'm going to make it. I'm going to make a trip out there, and so I ventured out there and got back here just in time.
There you go. There's a look at the overall trotting records in the history of the Breeders' Crown. The fastest trotting mile, well, 4 horses are tied for that with a mark of 1:51. Last quarter, the fastest in that category, Green Chew and Chin Chin Hall back in 2019 at Mohawk. We've seen some final quarters on the trot faster than that this year in the elimination.
Yeah, and we talk a little bit about the weather. Obviously saw track records and stakes records last night with the, we'll say, unseasonably warm temperatures. It's a little chillier tonight, but that was just a track record we saw by Jiggy Jog. So, like you said, we've seen some fast quarters, and the track seems to be in incredible shape. We talked about MM's Dream removing the shoes, so it's all systems go. And then, like I said, the track seems to be lightning fast.
All right, if Mark McKelvey is online, we'll bring him in at this point in time to talk about race number 9. First of all, Mark, good to see Dexter picked up his mount there. He had to wait patiently. Is it going to be the Aukie Svanstead show continuing here in the 9th?
Well, Greg, you were just cutting in and out there a little bit. I heard your first part about Dexter, and you're right. What a cool customer he is, as he just was waiting by. And on a night like tonight, everything's got to move on schedule, so the horse had to get out there and get paraded by its trainer, Ron Burke. But Dexter going to have to really work some magic here if he wants to get the upset victory and get another crown title here. You know, guys, we're talking about Oka Svanstead, and we caught up with him after that victory by Jiggy Jog in our most recent crown event. And here you have Special Way, who is trying to double up. She was just a dazzling winner last year in the Breeders' Crown 2-year-old filly trot at Mohawk, setting a track record. And she's kind of in the shadow of her stablemate Bond, yet you look at her record, 12 for 16, and she did have to take some time away from the track during this racing season, some time off due to health and an injury issue, but she's come back. And again, really hasn't done much wrong. And I just wonder if maybe there's a little bit of freshness there for her. And as well with the way the races have been playing. I mean, the speed up front, it's going to be tough for that to really hold up. But I think Bond's the kind of horse, she's so versatile. I just think the Oka Svanstead's going to really put her in play. And maybe it'll be the other stablemate that kind of can flip the script and upset here. So give me Special Way to try and double up in the crown. You love seeing returning champions come back and have that opportunity. It doesn't happen all that often. I mean, it's happened quite a bit over 40 years, but it's not every year.
We saw the cream rise to the top in the first event tonight. The two favorites were easily the best in a 1-2 finish there. And, you know, it looks from the betting board like we've got something similar shaping up here. Quick thought, though, Emily, on Heaven Hanover, filly that, again, you saw much of earlier this summer. You get Brian Sears as well. He leads active drivers in the Breeders' Crown. And he leads in this particular category with 6. We've seen him weave his magic before in races like this.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised. The way this filly raced in our elimination, it was one of those efforts that I thought I made a note. And like you said, Brian Sears, anybody can get one. It is certainly the White Knight.
Well, the starting gate is rolling. Breeders' Crown trot for 3-year-old fillies on deck next. And will Bond live up to that 4-5 promise? Again, Michael Chamberlain with your race call.
Bond, 2-1 on Special Way. Here they come. They are off. Away well in the center, Rose Run Yolanda and Baroness Hill. Bond got away third, and it's 2 lengths already to Special Way, who is fourth. Rarely Something moves up into fifth. After that, it's Heaven Hanover. Blonde Bombshell is racing in seventh. And then next comes Bravo Angel. Up on the outside, moving is Quick Stop, and Silly Me Hanover is 10th. And last, opening quarter, 26-3. On the back stretch now, and the leader is Rose Run Yolanda. Bond is moving to the outside from second, and Oke Svanstead now says, let's go with Bond, and Bond takes the lead. Special Way has moved to the outside of Baroness Hill and is advancing first over. Second over out there, Rarely Something. The next two are Heaven Hanover and Blonde Bombshell with a half mile up in 56-4, a 30-1 second quarter. Things slowed down a little bit there, and Special Way now moves up to take the lead. Bond back to second with Rarely Something hounding her to the outside. Next are Rose Run Yolanda and Heaven Hanover. Another length and a half to Baroness Hill and Quick Stop, and then Blonde Bombshell. Head of the stretch, headed for home, 3/4, 124. Special Way in front. Bond pursuing second. Rarely Something is on the outside third, and then Rose Run Yolanda fourth. Special Way with 1/8 of a mile to come. Bond is trying to wear down this leader. Here comes Bond on the outside. Bond and Special Way, and Bond surges on the outside to win it, and she is Dr. Yes tonight. Bond is the winner. Special Way second, Rarely Something, and Rose Run Yolanda 151-2. A track record time.
Another record performance coming tonight in the Breeders' Crown, Night 2. And this one just a fifth of a second as well off of the all-time stakes record in the event. Bond took almost all of the long stretch here, Emily, to upend her stablemate, who was dead game. Very similar to the first race tonight, though. The top two really clearly separating themselves from the rest.
Very much so, and I have to believe if you have any connection to Team Svanset, that had to be a pretty cool moment watching those two fillies go head-to-head down the long stretch. As you said, separating themselves, and as they did on the tote board as well, and they lived up to the hype there tonight.
And how about the job from your track crew? Obviously, you know, the track is in tip-top shape. And to this point in time, anyway, the weather cooperating.
Yes.
It's cool tonight, but we've still got the conditions to see these record miles.
Exactly. Like I said, you know, it is a little chillier, but just speaks volumes to the work that the track crew has done. You know, when you start talking about taking off shoes and things like that, you know, you have to know it's in tip-top shape. And right now we're seeing records fall and records fall.
Åke Svanstedt watching from the sidelines as his Jiggy Jog wins the first Breeders' Crown tonight. And this time he gets the front row seat, guiding Bond to victory in the 3-year-old filly trot. Once again, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more Winner Circle reaction next from Harrah's Hoosier Park.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Ketchum Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. And we use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us.
Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have, and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan has been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
And we welcome you back. Åke Svanstedt, the driver, trainer, co-owner of Bond for the second consecutive year. Åke scores in this category and gets it done here in impressive fashion. A 1-2 finish for that camp and just a tick off of the overall stakes record. So Bond, the beat goes on for her. And another one that very likely, Emily, with that victory tonight, you know, is a clear front runner now when it comes to year-end honors.
Yeah, and trainer Åke Svanstedt, back-to-back victories in this division, as you said. He drove his first Breeders' Crown winner in 2021 in the mare trot. And as we said, Jiggy Jog getting the job done last year. So, you know, you talked about horsepower for Team Svanstedt, and they just continue to churn out not only champions, but as you said, divisional winners, as divisional year-end winners as well.
All right, we've got a big winner circle group there. I see Jason Settlemore.
I was just going to say, we saw Jeff Gurrell. We don't typically, we usually see him in the winner circle, but usually it's at the Meadowlands. So good to see Jeff Gurrell here at Harrah's Hoosier Park.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, we'll see who joins Heather Vitale in a few moments as well. Bond, yeah, she is a class act, daughter of Southwind Frank. a past Breeders' Crown winner himself in this spot. And just year after year, the Svanstedt camp seems to turn out these horses, and it's amazing. And I think it speaks to the horsemanship, how they hold their form over the course of a long, grueling season with all kinds of travel.
Yeah, very much so. And like I said, Southwind Frank, so I find that very interesting too. He's maybe not the biggest and most retail sire that we see, the likes of Walner, Chapter 7, and that have you. So, the fact that he's able to reach in and grab a Southwind Frank like this filly, $80,000 yearling purchase, bred by Diamond Creek Farm, I think that speaks volumes, like you said, not only to their horsemanship, but obviously to their commitment to trotting pedigree.
Let's check out the parimutuel details, and it is a very popular win by Bond. The public all over this 2-1 exacta combination. $2.60 on the nose, one of the lowest win prices in the history of this particular division, and the exacta payout. We're going to have a look at that. That could very well be a record low for an exacta in this particular spot as well. $3.80 as horse players cash. There's a lot of them cashing. That's the good news. Bad news is you're not exactly going to be able to retire on your winnings tonight. But hey, a long way to go.
I was going to say, we've got plenty more races for us to dig out and get retired, Greg.
All right, time to go to the winner's circle and hear from the winning connections.
Great so far.
Talk about Bond. I mean, can she be raced really any way, Hoka?
Yeah, it seems like that. Today she showed up a very good fighter instinct. I never felt it in her earlier like she did today.
Tonight, slow second quarter, your other filly moved to the lead, braving in your filly up, but down the lane, what kind of a duel was that?
The only way to beat the special way was to let her go and go behind her until the stretch. So, but she really fight today.
Talk about Jiggy Jog and her performance tonight.
Yeah, she was good, but she's good every time. She's a really good horse.
Do you have a star pupil, or do you not want to send her one out?
What do you say?
Do you have a star of the barn, a favorite for you?
No, I never had so many nice horses as this year, never in my life. So I'm happy. It's easy to go up in the morning and train the horses.
You might not want to look too much into the future, but I like to do that. So next year when you're talking aged mares, you could be loaded for bear.
But some of them are going for breeding, but Jiggy Jog and Special Way going to race. So we see how many we have.
Well, congratulations. It's been a huge weekend for you. Enjoy the success.
Thank you.
All right, there's Åke Svanstedt. He gets another one. This time it's Bond over stablemate Special Way in a track record 151-2.
For over 25 years, Tara Hill Stud has worked with partners to help produce champion stallions. We are proud to have bred great racehorses like Fade Out, Shower Play, Precious Delight, and There's a Demon in Me. Our stallions, past and present, have had tremendous success while making a huge impact on racing across North America. Mr. Levesque, Mach 3, Cadabra, Muscle Mass, and Precious Bunny, to name a few. Our stallions' progeny have won major events, including the Hambletonian. Tara Hill Stud are currently standing 9 of the industry's top stallions. Alarm Detector, Control the Moment, Danson Lou, Flanagan Memory, Green Manalishi, He's Watching, Muscle Mass, Resolve, and Sports Writer. Our facility is modern, our staff knowledgeable. Consider Tara Hill Stud when choosing a home for your stallion. Tara Hill Stud, where champions stand and champion yearlings are raised. Log on to TaraHills.com.
Donato Hanover now meets up with Arch Madness on the outside, who comes calling with Sears. It's Pearson Sears going at it here past 3/4. Donato Hanover, Arch Madness looking for another upset the same way. Flirtin' Man third on the outside, on the rail, great success. They turn for home 124-4 in the Breeders' Crown. It's Donato Hanover, Arch Madness on the outside, stepping out there looking to wear him down. Donato Hanover put the test. Arch Madness, here comes Flirtin' Man. John Campbell with dead aim as Arch Madness gets to Donato. Donato's defeated. Arch Madness, Flirtin' Man funnels third. Arch Madness, Sears and Smithhammer, kings of the crowd. Flirtin' Man was second. Donato Hanover third.
Welcome to the Diamond Creek Farm Winter Lounge. Yes, we have the Vice President of Diamond Creek Farm with me, Sean Langani, because Diamond Creek bred Bond. What an incredible race. How are you feeling during the race? I was a little bit anxious during that stretch.
No, not at all. You thought that she had the number, you know, and Aki was really high on her all week. So, no, there was not much stress there. You kind of figured she'd win tonight. This is a perfect way for us to get started tonight. We've got some big stuff going on later, so we're thrilled, grateful, proud to have bred a nice filly, and happy for the folks that got her and with what they've done.
What I love about her, she's made over $1 million, but actually her price is a yearling, $80,000. That goes to show you that you don't always have to break the bank, right, to get a really great one.
She's a perfect example of that. You know, on a somewhat modest budget, you know, partnership can come in and have a true dream, you know, in this sport. So credit to Aki and the whole team for the filly that they picked out and seeing the quality.
What does it mean to win a Breeders' Crown?
You know, for me, until now, we haven't been involved in that many since I've been on the farm. You know, the farm's been around for 20 years, but, you know, you can count the Breeders' Crown breeder victories and owner victories on less than 2 hands. So it's that special. I know Jeff Corral's had some milestones here this week in the Breeders' Crown, and I know it's just basically all comes down to the crown. That's how important it is.
Absolutely. The party is just getting started. Back to you guys. I'm ready for a great night.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. And, yeah, congratulations to those winning connections. We'll catch up with her a little bit later on tonight. Right now, though, my pleasure to welcome in the one and only John Campbell, going to be with me for a couple of segments here tonight. And John, I know it's a little different for you now in this role on Breeders' Crown night, but do you still get that excitement, you know, as you get closer to these big days?
Yeah, I certainly get excited, and I'm still a fan of harness racing. I'm still a fan of big nights and stakes and great horses. But I do not have any urge to drive anymore. It's just my time has passed. I'm too old, and as I'd like to say, if I went back now, I wouldn't be better at it.
Well, you're kind of like Wayne Gretzky. You set these benchmarks and these records that are so hard to attain, and now you're watching these young guys, these young guns, you know, trying to reel you in a couple of those categories, but they still got a long way to go. But it must be kind of fun for you to watch and track that, and you have to admire, I'm sure, the young talent that's out there.
Absolutely, and I've said, you know, I always believe that the top drivers from any era, if you put them in today's world, they would succeed. They'd learn how to adapt and make speed and change their style. But the driving pool is so much deeper than it's ever been. There's just so many top drivers, young drivers too, across North America that it's really good to see.
All right, we're going to get a look at the field here on Post Parade. The 3-year-old filly Pace is coming up here, $600,000 on the line. The record for most driving wins in this division, surprise, surprise, that is John Campbell with 4. Ronnie Burke, Bob McIntosh, the most training victories here with 3. So Ron Burke's got a chance to take sole possession of that category here, and he's got strength in numbers again. Strong Poison, the number 1 starter here with Yannick Gingras on the driver's seat. Here's one that I thought stepped up really with a big effort in the elimination a week ago.
She did. She's been racing really well. Her form is tremendous. She just ran into 2 buzzsaws with Twin Bee, Joe Fresh, and Sylvia Hanover, but she's very consistent, and certainly the fractions were at her advantage, and they just couldn't run her down. And I don't think the fractions will be the same, but Strong Poison's a filly that can race either way, so she's going to be a factor.
And there's a look at Sweet Amira in from Canada. Chantel Mitchell trains. Louis Waugh will drive her. Zanata, the other elimination winner, a surprise winner at 11-1 last time out. Quick assessment of that elimination win.
Well, she's been racing well. As she dead heated in the Courageous Lady and then came back, and she just wore Twin B Joe Fresh down, which was a surprise to most people. So she certainly has to be considered, but I really think Twin B Joe Fresh and Sylvia Hanover are going to be better tonight, both of them.
And when you look at these next three, Sylvia Hanover, Charleston, Twin B Joe Fresh, you had to think at least one of those three was going to win one of the eliminations, and it was someone outside of those three. So I think it speaks to the volume of talent in this field and how deep and contentious this final sets up to be.
Well, it really does. I mean, obviously Sylvia Hanover, I've been a big fan of her. She's fun to watch. She's, kind of a different style of racing by times, has a mind of her own, takes sometimes the middle part of the race off, but she's always going forward at the wire. Twin B Joe Fresh has just been phenomenally consistent since her first 2-year-old start. I saw her race her first stake win at Meadowlands as a 2-year-old, and it followed her as well. So it's really a deep field. When you look at the 2-horse, Beach Cowgirl, she's paced home 25 in piece of the last few starts here. She's 30-1 morning line. Charleston, she paces home 25 in a piece every week, and she's 10-1. So it just shows you, how good these fillies are.
It does, and that's why I think we've seen so many good finishes, over the history of the Breeders' Crown here at Hoosier Park. It's got that long stretch, and they're so evenly matched and so talented that it's hard for one to really win in dominant fashion.
Well, it is, especially a group like this. As you said, everybody expected Sylvia Hanover or Twin B Joe Fresh to at least one of them win, and neither one of them did, and they both raced good. It isn't like they raced poorly. They just weren't able to win.
Alrighty, well, there is Sylvia Hanover on screen. She's the talk of the tote board at 4-5. And earlier this week, we caught up with the connections here as she makes her temporary home in Indiana.
Hi, I'm Sean Stacy, and trainer of Sylvia Hanover that's here in the Breeders' Crown this weekend.
It is Sylvia Hanover fighting on at the rail as Charleston Strong, poising in between his third. Sylvia Hanover into the final 16th, and it's Sylvia Hanover's crown. Sylvia Hanover wins again in 151 and 1/7 straight for Sylvia Hanover.
To cap it off, to be able to go, probably the dominant 2-year-old and then come back to be the dominant 3-year-old overall, that would just, to get a Breeders' Crown would be like a feather in the cap, basically. She's had a really good week. She come out of it really good. She's been eating really well. She seems happy and sound and all that good stuff. So, all systems are go at this point. She's got a mind of her own. She knows how to conserve her energy probably better than most. And that's probably why she can carry her speed as far and as long as she can. That's what makes her great, in my opinion. Hoosier's a very unique track, though, just with the way fractions can set up and play a big advantage or disadvantage to the way the race goes. But I think overall this week is going to be a totally different style of race as opposed to what happened last week. And I think it's going to play into her favor this week. When the lights are on at night and, you turn in behind the gate, she mentally knows, and it's like a game that she enjoys. And she's good at it.
Another look at Sylvia Hanover, calm, cool, and collected. That's really her demeanor at all times. She is a unique individual, a real unique personality, as we heard Sean Stacy allude to. In fact, when we were at the barn, John, just to feed her a carrot, I've never seen a horse eat a carrot so slowly and methodically. And, everything she does is that way. She has a mind of her own. And even in races, we've seen some strange trip scenarios with her. She's kind of her own worst enemy at times. Have you ever driven one anything like her?
Yes, a little bit, but not quite as much as her. Art's Place was a little like that. You had to, really keep his mind on his game, and he would take parts of races off. And even during his undefeated season there, he didn't race as well as we expected, even though he won. So he was similar to that, but I've never seen just one like that would just, she does have a mind of her own, let's put it that way, because I know Bobby went to go to the front a couple times, and she just took herself up and kind of looked around and just didn't do anything until they hit the three-quarter pole, and away she goes, which is, it makes her unique, but it makes her fun to watch.
Yeah. Interesting you mentioned Arts Place. We've talked about this before. My lone in-person trip to Pompano Park for a Breeders' Crown was the year he won the 2-year-old Colt Pace. And to this day, all these years later, I still have not seen what I think is a better individual performance than that night.
Well, a lot of people that were there say that, because you had to be there to realize how windy
Right.
it was. It was 35 to 40 mile an hour winds, and he set that all-age track record as a 2-year-old. It was just an incredible performance, and he did it easily, which is even more impressive. He could have gone more, but that certainly was one of the all-time best efforts that I was ever part of, certainly in Breeders' Crown history for me.
Yeah, and so much great history in the Crown. So, when you're talking about a race that happened that long ago, to this day that it still sticks out is impressive. And I think it's a little harder now to pinpoint these spectacular individual efforts because they can all go so fast. The time is almost irrelevant.
It is, and the breed has just improved so much. They're so much more athletic. They're more efficient gaited. They're higher speed, and they can carry that speed much farther than they used to. The breed has really evolved, since when I started driving, which would be 50 years ago, I guess now or more. It's just a different animal than it was then.
So, speaking of that, we look at the final quarters that we're seeing on a lot of these, 25 and change, 26 seconds. Horse like Charleston, she's a little filly, but she's got a big engine, and she's got that late closing kick. Is tonight going to be a better setup potentially for a horse like her, now that you've got the best all in this big field?
It does potentially, but I really think there's going to be quite a bit of action going to the quarter and to the 3/8. And she's a stone closer, and Timmy races her that way, but she might be too far back. I mean, it's so hard to come from very far back, even when you're coming 25 in a piece. So if she is close enough at the head of the stretch and they fight it, she's got a chance.
And you would have driven here and all of the other bigger tracks. What's the difference driving at Hoosier? Tell us a little bit about track configuration and how it usually plays.
Well, you can't use them too much on that backstretch because that home stretch is so long and they'll get tired on you. At the same time, if you think you have all that stretch to work with, but if you're not close enough at the head of the stretch, you just can't make up enough ground. These horses, they carry their speed, and even when they get tired, they're still going 27 in a piece. And in order to pass them, you got to really fire home, and horses just can't do that.
Well, it's going to be a good one. This is certainly one of the most anticipated championships this evening. 3-year-old filly pacer, Sylvia Hanover, even money. She has been the best in the division overall this season, but not by as much, or not quite as dominant as she won last year. Certainly would be a feather in her cap tonight, and perhaps could lock down divisional honors with a win in the Breeders' Crown Final. $600,000 on the line. Again, Michael Chamberlain with the call.
Diamond Creek starting gate now in motion for race 10. Even money on Sylvia Hanover. 2-1, Twin B Joe Fresh. Here they come. They are off. Good start from Twin B Joe Fresh. Strong Poison there too. Zanata is up front with Sweet Amira. Beach Cowgirl at the inside. Sylvia Hanover is 6th and in behind horses as the field goes on to that opening turn. Racing next in 7th is Front Page Story. And then next is Charleston, Always Be Naughty, and the early trailer, McSeaside. 26-2, the opening quarter. And Strong Poison now has Twin B Joe Fresh right alongside. Twin B Joe Fresh takes the lead. Strong Poison back to second. And now on the outside, there goes Sylvia Hanover, and she's moving fast on the outside. Moving up now to take second, and has Twin B Joe Fresh in her sights. Strong Poison back in third as they hit the half in 54-4. 28-2 is the second quarter. Moving on to the second turn. Twin B, Joe Fresh and Sylvia Hanover. The gloves are off. These two are going right at it, and Strong Poison is right behind them. Charleston is fourth, and then down on the inside, Zanata. Third over comes Always Be Naughty, followed by Beach Cowgirl, Sweet Amira, then Front Page Story and McSeaside. Three quarters, 121 and 2. Twin B, Joe Fresh has it now by 2. Sylvia Hanover trying once again on the outside. Charleston is diving down to the pylons. The three of them across the track with an eighth of a mile to come. Always Be Naughty at big odds. Sylvia Hanover, Charleston, Twin B, Joe Fresh, Sylvia Hanover, and Charleston. It's Charleston narrowly. Twin B, Joe Fresh. Photo! Always Be Naughty rallied for third. Beach Cowgirl fourth, 149 and 2.
Oh, what an incredible finish, and what an incredible effort from Sylvia Hanover. Big sigh of relief there for Team Stacy, or perhaps they are not sure if they got there. And yes, I think the realization is that she holds on by a nose in a thrilling edition of the 3-year-old filly pace final. Sylvia Hanover, McClure, I think realizing on that final turn that his filly would rally in the home stretch, and she did that. She got back on even terms, went by Twin B, Joe Fresh, but then had Charleston to worry about diving to the inside, and Charleston really pushed Sylvia Hanover to the limit. You can see the raw emotion there. John Stacy and wife Natasha there in tears as they celebrate a defining victory for Sylvia Hanover that represents everything that this filly is about. Talent, durability. Boy, she had a tough trip scenario, punishing trip scenario, parked out from the quarter on, and had to dig deep to fend off the dead game Charleston on the inside. An electrifying 149 and 2 victory in our third Breeders' Crown Championship of the night. So there she is, returning to our winner's circle area. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with much more in a moment.
Harness Racing Update is the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU covers the sport from all angles with news, features, photography, opinion, and analysis of racing. Also, HRU covers breeding and sales, as well as industry stories you need to know. It's all delivered by a deep, diverse, and talented team of writers and photographers. And the best news is that it's free to subscribe. Subscribe to HRU today for free at harnessracingupdate.com and see what everyone is talking about.
The start applying pressure. Sunfire Blue Chip with a loose pocket spot third. Lucan Hanover well spotted second over on the outside. Beach Memories is jammed in at the rail. Vegas Vacation third up on the outside. 3 quarters and 1, 22 and 1. 26 and 4 on the backstretch. It's Captain Treacherous and Sunshine Beach, and they are slugging it out. Captain Treacherous kicks out the earplugs, and Captain Treacherous leads the way. Sunshine Beach won't go away, hanging in there on the outside. The Captain put to the test. Sunshine Beach on the outside. Captain Treacherous game. Sunshine Beach, Lucan Hanover. Captain Treacherous wins again. The Captain, not to be denied. 149 and 2.
And there's a look at the happy connections with the blanket being presented to Sylvia Hanover. Mark Stacy and Bob McClure. And as we've seen many times in the course of her brilliant career, Bob has had to work overtime and really sweat it out until the final strides. But Sylvia Hanover, as she's done so many times, able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, and perhaps her greatest singular effort tonight. And that is saying something, because she has had so many over the last couple of seasons. She is now a 2-time Breeders' Crown champion, and gets her name, I think, into the conversation with some of the all-time great fillies that we've seen in the sport of harness racing. 149-2 effort, just a couple of ticks off of the Breeders' Crown record. Mark, you're down in the paddock location. I'm not sure if you were in the vicinity of the Stacys there, but boy, you could see the emotion on their faces. A little bit of uncertainty whether they got there, and then I think the relief, the wave of relief when they finally realized they did.
Yeah, I think they knew they won, but they just wanted to see it come up there and pop up. Everyone around them was congratulating them right away, and but you could understand, right? You want to make sure that it did happen, and what a performance that was. You know, the spot that I'm standing here, just at the head of the lane, Twin Bee Joe Fresh has got a couple lengths on Sylvia Hanover. She backs off there first up on the turn, and just up to her usual trick. She knew she was going to fight. That's the one thing about her. You knew she would battle on. And Greg, I don't know about you, but I was kind of wondering, is she going to see Charleston coming up the inside? I mean, that was the only thing I was kind of curious about coming into deep stretch, but I mean, what a warrior she is. And we've got another double champion. We saw Jiggy Jog do it earlier tonight, win last year, and then win this year in the Breeders' Crown, and now Sylvia Hanover has done it. And great news, too, that we learned that, you know, we will see her back next season.
And we can only speculate what she could potentially go on to do next season. Yeah, it was a good point you made about Charleston diving to the inside, and you know, would she kind of catch Sylvia Hanover? I'm not going to say sleeping, because by that point in time, Sylvia Hanover just had to be getting a little bit tired. And full marks to Charleston, Mark. You know, she's trying to follow Sylvia Hanover when she's brushing in the second quarter. So it's almost like she lost her cover, but she didn't lose any interest, and she chased the great Sylvia Hanover all the way to the wire.
Year-old pacing fillies. I mean, this is a really deep group of fillies that I'm not sure we completely are going to maybe respect until we look back on it and realize just how much talent there is. But when you have a horse like Sylvia Hanover, a horse that's certainly going into the history books, you know, she does take the headlines with Charleston, Twin Bee Joe Fresh. I mean, this is a really good group of fillies, and it just kind of speaks volumes to what Sylvia Hanover is doing. Really looking forward to hearing the post-race interview here, because I'd love to know how the heart rate was for all the connections there, not just the Stacys, but also for Bob McClure, because every time he drives her, he knows it's going to be an adventure, but he also knows she is going to show up and fight.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, Bob is a cool customer, and that probably helps him in getting along so well with this quirky but ultra talented and ultra tough pacing mare. $3.80 a win ticket return. Nice exotics, though. $37.20 the exacta. Trifecta, $863. And check out that $2 superfecta, more than $15,000. So some nice returns despite the heavy favorite winning. Charleston, the runner-up, Always Be Naughty, and Beach Cowgirl picking up some very nice purse checks for their connections here as well. Let's head over now for some Winner's Circle reaction.
Was that her gutsiest effort? Was that her strongest effort? How do you describe it?
It's up there, you know, the Mistletoe Chalet there. That was pretty crazy that night, but it's definitely up there. That's one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen. That was a really, really tough trip and some great fillies, and I'm just really glad she's as tough as she is.
How nice is it for you to come back to the scene where you notched your first Breeders' Crown win and now you get your third?
Oh, I've always loved this place. This is, I think this is about as good a place as you can have to host a Breeders' Crown. They do a great job, everybody here. I don't think you'd ever hear anybody say a bad word about this place. You know, the track, the grandstand paddock, it's just a really, really great racetrack.
I know you've had special horses in the past that mean a lot to you. Forbidden Trade, of course. I know Powerful Chris, for obvious reasons, was special to you. How do you sum up this mare and what she means to you?
She's a once-in-a-lifetime horse, you know. I think I speak for myself, the trainer, the owners, and we're never going to see another Sylvia Hanover. So we'll just really, really enjoy her while she's here.
Enjoy it, Bob. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to the Infelices. We'll start with you, Betty, because I know last year it got your heart racing. How's your heart feeling tonight?
Out of my chest. Totally out of my chest.
How does it feel now to have a champion that's won back-to-back years?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's like a dream come true.
And Tony, I know you guys have been in this game a long time, and you got your first one. How does this one feel different than the first one?
Well, the pressure is different. I mean, to
Sylvia had such a good year last year, and it's a credit to Sean and Mark and the whole Stacy team to have kept her and paced her and managed her to be as good and tough as she was tonight. Feels very, very special and different to last year, sweet, and maybe even sweeter in some ways.
You know, you've got 2 years now worth of watching her race, and a lot of times she's got the flair for the dramatic. So now when you watch her race, do you almost expect that, or do you kind of stay calm expecting it, or how are you feeling, you know, throughout the race?
Now, calm is the furthest thing from what I'm feeling, I can tell you. And I did not lose, faith in her at all when she was on the outside. As we've seen before, she can gut it out. She's a very gutsy, lots of heart to this field, lots of talent. And I was confident, and I think Charleston surprised her up the rail. And I think actually got her head in front, her nose in front, and as soon as she saw her, she popped back up in front and showed her real class. And that's great. And that field, there's not a weak filly in that entire field. That is a very competitive field here, and it makes me think as well to recognize the work that Tom Charters, whom we had the occasion to chat to in Lexington. I think Betty struck up a conversation with him, and work that Moira Fanning and John Campbell have done to elevate the Breeders' Crown to what it is today. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown, and we're so pleased to be part of it.
And you've got 2 beautiful trophies now. Congratulations, guys. I know you got a great group of friends here. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much.
All right, Hudson Standardbred Stable, the Stacys. We've got Bob McClure, Sylvia Hanover, a 2-time Breeders' Crown champion.
The racing is fast and exciting at the picturesque Woodbine and Woodbine Mohawk Park racetracks in Ontario, Canada. Woodbine Standardbred, home of the Pepsi North America Cup, a summer classic.
Pebble Beach in Iran.
And Woodbine Thoroughbred, home of the historic King's Plate.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Full fields, exotic wagers, iconic events. Play Woodbine Thoroughbred and Woodbine Standardbred today at your favorite wagering location.
As the industry's leading sales agency, Preferred Equine's new online sales portal, Preferred Equine Online, offers the best online service available. Developed by our experienced sales team, the powerful new platform with cutting-edge technology makes buying and selling easy from the comfort of your home or office over any device. Our experienced sales team offers full customer service for buyers and sellers as it relates to the collection, distribution, and transfer of the horses offered. Sellers can enter a horse as easily as 123 with a searchable database while allowing comments, photos, and other documents. Buyers can view live pedigrees, past performances, and race videos. To view the sales schedule, create your account, or learn more, visit www.preferredequineonline.com or call our sales team at 914-773-7777.
Braids is our own worst enemy. She has made a break, and Lady Luck is shining on a continental victory. She's opening up with long, powerful strides, past 3/4 in 1, 26 and 2. She spread her wings, she's in full flight, and continental victory is on her way to year's honors, leading at 5. On the outside, taking second, an entry mate Broadway Diamond, but the eyes of the harness world are on continental victory. She is a class act indeed. With guts and determination, hits the 16th pole, and she's the best of her class this year. Continental victory goes under the Garden State Park finish line and will win this one by a convincing 6. There's a photo for second and third between entry mates, but the mile and the best.
Nice look back there at Continental Victory, a past Breeders' Crown champion, of course, a past Hambletonian winner as well. We welcome John Campbell back to the desk for this next segment, 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot coming up. Before we get to that, though, John, we want to talk about a very special check presentation that you made earlier this evening.
Yes, Charlie Keller was certainly famous for being part of Yankee Land for so many years and breeding so many top standardbreds. For his father started it back in the late 50s, I believe. And Charlie was a Hambletonian Society director, and he was very kind to us when he passed away, and we've been fortunate enough to honor his memory to the winning breeder of the Open Mare Trot will receive a $10,000 bonus in memory of Charlie Keller, and it's something that we in the society are certainly very proud of, and because everybody liked Charlie. He was one of the most liked people in harness racing, and a good friend of mine. We played golf a lot of times, and it's good to see that Charlie's memory and legacy lives on.
All right, and you had a special presentation last evening as well, the now annual Charity Challenge.
Yeah, the Charity Challenge has really become an event inside the Breeders' Crown. It's Hoosier Park, the Indiana Standardbred Association, and the Indiana Breeders, and the Indiana Racing Commission. They all really embraced it and put a lot of effort into it, and it was certainly rewarded, raising over $200,000 to 4 really worthwhile charities. And to date, we were $1.6 million that we've given out to local charities at our host tracks since Marvin Katz's vision began in 2019.
That's incredible, and I think it's something that's here to stay. It's safe to say.
Absolutely, it's going to be part of the Breeders' Crown for for years to come.
Well, we are getting set now for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot. Another great final. I think this one's a little bit different tonight, John, in that there's not that sort of standout superstar horse in here. There's just a lot of really top quality trotters. Having said that, we do have the Hambletonian winner in the field in Tactical Approach, and a post 10 trailing start for him here. So I think the tote board really tells the story. He's 3-1 in this field.
Yes, and it's a really good tote board, and as you said, there's no overwhelming favorite. The favorite on the board right now, 2-1. That's great for the bettors. If you pick a horse, you're going to get a price. But it is a very evenly matched. Tactical Approach has certainly won the biggest races of the year, but he hasn't been dominant throughout the year, so hence he's 3-1. But it's going to be an interesting race, and I think again, as in the last race, there's going to be a lot of action to the front, because I think a lot of the horses figure in this race.
Some horses just have a nose for the big money. I think of a horse like Winson's Legacy the year he was a trotting Triple Crown winner. He just seemed to be peaking and could just get there. He'd win by a head or a half a length, but he won every major race, it seemed.
He did, and he got a good trip. Tron drove him tremendously throughout the year, and he peaked him at all those Triple Crown races. He knew what he was doing, and it was a great thing for Tron to train and drive that horse, and he proved that the driving part, he did a really good job with that horse.
Yeah, I concur. He managed the horse beautifully and seemed to get the right trip with him in all those big races that year. This is a record purse for this division this year, $672,000. The record purse prior, $650,000. So that's great to see as well, John, here in 2023 that we're seeing some record purses in the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, the Breeders' Crown is it's funded from within the industry, from stallion owners to breeders to owners, and we've been very fortunate. We've been able to raise purses the last few years, and we bumped these up to $600,000 a couple of years ago, and the supplement from the local horse out here in Indiana pushed it to $72,000 to push it to $672, and it's just a sign of that good horses can come from anywhere, that we've got a local horse supplementing and winning his elimination. It's a great story. So there's a lot of people here in Indiana rooting for Help First Edition, that's for sure.
And it was a good article that I read, and you were talking about that with Dave Briggs, yourself, and Moira Fanning, who's been involved with the Breeders' Crown almost since day one. And to see the series not only continue on, but to thrive, after so many years is really impressive. And you talked about the format, how it's changed and evolved over the years. You kind of happy where things are at right now?
Yes, we are right now, because the participation from the owners and trainers, we had a record number of entries this year. Our purses overall were the highest ever. We were just a shade under $8 million between eliminations and final. So it's in a really good shape. I mean, we do take criticism for elimination races, and I understand that, but it's hard to really adjust too much when it's working so well, and the industry looks upon the Breeders' Crown with, that's what they point their horses for. They want these horses, even when they're racing them in June and July, they're thinking about the Breeders' Crown. There's a lot of prestige that goes along with it. Certainly has a big impact on end of the year voting for Horse of the Year in all the divisions. So I'm not saying we wouldn't change something, but we're pretty happy where we're at right now. We have great host track partners, as we have here at Harris Hoosier Park. So very, proud to be part of the Breeders' Crown, and certainly Tom Charters and Maura Fanning. They laid the groundwork for this all those years ago.
And I would agree with you. From year to year, you can have it a year where, the eliminations maybe just aren't as exciting as you would hope they would be. But then the next year can be the dead opposite thing, right? Just depends how it shakes out. But I agree, when you think big picture, the eliminations, I think, are a good thing.
Well, we have to. We want to keep everybody involved, because when you talk about the yearlings and the stallions that pay into the Breeders' Crown, we have across the board spectrum. We got $500 stallions and $30,000 stallions, and we've got yearlings from across the board. So we want to be all inclusive and keep that hope and dream alive. And anybody can have a Breeders' Crown winner.
And one thing that has changed over the years is the number of host tracks. It's a different time, different economics come into play. But in the history of the Crown, it's incredible. 31 different tracks have played host to more than 450 events at this point in time. It kicked off back at the Red Mile. In 1984, they hosted the very first event. There's some talk, a lot of people speculate, maybe the Red Mile now, with things changing in Kentucky, could throw their hat into the ring. Can you speculate on that at all?
Well, we're always open for any track to make a presentation. It's certainly something we would consider, and something we would take to my board of directors. And we're actually talking to a couple of different tracks about future venues, and we haven't solidified what we're going to do next year yet, but we hope to have that done in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, right now, let's head back inside to the warm confines of the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Heather Vitale has some very happy guests.
I do. And you know what? This was a really bad night to forget my step stool, okay? This is the second person that I have interviewed that I even have heels on, okay?
I think she's a little taller than me.
Sean is taller than you. So this is Dale Welk. Okay, so he is the Director of Operations for Hanover and so many other things, also for the Standardbred Horse Sale, right?
Yes, and president of Standardbred Horse Sales Company and director of operations for Penn State Expo, a decorating company. But been with Hanover for 47 years. So.
And this race was so important to you. Sylvia Hanover, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. She's amazing.
Yes, she is. She's been amazing all year, and she won this race with 100% heart, and you can't take that from her. And the Hudson Standardbred people have been great at Harrisburg and with Hanover horses, but she's just incredible.
Now, it's really interesting because Dale was telling me he has not been to a Breeders' Crown in quite a long time. So explain why.
Well, it's been probably 15 years because I do the setup. I'm director. I was able to do it because we flew out. That's the only way. Otherwise, I'd be in Harrisburg. We're about half done setting up for this year. So.
And Hanover has actually won more Breeders' Crowns than any other breeder, but still so special, right, to have this Breeders' Crown trophy.
Right, it's very special. Everyone's special. Everyone's a new one. Everyone's a new era and a new thing, and it's just incredible. So.
Love it. I will see you at Harrisburg.
I'm looking forward to it. Come out and see us.
Back to you guys.
Thank you again, Heather, and wonderful night happening inside the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge here this evening. That's where the celebrations are happening. The champagne is flowing, and a lot more winning connections that we're going to hear from before the end of this night. There's a look at a great betting board in the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot. You look back at the history of this event, John, it's got to bring back a lot of good memories for you as I'm looking down through past winners. Of course, Mac Lobel immediately comes to mind. You won a crown title in this division with Pine Chip, Muscles Yankee. That's a who's who.
Yeah, they were pretty good horses for me, I can tell you. They were fun to drive, and all with Chuck Sylvester, who's still a really good friend of mine, and Paulus. And they kind of went about it in different ways. Mac was good at 2, 3, and 4, obviously, and Muscles Yankee came along kind of late in the year at 2 and showed some ability and just came back as, as dominant at 3. Pine Chip, he ran into a buzzsaw, an American winner early in the year, but he just kept getting better and better throughout the year, and by the end of the year, he was quite dominant as well.
Well, in case you forgot, Mac Lobel still has the largest margin of victory in a Breeders' Crown in this division, 12 3/4 lengths, and he beat Napolitano, who's a pretty nice horse in his own right.
Yeah, Napolitano had beat us in the Kentucky Futurity, and we had no excuse. He just out beat us that day, and I guess I was showing off that night, winning by 12 3/4. But at the time, it was going to be his last start ever because he was going to stud at that time. So I just opened him up and let him go, and then it turned out he wasn't that fertile at the time, and he did come back to race at 4. But that was the mindset. It was going to be his last race. Might as well show him off.
Well, let's put you on the spot here quickly as they get ready to turn in. Give us your pick in this really wide open affair.
Well, I've been friends with the owners, the Smucker folks on Help First Edition for over 35 years. I first met them at the Jug, and so I'm going to go with him, just the local hero, and it'd be such a great story, the supplement from out here, if he could go on and win.
All right, and he's 7-2, so the public giving him a real good shot here. John, thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the night.
Thanks very much, Greg.
All right, here we go. Michael Chamberlain has your call of the 3-year-old colt and gelding trot next.
7-2 on Up Your Day-O and Help First Edition. Here they come. They are up. Up Your Day-O with a perfect start. Help First Edition moves up second. Ari Ferrari J is third, and then Air Power advances 3 wide. Celebrity Bambino and Kill Mister are together. Tactical Approach is into 7th. French Wine is racing 8th, and the last 2 at the outset are Osceola and Dire Straits. By the quarter in 26 4, and moving up on the outside is Air Power, and Air Power has taken the lead. Second is Up Your Day-O. Help First Edition is moving alongside that third. And then a length and a half, Ari Ferrari J. Celebrity Bambino next. After that is Kill Mister. Tactical Approach is to the outside. Racing 8th is Osceola. And then next in 9th is French Wine. Dire Straits last through a half of 55 seconds. Moving on to the second turn, Help First Edition and John DeLong leading the way. Ari Ferrari J is moving up on the outside. Air Power third. Celebrity Bambino is second over. Then Up Your Day-O. Tactical Approach third over. To the inside, Kill Mister. Next is French Wine with Osceola and Dire Straits. Head of the stretch, headed for home. 3/4, 123 3, 28 3 the third quarter. Help First Edition off the turn with the lead. Air Power to the inside. Ari Ferrari J, Celebrity Bambino. It is wide open coming inside the final 1/8 of a mile. And here comes the Hambletonian winner. Tactical Approach on the outside has come on to take the lead. Up Your Day-O down on the inside trying to re-rally, but Scott Zeron and Tactical Approach have won it. Second was Up Your Day-O. Photo for third, Air Power and French Wine, 151 2.
Tactical Approach. Tactical Approach.
Tactor is all smiles as she captures her second Breeders' Crown trophy of the weekend. And not the first major victory this season for Tactical Approach. This guy has had a nose for the big money. And what a confident steer from Scott Zeron. Right in here, he knows he's home free. He puts the whip away, and despite having a horse closing on the inside, he knows it's a measured win. And Tactical Approach, more big money magic from Scott Zeron. And he knows how to engineer these trips when it counts the most. So what an exclamation point on an incredible season for Tactical Approach. With that victory, he's going to go well over the $1 million mark in seasonal earnings. He's now a Hambletonian winner. and Breeders' Crown champion. Joined some exclusive company. Only a handful of horses have been able to accomplish that feat, Mark McKelvey. The last to do it, the great Muscle Hill back in 2009. Tactical Approach, probably tonight going to make some real believers out of him.
Coming into this race, another 10-hole for Tactical Approach, and these poor draws, they have kind of been the story of this horse, and he's still been able to overcome them. Of course, this was the second-tier starting spot, and I know Greg heard Scott Zier on yesterday talking about the fact that maybe he would just suck along on the rail, and there is a passing lane. He could get his chance if he waits, but of course, no, he gives him a perfect steer, sitting on the outside, and has that nice cover to follow, and you mentioned it, just a measured victory, never any panic, calm, cool, and collected, and Tactical Approach. I mean, we're at the point now. These are the big victories just continuing to pile up. We got to talk about him in that upper echelon. I mean, I don't know if anybody would say he's not a superstar, but I'm just, I think we've kind of rich with so many good horses this year, Greg, that I think, you know, maybe some of them do get lost in the shuffle. But, I mean, we're looking at a horse that could be your trotter of the year when we get to, you know, those year-end honors.
I think you're right. He certainly, I think, has put a bow on this particular division when it comes to that year-end hardware. And yeah, I mean, you know, we kind of feel strange in saying it that, you know, the horse is making a believer out of us. I mean, he has done nothing wrong this season, and he is a Hamiltonian champion. But there's still that, I don't know if it's doubt, but, you know, he hadn't totally dominated the division like you would expect a Hambo type horse to do. But now, you know, as the season wears on, he's just proving time and time again that he is a great colt. And he's following in the footsteps of his dad, Tactical Landing, who also was a Breeders' Crown champion. So he'll head back into the winter's enclosure. We'll have more reaction when we return on Breeders' Crown night number 2 from Harrah's Hoosier Park.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Ketchum Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. We use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us.
Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have, and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan's been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
There it is, Tactical Approach. Earlier this season, a Breeders' Crown champion. He was a winner in the Bluegrass. Then he captured the Kentucky Futurity, and now adds a Breeders' Crown title to his resume. So he has put together one of the greatest seasons for a 3-year-old colt trotter that we have seen in quite some time. And a very happy winner's circle. Nancy Tactor. She's starting to rack up those Breeders' Crown trophies now. A remarkable career to this point for her. And what a weekend so far. Her second Crown victory after winning last evening. Quick hello to some of our viewers tuning in. We've got the Facebook feed fired up here. Had some glitches earlier, but we'd like to welcome in Jason Horton's tuning in from Charlottetown. We've got Diego Hernan Bernardi from Argentina. Great to have you on board. Our friend Justin Turnbull from the east coast of Canada. Dale Liska as well. Andy Carnegie. John Webb. Hello to John. And many others watching in here this evening. Roland de Kaiser as well. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. And we've got Bob Hollywood Hayden has stopped by now, and he's with me, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Bob, for your thoughts on Tactical Approach. We've been talking about how he's he hasn't really gotten the respect he probably deserves, but he will likely do so after tonight.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. And keep in mind, a couple of things that come into play here. You got to go back to Balanced Image back in 2001, the last time a stallion had both the 2-year-old colt and 3-year-old colt trotters, Duke of York and Liberty Balance, 22 years. And how about this? Only once in 25 years has a Hambo winner won the 3-year-old colt trot Breeders' Crown, Muscle Hill. You got to go back to his sire and Tactical Approach's grandsire, Muscles Yankee, for the time it happened before that. So Tactical Approach is legit. I mentioned in the program, I said the second tier might be the one thing that keeps him from being in any kind of trouble, because he didn't do anything wrong at Kentucky V30. He just had some horrible luck and still won.
Right, exactly. And, he had to overcome an outside post 10 in the Hambletonian, and Scott just took what the race gave him. That's what he had to do again tonight.
Yeah, and this is a real horse. I mean, Tactical Landing, he was a beast at the end of the year, last 3 months when he raced. And I remember I did a story on Sears this year, 20th anniversary at the Meadowlands. I said, what was your feeling when he came off the track? He said, I hated it.
All right, sorry, Bob. We'll get back to that. We're going to head over to the winner's circle now.
Sure.
Back here, a lot less stressful this way. Maybe elaborate on that.
Well, it was more stressful for me heading into the first turn, but after that, I was right where I wanted to be on the back stretch, and in the last turn, I was happy where I was.
Confident with the way the fractions were setting up for you?
Well, you never really know. John DeLong's horse was sensational last week, so you don't really know if he could just pull away from the field, but I was following 2 really nice horses in that flow, and I always trust my horse has a nice finish.
Just talk about this stretch here. It's so long, and you got to time it so perfectly. Does it take a lot of experience racing here with it?
Yeah, it's really tough as a driver. You never really know where to be. You get a little anxious coming off the turn, like you got to get going. But honestly, if you just pause, wait a little bit, it's a really, really long stretch.
When do you think you'll get some time to just kind of sit back and reflect on what this year's been to you?
Yeah, it's been crazy. We're always on the go, though, so you don't really get to reflect on it or party for some of the wins. But I think when by the win pictures and the trophies arrive, it'll set in.
Where the heck is Pops?
Oh, he's watching. He never misses one, so say hi to him.
All right. Okay, nice job. Congratulations. All right, we'll bring in Robert. We've got Joseph Brago here as well. Robert, I know you had a great ride in 2019 with your first Breeders' Crown in Ramona Hill. How's this ride been?
Oh, this has been fantastic. What a horse. And he keeps doing it every which way, from the 10-hole in the Hambo on the inside, and then the Futurity. And this race here just set up perfectly. Scott put him in a perfect place. So Scotty and Nancy have done just an amazing job. And when you think about it, he's been at this since April, and he has been on top of his game since April, and that's a hard thing to do with top horses, and we are super excited. This is a great thrill. Never gets old.
And it's a big crowd here too, but I'll tell you, you certainly stood out with your voice. I think you were helping him home pretty good down the stretch.
Absolutely.
Is that how you are every race?
Absolutely. I was in that bike with Scotty.
Talk about the group of friends that you get to be involved with so many great horses.
Oh, you know what? Having partners like Joe and John Fielding and John Federa, they couldn't make it. They had personal commitments. Hey guys, this is the one. This is great. We got we think about it's the triple: the Hambo, the Futurity, and the Breeders' Crown. Doesn't get any better than this.
Quick comment from you, Joe. How do you sum up a year like this?
Well, I'll tell you what. This is one of the best. We've had Captain Treacherous and Pebble Beach, but this one sure shines. And Scotty is my number 10 man. How can anybody do what he's done?
He's just been the best this year, hasn't he?
He's unbelievable. I mean, Nancy, what a great trainer.
100%. Congratulations, guys. Continued success, and go have some fun celebrating.
We certainly will. Thank you. Okay.
All right. Fantastic group here. Going to celebrate yet another big win, capping off with a Breeders' Crown Championship for Tactical Approach.
Tactical Approach, $6 on the nose for the win, and some nice exotic returns coming back there with Up Your Dale, French Wine, and Air Power rounding out the top 4. J.D. Vernell, one of our viewers, Bob, said he had the honor of meeting you back in 2008 when you hosted a handicapping seminar at the Greenwood Teletheater. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember driving there because I was at the stoplight one day and I looked over to my left and saw the Hockey Hall of Fame. I said, where am I here? So I finally got over there and they transformed that into a really cool place, Greenwood.
sure.
I liked it. I really did.
Yep, that was on the site or adjacent to where the old Greenwood racetrack was. And people to this day in Canada still miss Greenwood racetrack.
Yes.
It's one of the giants of North American harness racing. Well, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with Bob and a lot more to set up our 12th race of the night, the Open Mare's Pace, coming up in the Breeders' Crown.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with hpibet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming and your first bet is on us. Go to hpibet.com to join for free today.
Field is magic, but they're not making up any ground. On the leader, Town Pro at the 3/4. Here comes LD's Trish. 3/4, 1:24. Fastest 3/4 in the history of the Breeders' Crown pace. Around the final turn, LD's Trish on the outside. Town Pro gives way at the rail. Delinquent Account closing on the outside. Down the stretch they come. LD's Trish. Delinquent Account closing on the outside. It's Delinquent Account on the outside. Giddy up. 1:54.2. Second to the wire, LD's Trish. Closing for third, Caesars.
A look back to the great Delinquent Account and the Magic Man, Billy O'Donnell. He's going to join us a little bit later for a segment as well, as we again welcome in Bob Hollywood Hayden. Nobody would have more statistical information on the Breeders' Crown. Talk a little bit about this particular division, Bob, and what you think we can expect.
Well, I picked Mikkola. I picked post 10. George Brennan, only driver of the night, including the Breeders' Crown. And he's averaging $26 for his 6 Breeders' Crown wins. There are 7 drivers in history over $200 million, 2 retired. He's number 5 of the active guys who are all here tonight. And George can light up a horse with anybody.
Yeah, he certainly can. Well, let's look at the stakes record. It could be in jeopardy. The track really is playing well tonight. It's on the cool side, but 148-4, I think it's within their realm. It's co-held by Hannah Hanover from 2009. Kissin' in the Sand equaled the mark in 2020, and Grace Hill in 2022 with a 148-4 clocking. What do you think? Can they give that a scare?
They can give that a scare. Yeah, they can. These are top mares going at it. Kobe Gigi had something left. She's going to be a factor in here, but I really do think it's a wide open race. I really do. And Mac's Contract, I told Andy earlier, this was his best chance of the night. Her quick speed, her quick acceleration is something you just can't teach a horse.
Yeah, there's no real standout in this group, I think, coming into tonight, so it makes it pretty competitive. The next door neighbor to this one's going to be Silver Label, one that I'm familiar with from north of the border. Nick Alucci trains this Better's Delight mare, who earlier in the season, at a certain point in the season, was as good or better than any mare in North America, especially at the Big M.
Yeah, that race in the Lady Liberty was absolutely scary. I mean, she just roared up first over, kept on going, and laughed off the trip and dominated in the lifetime best. That's put on a Showtime there. Remember, she set the record back with that exact same time a decade earlier, and Silver Label was very impressive. By the way, Better's Delight is trying to become the oldest stallion ever on the pacing side to win a Breeders' Crown. Currently tied are Cam Luck and Albatross at 23. He's 25.
Yeah, that's incredible. And his production this year and his babies again, I mean, he's right up
One of
in
the
there
most
with the
amazing
best.
things I've ever seen. He won the Breeders' Crown in 2000, 23 years ago, and then he was second one year, and then he was fourth to Real Desire a couple of years. And I'm sorry, he only raced one more year. But boy, what an amazing story, Bettor's Delight. And we'll find out. Maybe some of his sons, Tall Dark Stranger, yearlings, and All Bets Off. Maybe someone in there will be a great stallion.
Yeah, I mean, when he was on the racetrack, he was obviously a great 3-year-old, had an excellent season, great rivalry with Real Desire at the time. Did you ever envision he would, make that kind of impact in the stallion barn?
No, absolutely not. I remember asking Scott McEnany the same question about that. No, there's no way you can predict that. He's a good fighter, so I could see him being a good stallion. It certainly, absolutely, no, I wouldn't have seen that coming. And that kind of says a little bit about Cam's Card Shark too, because his sire, he's in the top 10 all time right now stallions in Breeders' Crown history without having had to starter in half dozen years.
Grace Hill, I want to get a quick thought on her. Doug McNair back on board. This has been a nice combination. Doug really gets along well with her. Virgil Morgan, based out of Ohio. Doug's been his go-to when he comes north of the border, but Doug's been following the mare, so obviously a good fit.
Yeah, it's a good fit. I mean, last year they won but we've already had a couple of back-to-backers tonight, right? And we'll see if Virgil can gear this one up. This mare has been tough. Always Be Mickey now has 7, quickest to 7 ever in history of the Breeders' Crown. And Tom Hill, he treated us to Nikki Hill and Party Girl Hill, and he's got another one here, and let's see if he can keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, he's had a nice run, and good to see him have one like Grace Hill in the spot. A Silver Label, we talked a little bit about her. Can she regain some of that early season form? Right now, we're going to hear from trainer Nick Gallucci standing by with Mark McKelvey.
Well, thank you very much, Greg. And yes, that is the question that I'm going to pose here to Nick, and that is about Silver Label. What'd you make of her effort last week? I mean, earlier in the season, she was just on an absolute tear. How's the last month or 6 weeks been?
It seems like she's lost a step or two. We gave her a pretty easy week this week. Hopefully she comes back a little fresher and shows us what she was doing earlier in the summer.
Now, looking at the fact that she gets to race in consecutive weeks, stayed here all week, those are probably positives for her?
I hope so. You don't want to get too many starts into them, but I find she does get a little sharper if she can race in consecutive weeks, like you said. So hopefully that helps us turn a corner that we need to turn right now.
Exactly that. My final question for you, though, and you get to the Breeders' Crowns towards the end of the season. I mean, keeping these horses at this level, it's obviously very difficult, but she's so talented, so special. What's she mean to you?
Yeah, just such a special filly. She's taken us on a really nice journey this summer, and I can't thank her enough. And whatever she does is a bonus at this point. So.
All right, Nick. Well, we appreciate you taking the time. Best of luck here.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, Silver Label, Nick Gallucci. We'll see if they can get it done here in the upcoming Breeders' Crown.
Well, maybe has the right guy in the driver's seat in Scott Zeron. They call him the money man, and for good reason. And, for Team Gallucci and the Miller Farms and all the great homebreds they have in their operation, it's been a great couple of years, and this has been an outstanding campaign for Silver Label. But she's going to have to try and regain some of the form from earlier in the season. Grace Hill going to try and double up, going to try and join the likes of Shell Escape and Androvet in recent years to go back-to-back in this division. Let's quickly go back inside and rejoin colleague Heather Vitale, who's got more special guests.
Yes, so we are celebrating breeders. It is the Breeders' Crown, and I have a co-breeder here with me, Harvey Knepp of Oakwood Farms. And actually, you're a co-breeder along with Steve Stewart from Hunterton. Is that right? Tell me about that relationship.
Well, we own a few mares together, but the Sarcy mare, me and Steve own together, so I'm actually trying to take Steve's place here, I guess. I wish he was here. But we do own her together, and we bred tactical, and we also have a few other mares together, but yes, it's kind of exciting.
And you're an Indiana boy, so this is super great, right? Yeah, I know you guys. Tell me how you're feeling.
Oh, it's exciting, especially when, you get the tan hole and you're trailing, and that's kind of, you kind of feel like it's kind of unlucky draw, but you came out of it, and it was exciting.
Another first-time Breeders' Crown winner right here. Guys, this is such an exciting night. Back to you.
Thank you again, Heather. Can't wait to get in there with you guys later and maybe have a glass of champagne to wrap up Breeders' Crown night. Still, 4 championships left to come here this evening. We're really just starting to heat up here. Good-looking tilt. Grace Hill is even money on the board to try and make it back-to-back Breeders' Crown Championships. Bob, do you think she's the one to beat?
I think she's the one to beat. I don't think she'll win, though. I thought she was a little too conservatively handled and not on her best game last week. And, you can change one of those pretty quick. I'm not sure you can change both. And coming into this race, and especially if they see a little chink in the armor, I think a couple other guys might try to take advantage of that. She's not getting nobody's getting an easy lead. She's not either. So there'll be some action in here. I think Michaela might make a presence fairly early. I think George still owns the stakes record here, right, with Hannah Hanover. That was George Brennan. That was his last Breeders' Crown win in 2009.
And I think he could weave a little bit of magic here in this spot. He's still a very highly regarded driver, and Michaela has been able to upset the apple cart in this division earlier this season. Quick update on the weather. The rain is starting to fall now. This was expected. It held off for half of our championships here this evening, but now starting to come down. I think it looks a little bit worse there on that shot than it actually is, but it's probably going to be just a sort of a steady light rain the rest of the way tonight. But nonetheless, pretty decent weather conditions that we're playing under here this evening. Again, a quick hello to all of our viewers tuning in. We've got them worldwide here, checking our COSA-TV feed or on our Facebook page here. We want to say hello to all the viewers tuning in. Let us know who you like in this upcoming race. Tell us where you are tuning in from. It's always great to have everyone watching here this evening and hopefully playing along from home here as well. Again, Bob, in this particular division, when you look back over past winners, it seems that we've had a lot of those back-to-back winners. And I think the older mare division in the last couple of decades, we've seen so many great mares that have been back for 4 or 5 year stints at the top level, and then some newcomers coming in every year to keep it interesting. It's been one of the deepest divisions to watch.
Yeah, we don't have that short 10 type of horse. That's kind of like half intimidating, and then that kind of reminds me of one of my favorite stats from back in 2019 when she got beaten at Breeders' Crown. When the Horse of the Year balloting came out, top 6 all lost their last race in Horse of the Year. You never, ever see that. And one of the horses beat was Caviar Alley, who was one of the 4 for Andy McCarthy that night. And he also beat the Horse of the Year runner-up that night. Dancing Lou beat Better's Wish. But Pure Country, she was a champion at 2, 3, and 4. Chartan was a great in Horse of the Year. Kissing in the Sand had a wonderful career. Rocknificent for Scotty and Linda Toscano. And then Grace Hill last year looking for 2 in a row. See if she can do it.
And I just love looking back at the history of this division. Great mares come to mind: Shady Daisy, Eternal Camnation, Delinquent Account, who we saw, Caesar's Jackpot from back in the day, and the great Alimony as well. And, a mare like Grace Hill, if she can add another Breeders' Crown title here, another season or two, we'll look back at her probably with that type of regard.
Yeah, they will. And, you got to win 2, I would say, for sure. This is the signature race for like top older mare. Shady Daisy won a couple. Ron Pierce blames himself for the swingback loss. By the way, swingback is still the only winner of a Breeders' Crown race, 464 races, who had 50 starts the year before. I love that stat. 50 the year before, and then she goes back to win a Breeders' Crown. How is that even possible? Yeah. How did Kelly Shepard pull that off?
They were hard hitters, those mares.
Wow.
And I think of Shady Daisy, she used to take on the best male pacers.
And she
in
gave
North
Arch
America.
Place a scare back in '92. Remember, he ran the table, but it was only about a half length, 3/4 length in front of Shady Daisy on Hambo Day. So we'll see how this plays out. But it's a fun division, though.
It certainly is. It has been a lot of fun here this evening, and we're about halfway home on Breeders' Crown Night number 2. It's the Mares Open Pace up next. Once again, we'll send it upstairs to Michael Chamberlain.
Diamond Creek starting gate now in motion for race 12. Grace Hill is 6-5, 9-5 on Max Contract. Here they come. They are up. Getting away well is Kobe's GG, Drama Act, and Grace Hill. And then fourth is Max Contract. Michaela moves into fifth from the second tier. And then it's Silver Label, the Barn Dogs watching outside that with Marlo Hanover. And the early trailer is Valardo Harris. Opening quarter, 25-4. They're moving right along to the backstretch, and Grace Hill has now taken the lead. In the pocket second is Kobe's GG. Drama Act races third. Next is Max Contract, then Michaela. After that comes Silver Label with the Barn Dogs watching. And then comes Marlo Hanover, and Valardo Harris remains the trailer. Approaching the half-mile pole, Grace Hill and Douglas McNair in front. By the half in 54-4. Second quarter, 29 seconds. Grace Hill leads the way onto the second turn. Kobe's GG, Drama Act, Max Contract moves to the outside, and then Michaela, and third over is Silver Label. Losing ground is the Barn Dogs watching on that turn, as Grace Hill now has Kobe's GG right alongside Drama Act and Max Contract with Silver Label and Michaela. Three-quarter time, 123-3. Kobe's GG takes the lead. Grace Hill tries to fight back to the inside. Max Contract, Drama Act is moving down to the inside as Kobe's GG has a tenuous advantage. Max Contract is closing well, as is Drama Act up the inside, and Grace Hill. Max Contract, Drama Act at the inside. It's Max Contract to win. Rallying for second, Silver Label. Three-way photo for third. Drama Act, Kobe's GG, and Valardo Harris. The time was 1:50-2.
Max Contract off a sweet trip delivers here for Team Miller. Julie Miller, the trainer, and the Orange Crush, Andy Miller, guiding her to victory here, able to sit just in behind the speed and angles this pacing mare out into clear sailing and deep stretch. And the daughter of Huntsville knew exactly what to do with the trip for the 150-2 victory. Following on the heels of her impressive elimination victory a week ago, she is now a Breeders' Crown champion here tonight. Her 8th win and 14 starts this season. And with the $200,000 in career earnings, she vaults well over the $500,000 mark lifetime. Silver Label, sharp rally. She picks up second at long odds, and it looked like number 6 Drama Act did hold on for third. So it's Miller time here in race number 12. Again, the husband-wife team of Julie and Andy Miller are going to be celebrating a Breeders' Crown victory. We'll hear from those winning connections when we return to Harrah's Hoosier Park.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out HPIBet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Ketchum Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. And we use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us.
Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan's been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
The happy winter circle here, just outside the outdoor paddock at beautiful Harrah's Hoosier Park. Our 4th championship of the night goes to Max Contract in the Mares Open Pace. Andy Miller quoted as saying after elimination a week ago how she just loves this long Hoosier Park home stretch, 1,255-foot-long stretch to be exact, and she was closing tenaciously once again this week to capture the Breeders' Crown title. Andy got his first Breeders' Crown trophy back in 2004 with the 2-year-old female pacer Rest of Hanover, and here he is clicking in 2023 with wife Julie. They teamed up back in 2009 to win a Breeders' Crown title with trotting phenom Lucky Jim. So it's going to be a big celebration in the Miller's household after this evening. Max Contract getting it done. And she was well backed here this evening, I think on the strength of that sharp form coming into tonight, returning $5. But with Silver Label picking up the second place money here, you get an exacta worth more than $68. Nice try and superfecta returns in our 12th race as well. Mark McKelvey will bring you in Max Contract. She did what we certainly anticipated she could do. Silver Label, though, I'm sure the Miller Farms and Nick Gallucci and the whole team there will be very happy with how Silver Label raced.
I would have to think so there, Greg. And I mean, the fact that she returns $12.40 to place, I mean, you would never have thought that about 6 or 7 weeks ago. But she looks to round back into form. She's still got the FanDuel championships coming up, and certainly going to be one to watch. But that being said, Max Contract, she's just so consistent. So that's now 8 wins and 14 starts this season. And another horse I just don't know if she's ever really gotten her true flowers, but she gets that real big signature victory here tonight. And like you mentioned, Team Miller, I mean, they percentages speak for themselves, right? They do a great job and continue to find success in some marquee events.
All right, let's head over to the winner's circle and hear now from the Winning Connections.
To Max Contract as she finds her way to the wire first. This is such a pretty open group on paper. Just walk me through the trip here, Andy.
I just didn't want to rush her early, and they got out of there pretty good, and I really didn't want to get away fourth, but it was okay. I just bided my time until we got headed into the last turn, and then moved her, and Dexter come out of the 2-hole, so he carried me down the lane a little ways, and when I moved her over, she took off.
She doesn't have, many poor races at all this year. She's been so consistent, but coming into this race, did you feel like she was any better than she is right now?
She's as good as she's been right now. She had a month off there. She got sick. We had to scratch her out of the Dayton race, and she was sick for a couple weeks there, and then last week she was super, and tonight she just excelled.
Do you think that's a telling sign that she's getting good right now, given that it's tough to transition from 3 to 4 and then kind of looking ahead to maybe, 5-year-old, what she could do?
Yeah, it's tough to transition, but she's a very fast mare, and we kind of spaced her races out, and, we didn't race her a whole lot, and we're kind of shooting for this.
What about for you and Julie? I know 09 was the first Breeders' Crown for her. She's probably waited a while for it, but how are you guys going to celebrate?
We're going to go have a good time.
It sounds good. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
There's Andy Miller, Team Miller, and Max Contract take the Breeders' Crown Mares Open.
For over 25 years, Tara Hill Stud has worked with partners to help produce champion stallions. We are proud to have bred great racehorses like Fade Out, Shower Play, Precious Delight, and There's a Demon in Me. Our stallions, past and present, have had tremendous success while making a huge impact on racing across North America. Mr. Levesque, Mach 3, Cadabra, Muscle Mass, and Precious Bunny, to name a few. Our stallions' progeny have won major events, including the Hambletonian. Tara Hill Stud are currently standing 9 of the industry's top stallions. Alarm Detector, Control the Moment, Danson Lou, Flanagan Memory, Green Manalishi, He's watching Muscle Mass, Resolve, and Sports Writing. Our facility is modern, our staff knowledgeable. Consider Terra Hills Stud when choosing a home for your stallion. Terra Hills Stud, where champions stand and champion yearlings are raised. Log on to terrahills.com.
Right there, second is Alleywag Hanover starting to edge from a pocket, but he'll have to make up 2 on Bulldog Hanover, and Bulldog Hanover pacing out to a 3-length lead now. Back into second, fully extended, is Alleywag Hanover. Tattoo Artist scrambles for Racetrack Lady on the outside third. It is Bulldog Hanover. He is opening up in deep stretch now to a 5-length lead, and it's Bulldog Hanover, a crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover, and he's home in 146-4, a stakes record performance, and he's tied the track and Canadian record.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Kitchen Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. And we use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us.
Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have, and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan has been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
3 quarters, 1:25 and 1, 28 and 3. Dragon's Lair by 2 1/4. Annihilator on the outside. Pershing Square on the outside. Broadway Express less than an 8. It's Dragon's Lair by 2 1/2. Here comes Annihilator and Broadway Express. Dragon's Lair, Annihilator, Dragon's Lair wins the Breeders' Crown. 1:54, 1/5, another world record.
And there is the story right now as the rain begins to fall in earnest. And yes, there you can get a good look at it. We knew there was a threat of this happening. It had been holding off for much of the day, but now starting to come down. Mark, from your vantage point, can you see if there's much change in the track at this point?
Yeah, Greg, you know what? Not much we can really do about Mother Nature, but boy, did the skies really ever open up. Now, of course, they were given a little bit extra time here to allow everybody to get their mud fenders on and give the drivers also a bit of an opportunity, because most of them, after that last race, now switching into their rain suits. So it's going to be a little messy out there, and we'll see if it changes the way things go. I'm not sure it's going to be much of a factor with the results we see, but I guess that's to be determined, as we still got 3 Breeders' Crown finals to go, which will now certainly be raced under less than ideal conditions.
Well, not the first time we've seen this in a Breeders' Crown. I've been involved in a night at Pocono Downs where it was very similar. Of course, it was almost hurricane-like conditions a couple of years back at the Meadowlands. They've had the same scenario right here at Hoosier Park. We were kind of joking around with the folks here last night, saying, you know, it was so nice, so enjoyable for them to finally get a Breeders' Crown under very nice weather conditions. It was a beautiful evening here last night, and it was actually holding off and quite nice here this evening up until just a few moments ago. But it's raining heavily, and hopefully it's the type of thing that will pass us by, and we might get some clearing for the latter portion of the show. So the 3-year-old Colt Pacers, the Glamour Boy division, it's coming up next. Putting the finishing touches on getting the equipment ready, and we will meet the field in a moment. While we have a moment, let's say hello to some of our other viewers watching online tonight. Dave Erickson, a regular viewer. Paul Harrison joining us as well. I saw that we've got Michael Stelnecker, hopefully pronouncing that correctly, tuning in this evening from Rosecroft. Andy Carnegie is watching. Joe Ruppel from Listowel, Ontario. Edward Trotting Ryan, tuning in all the way from Ireland. Thank you for joining us tonight. Ozzie McKay, friend of the show, from Moncton, New Brunswick, is on board. And our good friend Chris Roberts tuning in as well. And I heard from a buddy of mine, Lee Drake. He's watching as well from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, commenting on what a great show it is. And, of course, Lee and the folks down there know about putting on a great show. Of course, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the famed Gold Cup and Saucer, happens in Prince Edward Island each and every year, and I had a chance to get back there this summer for the first time in a few years. It was quite enjoyable. Dr. Ian Moore hooking up Stockade Seal Steer there. He has been the undisputed king of Ontario racing and the Ontario Sire Stakes program the last couple of seasons. He has recently joined the Millionaires Club. He's had very tough luck south of the border in a couple of earlier tries this season. He made a break in his Meadowlands Pace elimination and then was scratched prior to the Little Brown Jug this season, but came back and turned in a really gritty second-place effort to the undisputed king of the 3-year-old division, Confederate. And a good runner-up effort behind that one last week. So let's meet the field here for the Breeders' Crown for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers, and now over a rain-soaked Harrah's Hoosier Park Oval. Cannibal, the post 1 starter, looking to give Nancy Tactor her 3rd Breeders' Crown trophy of the weekend. What a campaign it's been for this guy. 11 trips to the winner's circle in just 15 trips postward. A model of consistency. Yannick Gingras will be in the driver's seat. Stockade Seal Steer is the number 2 in the field. And just a bit of a delay getting out to the racetrack. Stockade Seal Steer. He was the Metro Pace champion at age 2. And again is looking for his first win south of the border. And tonight would be the perfect time to try and do that for trainer Ian Moore, who campaigned this one sire. State treasurer, same ownership group. And David Miller will be in the driver's seat here tonight. So still awaiting that one. There is a look at Stockade Seal Steer, big strapping son of state treasurer. Rick Uppel has rejoined us again here, braving the elements to come on down. And great to have you back with us here, Rick, as we meet the field here for the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. Weather conditions a little bit different than when you were joining us earlier tonight.
Well, it wouldn't be a Breeders' Crown at Hoosier Park without a little inclement weather, because it's been the 3rd time here, and this will be the 3rd time we've had a little rain every time. The worst one was in 2017. But there's the 3 El Rey. Dexter Dunn aboard, certainly 7-1 on the tote board. Trained by Andrew Harris, coming off a Breeders' Crown elimination win. Horse needs to be forwardly placed and should be a factor. Well, there's the horse, the talk of the town, the talk of the game, the talk of history of racing. Yeah, Confederate, Tim Tetrick for trainer Brett Pillen and the Diamond Creek Farms, a homebred. Well, what can you say? But the horse has just almost been absolutely perfect his entire career, and we're looking to see him continue his ways here today.
Yeah, quite a horse, but Coach Stefanos is one of the local hopefuls that really turned heads last week. A lot of people North American wide maybe not familiar with the horse, but they could be much more well acquainted after tonight.
Absolutely, and he's quite a story for the horse. Of course, John Stefanos owns this horse. He's part owner of the horse. A great football coach up in the state of Illinois, and this horse has done nothing but great things ever since he's first started here as a 2-year-old. And Irv Miller's done an absolutely fantastic job.
Yeah, coaches football and coached I think an under-12 baseball team that made it to the final 16 for the national championships as well. And the co-owner, was so highly regarded, Coach Stefanos, that he named the horse after him. So yeah, a really cool story. And his final quarter, the jury is still out. It might be the fastest final quarter that we've seen in the sport of harness racing.
I can't recall a 24-2 anywhere.
Incredible,
Greg.
That's almost thoroughbred speed, right? So there's a look at post 10 starter Ammo. He's 99-1 on the board, but it was last year when Ambo was a 52-1 winner in the rookie colt and gelding pace. So there's a bit of history there, but I'm not sure if anyone can knock off Confederate here, and there's a reason he's won tonight.
Absolutely, and we've seen the favorites perform pretty good tonight, but we've had some great finishes throughout the entire night, but this will be the first time, I guess, over tonight with this rain coming down. Generally you think, Greg, when the rain comes down these kind of limestone type of racetracks, the rain actually tightens the track up a little. Not so sure what the actual result will be here tonight in this very first one on the off track.
Yeah, I think it was a steady rain earlier, and just a light, steady rain for a couple of races. You're right, but I think there's been some accumulation now because it really did come down for a while, and you can see there's a bit of that spray coming back up off the tires of the race bike here. So what impact it will have, I'm not sure. I certainly don't expect them to be able to threaten any records from here on in. Here's a colt that I thought raced well last week, Rick, Stockade Sealster. He's the type that surprises. We all know what he's done in Canada. He hasn't dominated up there this season, but that's a tough program. But just when you start to maybe doubt him a little bit or think he's tailing off, he'll come up with a race like he did last week.
Exactly, and anytime I see Dr. Ian Moore's name, I know the horse has got a lot of ability, and obviously he had to probably be used pretty hard last time when he got parked to the quarter from the 5-hole. Today with post position 2, he's got the Buckeye driving once again here for the second time, and maybe Dave got a little more familiar with him after a couple of drives now with this horse, and after doing most of the heavy lifting going into that 3/4 pole and then coming up a length short to Confederate. If things kind of just pan out just slightly different, that 1 length difference could be made up here tonight, and he could be a Breeders' Crown winner.
Quick hello to some other folks watching online tonight. Cindy Harper-Gallant tuning in for night 2 again from Prince Edward Island. Colburn Brindley, big fan of the show from Goderich, Ontario. Beautiful little town just off of Lake Huron. And we've got Dave Kriepel from Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Hopefully pronouncing that correct. Dave, thank you for tuning in, and thanks to everybody for their comments tonight. And we have high viewership on all of the different platforms here this evening. It's very cool to be able to have people watching worldwide and to be able to bring coverage to all of you of what has been a wonderful 2023 Breeders' Crown Championship weekend so far. But, perhaps the biggest star of them all coming up here in Confederate. Having said that, it's probably the first time this season he's raced under these types of conditions. Some horses handle it a bit differently. I don't see it being any type of impediment to him. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think so, Greg. Obviously in the thoroughbred game, off tracks, that would make a huge difference. Half the time I see thoroughbreds usually scratching on a bad track half the time. But this horse, I don't know if there's anything possibly stopping him here tonight. You mentioned the track, but it doesn't really seem like there's a good look at him on your screen right now. But he's the talk of harness racing. And if you're viewing tonight and you're not that familiar with the game or you're new to the game, this is one heck of an animal here.
He really is. Coming into the season, people weren't sure who the definitive top colt was in the division, but he certainly answered the question as the season has worn on. Having said that, this guy on screen has had quite a campaign himself. It's My Show. He won the Pepsi North America Cup earlier this year, of course, captured the Little Brown Jug as well. He's banked more than $1 million. And he's certainly capable. He's got a tough post, though, to work with tonight, but he does have the money man in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, Scotty Z. If anybody's going to get it done from the 9, it's Scotty Z. He obviously showed it earlier with tactical approach. He actually left with that trotter raised by Lindy from the 9 hole and played a little bit of a role in the race there early on, but I think he might have a little more horsepower here with It's My Show. So if he floats out of there and happens to find a hole, he definitely could be a factor.
And Nancy Tactor has had quite a weekend. Mark McKelvey, perhaps will bring you in now. Nancy's been all smiles in the paddock location, and why not? 2 Breeders' Crown trophies under her belt already, teaming up with her regular pilot, Yannick Gingras, here with Cannibal. Other than Confederate, he maybe's been the most consistent in the division.
Yes, Greg, sorry, couldn't catch what you had said there, but I see the gates now starting to move into position. And just based on talking with a few of the connections for this race coming up, I mean, I know it's all about Confederate, and if he'll add to his growing legendary resume. But, we've talked a bit about a horse we're really familiar with in Stockade Sealster, and maybe he is due for that final big win in the U.S. after some tough luck when he has traveled south of the border. But talking to his connections, he had a really good week here. Settled in really well the week before, but had a tremendous week. And I think they've got pretty high hopes for what could be a good performance here. Will they knock off Confederate? I mean, I think he's generational talent, but I'm going to look to a horse we're familiar with in Stockade Sealster to really challenge. And I'm expecting David Miller's going to really just try and get him in play very quickly.
And one more to touch on. The number 3, El Rey, recently moved into the Andrew Harris stable. New ownership group, William Pollock, Bruce Ehrman, and Andrew Harris also co-owning this guy. They've had him for 1 start. It was a winning effort in his Breeders' Crown elimination. Former pupil of the Tony Alanya stable. He's got Dexter Dunn looking for his 4th Breeders' Crown win of the weekend. The Glamour Boys lining up. The Great Confederate at 2-5. It's the Breeders' Crown. And again, here's Michael Chamberlain with your call.
They come. They are up. Fast starts for Hunting the Last Dollar, Command, and It's My Show. And it's 3 lengths already back to Stockade Sealster. Cannibal is next. Confederate outside that. Next is Ammo with El Rey as the field now goes on to that first turn. Moving next in 9th is Coach Stefanos. And 10th and last is Admiral Hill. First quarter 25-3. They race through the raindrops onto the back stretch. Moving up on the outside, Stockade Sealster, right with It's My Show. Next in 3rd is Command. 2.5 lengths back to Hunting the Last Dollar. Confederate is next in 5th. After that, it's Cannibal with Ammo to the inside. Then on the outside is El Rey 8th. And the last 2 are Coach Stefanos and Admiral Hill. Half mile 53-4. Second quarter 28-1. Stockade Sealster, It's My Show. Here comes Confederate, who's now moving up on the outside. And Confederate is into 3rd. Command is 4th. Following Confederate is Cannibal, who has got that live cover as they now arrive at the top of the stretch. 3 quarters, 122-1. Confederate outside of Stockade Sealster. And Confederate has taken the lead. Next in 3rd is Cannibal. On the far outside, trying to rally, is Coach Stefanos. Inside the final 1/8 of a mile, Confederate opening up the lead now to 4 lengths. It is Confederate. Isn't he magnificent? Confederate wins by 5. Stockade Sealster 2nd. Then Cannibal and El Rey 148-1.
Absolutely incredible time for Confederate. When you see the weather and track conditions the way they are currently, 148-1, only a 1/5 of a second off of the Breeders' Crown stakes record for this division. chances are on a fast track he obliterates that tonight, asserting his dominance again. Stockade Sealster second, a great second, but no match for Confederate, and that has been the story all season long.
It looked like he almost started out in the parking lot, Greg, after the start. He looked like he's in a kind of a tough spot there early on, but Tim managed to get a hole in front of Cannibal. And even if they're racing in quicksand, this horse looked unbelievable. I have one word to describe his performance tonight, and that one word is wow.
Wow, I think is going to be a term a lot of people will be using to describe that effort tonight. Here he is, pacing poetry in motion. Confederate in full flight coming to the wire. And again, we can't overestimate how impressive that time is here tonight. And Confederate for trainer Brett Pelling. Pelling guided Rock and Roll Hanover to a Breeders' Crown title back in 2005 in the midst of a Horse of the Year season that year. Pelling has another great one on his hands here in Confederate. Brett sits 5th all time as far as trainers in earnings in the Breeders' Crown Series, and adding to that total here tonight as Confederate takes home the lion's share of the $600,000 purse. Will put him over $1.5 million on the season. And I would say at this point, Rick, we are likely looking at your Horse of the Year in harness racing.
Yeah, without a doubt, Greg. Yeah, definitely Horse of the Year, and I'm sure the Connections are very happy to kind of cap off their campaign. I don't know if you'll have maybe one more start or not, but I know they're considering not racing him possibly next year, but it'll be a bit of a shame because he is unbelievable.
The winner's blanket is going on. We will take a commercial break and be back to hear more from the very happy Winners Connections next.
Harness Racing Update is the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU covers the sport from all angles with news, features, photography, opinion, and analysis of racing. Also, HRU covers breeding and sales, as well as industry stories you need to know. It's all delivered by a deep, diverse, and talented team of writers and photographers. And the best news is that it's free to subscribe. Subscribe to HRU today for free at harnessracingupdate.com and see what everyone is talking about.
A look at Confederate making his way back into a packed winner's circle here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. Hugs all around. There's Brett Pelling with the black and red colors. He's done a masterful job managing Confederate. That's been Brett's forte over his career, the way he can manage a long and lucrative stakes season for these top performers. And to have Confederate this good on this night is a testament to that, and perhaps never better than this evening in winning the Breeders' Crown. For driver Tim Tetrick, he's 4th all-time in the Breeders' Crown Series among drivers, and notches another trophy and more earnings to his numbers as well as he continues to move up in the standings. This is what the Breeders' Crown is about, Rick. You know, we're getting to see something very special in person in the form of Confederate.
Absolutely, kind of like something like Bulldog Hanover. Now we've seen this Confederate. Happy to see Tim get the job done. It's been a while in this 3-year-old sophomore campaign on the Breeders' Crown end of it for Tim. The last time he won it was exactly 10 years ago, and by the horse named Captain Treacherous. So nice to see Tim get back into the winner's circle here with the Breeders' Crown. Not that he's unfamiliar with getting to the winner's circle, that's for sure, with our all-time leading driver here eventually. But Tim, Brett, the Diamond Creek Farm, a homebred, hats off, and congratulations on a great victory, and what a way to cap off the campaign.
$2.60 to win. You might be wondering, is that the lowest price winner ever in this division? Well, I can tell you goalie Jeff returned a paltry $2.20 in his dominant 1989 season. But Confederate has been dominant. He has been the star of the division. In fact, he might be the star in all of harness racing this season, and adds another trophy. To his
One more thing
impressive
to your
list.
mutuals talk there, Greg. How about Confederate and Stockade Sealster? They finished 1-2 in the elimination last week. They finished 1-2 here tonight, and you get $26 for the deuce.
That is impressive. So, yes, we await a happy winner circle here. We'll be heading over there for some comments with Chad Rozema in just a couple of moments from now. And the good news is, as we look behind us, the rain is starting to subside. So, the damage is done a little bit in terms of track because it did rain heavily, but it's not going to dampen what we expect to see over the next couple of races. That was just simply watching a superstar do his thing. I think we're going to see some real great marquee matchups, though, in our final two.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait for the last one. That's going to be a barn burner.
All right, we've got the Magic Man, Bill O'Donnell, standing by. He's going to join us for the next segment. But right now, let's head over to Chad Rozema for more Winner Circle reaction.
It's a field of 10, 13 minutes to post.
All goes to Confederate as he stamps just another impressive performance on his resume. I've got Brett Pelling here. I'll be talking to Adam Bowden in a moment as well. Brett, I don't know, how do you describe all of these performances that he puts together?
Mate, he does it all on his own. He's absolutely superb. I mean, we've had a couple of little blemishes with him, and he's made me nervous this week, but he's unbelievable. I mean, he's just so fast. He's so willing. And, he's just an absolute fantastic horse.
When the weather shifted and that changed the track condition, you speak of nerves. Did that make you nervous? He's never raced on an off track.
No, I didn't really have time to think about it. I mean, there's so much other things going on and that. They're all in the same boat together. I knew the surface was actually good, but, racing on an off track, he's been on an off track in the morning, so not really a big deal.
You've trained so many great horses, especially in the 3-year-old division. This is your 5th win now in this Breeders' Crown. And, past or present, and I'm not talking just your horses, any horse. Would you pit him against anyone?
He's faster than any horse I've ever been around. It's speed. Our game is centered around speed these days, and he's the fastest horse I've ever been around.
Wow, congratulations, Brett.
Thank you.
All right, Adam. Diamond Creek will bring you in here. Congratulations on just a huge season and career with this horse. You've got to be proud of just everything that you and Diamond Creek have been able to accomplish.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I mean, he's a homebred, and it's a family that we've started way back when I first got started, and the culmination of this is the best horse we've ever had, and I'd put him up against any 3-year-old ever.
Could you even dream about what he's doing right now?
No, I mean, we kind of hoped that he was this kind of horse all along, and Brian did a great job last year, and Brett's polished it off, and I mean, he is the most amazing horse.
We know that you race, but you also breed, of course. That's the big part of the business. If you could pick one trait that you want him to pass on to his foals, what would it be?
I think Brett said it. I mean, he is the fastest horse that he's been around. He's the fastest horse I've seen, and Tim was dumbfounded. I mean, he is so fast.
Just talk about your weekend as a whole and how it's been going so far for Diamond Creek.
Yeah, a couple of Breeders' Crown wins as a breeder, now as an owner, so, I mean, we're flying high.
And good news is, too, even though the rain's brought us over here, it's brought you closer to the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge.
Absolutely. We're about to celebrate.
Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right, there's Adam Bowden and Brett Pelling. Tim Tetrick gets another win as well in the Breeders' Crown as they take the Glamour Boy division with Confederate.
The racing is fast and exciting at the picturesque Woodbine and Woodbine Mohawk Park racetracks in Ontario, Canada. Woodbine Standardbred, home of the Pepsi North America Cup, a summer classic.
Pebble Beach in Iran.
And Woodbine Thoroughbred, home of the historic King's Plate.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Full fields, exotic wagers, iconic events. Play Woodbine Thoroughbred and Woodbine Standardbred today at your favorite wagering location.
As the industry's leading sales agency, Preferred Equine's new online sales portal, Preferred Equine Online, offers the best online service available. Developed by our experienced sales team, the powerful new platform with cutting-edge technology makes buying and selling easy from the comfort of your home or office over any device. Our experienced sales team offers full customer service for buyers and sellers as it relates to the collection, distribution, and transfer of the horses offered. Sellers can enter a horse as easily as 1, 2, 3, with a searchable database while allowing comments, photos, and other documents. Buyers can view live pedigrees, past performances, and race videos. To view the sales schedule, create your account, or learn more, visit www.preferredequineonline.com or call our sales team at 914-773-7777.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Ketchum Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. And we use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us. Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan's been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
And welcome back. Just outside the Winter Circle location, it's Breeders' Crown Night number 2. We've got 2 races left to go, and right now we want to welcome in the Magic Man, Bill O'Donnell, a man who certainly knows the history of the Breeders' Crown. And Billy, I want to welcome you here to the set. Thanks for braving the elements and coming down and joining us here for this second to last segment tonight. Just a quick thought from you on the history of the Breeders' Crown and what it meant to you. You came along, you were right there when catch driving was really becoming the thing, and then of course the Breeders' Crown comes along, and it had to do a lot for your career and many others in the sport.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Greg. And yeah, it was 1984 when it started. It was a big deal. I mean, once the Meadowlands was done in August, we'd go to end up Ducoin, and we go to Kentucky for the Red Mile, and that was about it. In those days, they'd have the odd race at Rosecroft or something, but when the Breeders' Crown come along, it really enlightened everybody and got a lot of people interested in the industry, and it was a lot of TV exposure, and they traveled around lots, and then they had the big ones. They would go to Pompano and various places, and it's quite a thing.
Yeah, I guess when in the past few years too, you get nights like tonight where it starts to cool off and you get the heavy rain and whatnot. Makes you appreciate maybe those Pompano days, right? That was it was pretty nice to go down there at that time of year and contest those championships under beautiful weather conditions.
Yeah, we even had bad weather there one year too. So it's that time of year that you get all the rain, and last night was. It was almost tropical here last night, and there's a big change in the weather. And up until about whatever it was, the 9th or 10th race when it started raining, it was a pretty nice night, really. But they still all get through it. The track, they got it sealed up pretty good. It looks like now they're still going like a son of a gun. So these good horses too. Mud doesn't bother them much, so they slug through it pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. We saw what Confederate did, 48-1, just a fifth off of the stakes record, and really a remarkable performance. Do you have a favorite Breeders' Crown memory, Bill, if you think back over the years, or favorite performance that you were either a part of or that you watched?
Well, I think for me, Valley Victory as a 2-year-old. I remember going down to Pompano. He'd only raced 3 or 4 times in his life before that, and I went down to race him, and he had a problem with a foot, a pus pocket not popping out on him and stuff, and they were afraid we might have to scratch him, and as it turned out, he weathered it through, and I think he set a world's record or track record that night, and he was really something.
And of course, you have a moment that a lot of people remember, not for the same good reason though. Of course, the year it was it Robust Hanover that fell?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. He kind of stubbed his toe and fell down.
And we won't repeat what you said in that now famous interview, but you've always been a great sport, of course, when people bring that up. But hey, that's just part of the Breeders' Crown lore. And I mean, to be around since 1984, I was talking with John Campbell here earlier, and to see the series not only still just continuing, but it's thriving, and it truly has stood the test of time.
People start talking about the Breeders' Crown in May, right? That, wait till the Breeders' Crown, right? They hope your horse will stay good from, when they start in May or June all the way through until now late October. And they're pretty tough. They go, travel around a lot, truck around a lot, and through all kinds of different scenarios as far as being sick and getting well, and here they are. The same bunch that started probably in the spring.
Yeah, and it's best on best in every category, and it brings out all of the superstars. You get a chance to see them all. At one time it was over a single night. Going further back, it was spread out over multiple venues in a season. And now the 2-night format, 2-year-olds, so we get a bit of an appetizer on the Friday night and then 8 championships on night 2. How do you like the format where it sits today?
Well, I think it's pretty good. In Ontario this year, we did the same thing because of the races here were so close for the 2-year-olds. So we backed them up a day and went Friday night with the 2-year-olds there and Saturday night with the 3-year-olds. But here you got the age horses too. So I think it's pretty good, really. I mean, they had a good crowd here last night and great racing, not just the Breeders' Crowns, but they put on a real good card of racing here both nights.
Yeah, we've all been talking about what a wonderful venue it is. It's my first trip here, not the first for you, but we're very fortunate to have a track and a host location like this to be part of that Breeders' Crown series.
Absolutely. There's three tracks now that are committed to having the Breeders' Crown. Is Mohawk and Hoosier, then the Meadowlands. Next year it'll be hopefully at the Meadowlands, and then the following year back at Mohawk. So it's pretty good. It's all big tracks. So there's not, they used to have them on half-mile tracks, 5/8 mile tracks. Now it's the best horse now. I think it's not. You don't get the half-mile tracks and get slow fraction stuff. They race horses here in these big tracks.
All right, we'll take a quick break, Billy, and get more thoughts from you. But right now we're going back inside and see what Heather Vitale is up to. Heather?
It is Party Central here in the Diamond Creek Winter Circle Lounge. Oh my God, it is over the top, and I love it. So Sean Longani is the vice president of Diamond Creek. I'm so excited because I'm thinking like right now, Diamond Creek is totally just bred and owned the 2023 Harness Horse of the Year. Am I right?
Yes, we did. Yeah, we are on cloud 9 over here. This is the party of the year for us. Everything's fallen into place, and we couldn't be happier. All the work that's gone in, we're being rewarded. And we just want to thank all the participants, everyone that paid into the stakes funds, bred a horse, tried to compete in these races. If it wasn't for the industry, we wouldn't have these awards to race for.
Now, in the race, there were 3 different horses with C as the first letter. How does that come up? Like, what's the system there?
Yeah, just a way to organize we are naming a lot of horses every year. So a way to organize it is just to go letter by letter. So for that crop year, it was C's for the homebreds, and that's why you had 3 C's in that race.
Now, who decides who breeds to who?
It's collective. A lot of people get input in the process, all the way from farm hands and grooms all the way up to the top, and just as much data as possible to try to figure that out. And it changes even throughout the breeding season based on, foals that do get delivered, if we like them or not, and then race results, so.
I love it. This has been so much fun. Thank you for putting this on. This has just been spectacular.
We're happy to do it and happy for you to be here. You always make it special, and everybody on board. The broadcast has been amazing. Thanks, everyone.
Guys, I'm having perma-smile right now. I mean, the energy is so high in here. Back to you. What do we have? 1 more race left or 2 more? 2 more races. Oh my goodness. The night has actually flown by. I'm having a ball. I'm so glad to be part of this night.
Me too.
Well, thank you very much, Heather. And, she wasn't kidding in talking about needing a footstool. Every guest she's interviewed tonight has been very tall. So, Heather's having a great time in there, and I can tell that everybody in there is really enjoying themselves. And, hey, maybe it's Miller time coming up here in the Breeders' Crown Open Trot. We saw Andy and Julie Miller click for a win earlier tonight. Dave Miller, he's had quite a history in the Breeders' Crown. In fact, he sits second among Crown drivers all time, 30 trophies and counting. And he's got a big shot here to add to that $16 million in purse winnings in the Breeders' Crown as he will pilot its academic. Billy, you would have driven against Dave a little bit back in the day. A tough guy to drive against, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, very talented guy, and knew where he's supposed to be most of the time, like most of us would hope we were. But he came into the Meadowlands here just about the last year or so I was there, and he caught on right away, and very, very good. I mean, and really weathered the test of time too. I mean, that's a long time.
Yeah, for sure. I was in New Jersey at Freehold Raceway. And he was still a regular in Ohio at the time, and he came in and won a driver challenge called the Challenge of Champions that we used to have there. I think he won 4 of the 8 that day. And I feel like that kind of put him on the map in New Jersey at the time. And it wasn't long after that when he made the move, and it's been nothing but straight ahead. What a career that he has enjoyed. In this Open Trot division, the last 2 editions went to Écurie D, conditioned by this man, Aki Svanstedt, who's had a great weekend so far, and he's got a big chance here with Southwind Tyrion. Aki's a tough guy to drive against too. He's a good driver, a great horseman, and he always has contenders that are going to be part of the race for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this Araja won IT Italian. I think that's from Italy. He's been really, really impressive. The 3 times that he's raced. Being off a whole year and had some problems, I guess. And but he's really a great horse.
Yeah, he's remarkable. The way he came back and won the Maple Leaf Trot right off a qualifier earlier this year was absolutely remarkable. We'll bring in Mark McKelvey quickly here. We're getting a look at the Canadian hopeful, Logan Park. He's been tearing it up north of the border this season, Mark. Do you think he's got what it takes to maybe knock off this field here tonight from that mid-gate starting spot?
I think he certainly has a big chance in here. I know things probably going to have to go his way. I was talking to trainer Rob Fellows a few moments ago, and he actually mentioned to me something that he noticed in the race before, and that was how much spray was coming back from the start car at the start of the last race. So, of course, now you look, who's starting right behind the car, right behind the gate? That is Logan Park. So I think it's a little bit of a concern just with the sloppy track and maybe the spray in the early going. That being said, I think they're feeling pretty good and pretty confident here. And I do always like when you've got a horse coming in off a victory. And last week there was only 1 elimination needed. So you had horses like Al Raja 1 who didn't have to race, who got the bye. He'll be in good shape. We know Oka Svanstedt's always got them primed and ready. But, Logan Park, like you mentioned, he's just on top of his game. And if he brings his A-plus game here, I think he certainly is going to be a factor.
The wagering public has faith. He's 2-1, getting his share of support. Basically a co-favorite here. 6-5 and favorite, though, is Alaraja 1 IT from that outside starting spot. Here, it's academic from the inside for Team Burke and driver Dave Miller. He's 8 for 16 this year. He's got well over $750,000 earned along the way. He's been a top player in the division all season long. This is a good clash coming up here. A Breeders' Crown Open Trot, $600,000 on the line.
Starting gate on the move for race 14. Al Raja 1 is even money. 2-1 Logan Park. Here they come. They are off. Pretender went off stride prior to the start. It's Southwind Tyrion out for the early lead. Logan Park, and then it's Academic, delayed Hanover to the inside, with Al Raja 1, well-positioned fifth from the outside post. Rattle My Cage is racing next. After that comes Loved by the Masses, and then up on the outside, Take All Comers. Kildare King is ninth, and a long way back to Pretender. The first quarter, 26-2. On the backstretch, and it is Logan Park with the lead for Douglas McNair. Pocketed second is Southwind Tyrion, and then next third is It's Academic. Following that is Delayed Hanover. Al Raja 1 races fifth, and next is Rattle My Cage. Loved by the Masses trying to move through inside, and then Take All Comers with Kildare King. Half mile 56-2, second quarter 30 seconds. Logan Park leads. Al Raja 1 is first over and chugging up on the outside now. Following the cover is Rattle My Cage. Southwind Tyrion down on the inside. Also inside is It's Academic. Following that, Delayed Hanover and Loved by the Masses with Take All Comers, Kildare King, as they now move into the stretch. Three-quarter time, 1:25-2. 29-second third quarter, Logan Park leads. Al Raja 1 looms on the outside, though. Southwind Tyrion is third. Rattle My Cage angles out fourth. It's Logan Park and Al Raja 1. Southwind Tyrion looking for room. Rattle My Cage here on the outside. And Take All Comers oncoming. Southwind Tyrion through on the inside. Southwind Tyrion and Åke Svanstedt have won it. Rallying for second was It's Academic. A photo for third, Logan Park and Rattle My Cage, 1:52-2.
Well, it's the Åke Svanstedt show again here tonight on Breeders' Crown night number 2 as Southwind Tyrion leaves for position, and he let Logan Park tow him right up till the midway point of the home stretch. And Billy, when you fire to the inside, you never know how they're going to handle it. But this guy, the moment he was shown daylight there was never a doubt.
No, exactly. They they race on tracks now with passing lanes on the inside, and I guess they get kind of used to it. But by the time they get to be aged horses, they're pretty adaptable. They're used to about everything, seen everything, and been in every situation. This horse he scooted pretty good through there, right?
He sure did, and Åke knew exactly what he was doing. It just stretched out Logan Park a little bit in the opening quarter, and then likely knew that Al Raja 1, the stablemate, would be coming to call and would keep the pressure on the leader. Yeah. And Southwind Tyrion knew exactly what to do with it. You never know how horses are going to take to the off-going. This guy went through it beautifully tonight. So that is a third Crown Trophy this weekend for Åke Svanstedt. What a weekend it's been, and there's still plenty more to come. We'll have some winner circle reaction on the other side of the break.
By now, you know the name COSA-TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA-TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA-TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with hpibet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to hpibet.com to join for free today.
Chameleon and Baseball moving to the three-quarter pole. Matt Scooter commands the fractions with a length and a half. Camtastic is at the rail. Jaguar Spur on the outside, followed by Running Meat Low Bell. Dickett to having this drop back to fifth, 3/4, 124.4. By far the fastest 3/4 here ever at Freehold Raceway. Our world record is in the making here as they come off the turn. Camtastic with Michelle LaChance is in second position. Matt Scooter with Michelle LaChance, and Camtastic is out and driving. Michelle LaChance has Matt Scooter under drive, and here comes Camtastic in the final yards. Far outside, running Meadlow Bell. It's Matt Scooter leading the way, scoring easily by 3. Check the teletimer, 1:53.2, a track record here at Freehold Raceway.
The great Matt Scooter from the vault, past Breeders' Crown winner. This is the third consecutive year that Åke Svanstedt is returning as the winner of the Breeders' Crown Open Trot. Écurie D had won 2 consecutive years, and this time at Southwind Tyrion. Not shocking that Svanstedt wins here, although most people probably expected it would be the stablemate Al Raja 1 who got it done for the barn. But Southwind Tyrion has been a pretty solid competitor this season as well. He's been knocking at the door. This, though, by far the biggest win of his career to date, and a third Breeders' Crown trophy for Team Svanstedt this weekend. 52-2, that's a nice win time as well on the off-going. And you've seen Åke since transitioning to North America, Billy, and you know, similar to fellow countrymen of the past, he has really made his mark in North America, and he has become a staple in the Breeders' Crown.
Oh, in every race basically, but you know, he's with the 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, now the age horses. It doesn't seem to matter. You know what he trains, he knows how to get them to the winner's circle, and that's nothing new for him. I mean, he was a champion over there in Sweden and European countries there too, right? So, but he has really he's adapted to this type of racing well.
Some nice mutual returns here. It's Academic. Another nice result and more money on his card this season. He finishes second. Rattle My Cage, he was the other to take the bye into the final. He lands a top 3 position. And Logan Park, he set the pace up front and did hold on for a 4th place finish. Some very nice mutual returns. $14 on the nose. The try worth more than $1,053, and another superfecta worth more than $3,800. So congratulations to those who are playing along and were able to tab that value player from the Svanstedt barn in Southwind Tyrion. So we've got 7 down, 1 left to go here this evening. The Open Pacers are coming up next in our finale. We'll try and take a quick look here at the field page and just set it up for you. Great looking group will square off in our last championship event of the night. And there is a hot horse coming in. His name is Tattoo Artist. He has post number 3 to work with. By the Missile's been a top competitor all season long. They are going to leave side by side on the starting gate, and that's the field of 10 that will contest this finale. Allywag Hanover will leave from the second tier for driver Todd McCarthy. That's the Breeders' Crown Open Pace, another $600,000 event to wrap up our coverage here this evening. So we're just awaiting hearing from the winning connections here of race number 14. And while we have a moment, Bill, I want to ask you about what the atmosphere was like tonight inside. Everybody was outside earlier. The rains hit. They moved inside. I'm sure it's pretty crowded. We'll get to that in a moment. I believe the winning connections are now standing by. Let's head over to them.
Southwind Tyrion, I know you got an opportunity to actually watch a race. I know you're so busy warming horses up, taking others back. What was going through your mind as this race was unfolding?
I mean, he had a good post and he's quick behind the gate. So when he got the position he had, I was kind of satisfied with him. He had the same trip last week, but we did some equipment change on him for this night, and obviously it worked out. So very happy.
And I know you've got the chance to drive this horse in races a bunch. What's his biggest asset?
He's kind of a very all-round, like he's a car to drive, you can tell him go, and then his 2 fingers, very nice to manage, and he has the heart of really want to do the job, and when he leaves that helmet, he's 100% into the work.
I know you guys had a bunch of starters, but the results showed up. Coming into this weekend, did you guys anticipate having the results that you got?
It's British Crown finals, like it's the best horses here tonight, so you need obviously a good post to kind of be in the front in the races, and then of course the horses has to perform too. It's week to week back racing, and a lot of sickness goes around, so you obviously don't train that hard now, so you don't have a really clear line of where you have them, but they raced great last week, so it was just to manage them to stay sound and happy to this weekend, and very proud and very happy for the team, and great caretakers behind us. They really work hard and 24/7, so big credit to them and everyone, owner, and I'm so happy over the weekend.
You guys did a great job. Enjoy it. 4 wins. Go celebrate.
I will.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
There's Sarah Svanstedt representing the Svanstedt stable. What a big weekend for them, sending out 4 winners. Their latest, Southwind Tyrion, takes the Open Trot.
An incredible weekend. And to our viewers, one more chance to let us know what you think of what you've seen so far over 2 nights with 1 championship to go. Who has been the star of the show? Has it been a trainer? Has it been a driver? Has it been a particular horse? Let us know in the comments. And Bill, just getting back again to the crowd inside, what's the atmosphere been like? It looked like we had a great crowd on hand until that rain came.
Well, inside, I was here last night and tonight. The clubhouse tonight, it's packed. I wasn't down to the tent, but I'm sure they have, that's pretty much full also. And like you said, there was a lot of people outside till the rain scattered them, chased them inside. And it really did rain hard here for quite a while. So it's been great. I mean, people are, they're enjoying the show, I think.
Yeah, there is a big local contingent competing this year as well, and the crowds have been fantastic. And the local horses certainly have made their presence felt, and there's a local that a lot of people are going to be rooting for here. In fact, earlier this year, he upset right here on home soil in the Dan Patch, beat many of the rivals that he's going to be squaring off with here tonight. So we'll see if he can regain a bit of that hometown magic. His name is Ponda Warrior, and earlier in the week, we caught up with his trainer, Jay Hochstetler.
Hi, I'm Jay Hochstetler, trainer of Ponda Warrior.
And Ponda Warrior's trying to fire a big finish. Ponda Warrior, 1 start since November, and he wins the richest race in Indiana in 1:48 flat.
Even when he was 2 and 3, he came to his speed so quick. I knew he could, go with them. It was just a matter of 11 hole, being far back. I was like, maybe he's not going to work out for him, but it worked out exactly how he needed it to.
I'm Jay Hochstetler, making his debut in the Breeders' Crown. Ponda Warrior. Jay, first of all, your instant reaction, post position number 8.
That's his 3rd 8-hole in a row, so I'm getting really used to it, actually. I think he kind of likes the air out there, so I'm pretty excited about it. This time, he's got the 4-hole. I think he can just get in the flow, and having his home track is definitely going to help him quite a bit. And he's shown already that he can go with them. I think if it works out, they'll be calling his name at some point in the mile. This is a great place to be. It's 1 track. It's a big track. It's a really good surface, and I've had a lot of luck here and had a lot of success and a lot of money made with good horses. So if you have a good horse, they'll take you far here. It would mean a ton for me. I'm a young trainer. To get a Breeders' Crown in your belt this early is pretty hallowed ground. There's not many guys that have been able to do that. Obviously the money's great, but I really think this horse has a lot of stallion potential. I think he's the total package, and a Breeders' Crown under his belt would be just the staple win that he needs to prove that to the world.
A look there at Ponda Warrior as we are just moments away from meeting them on post parade. Looks nice and relaxed and composed. And yeah, he is right here on home soil for Jay Hochstetler, one of the young up-and-coming trainers in this part of America. And he's had good luck with the Ponda horses as well. And this guy, he mentioned it, Bill, a Breeders' Crown, getting a Breeders' Crown in your resume certainly can do wonders for a horse that has that potential stallion career to look forward to.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is he's a very nice horse, for what we've seen of him and when he won the Dan Patch here. But more importantly, like Jay, and he's bred to be a horseman. You know, his
He
dad.
is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we were talking last night, and I didn't realize until last night that Doug Ackerman was his grandfather.
Yeah, he'd be very proud of him if he was here.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
And Homer Hochstetler, of course, great horseman, developed the great Cadabra. So, he was bred to be a horseman. Good on air too. He co-hosted the show here with me last night, so he certainly got a lot of potential there. How about this little guy? Speaking of warriors, tattoo artist. He's a diminutive horse. And as a 2-year-old, he was small, but he showed a lot of talent. He was a little bit hot back as a 2-year-old. And I just didn't know if he'd have the longevity. And I think it's remarkable to see him at this age right now, the best he's ever been in his career.
It's unbelievable, that horse. He's he just don't go any bad races. I mean, he may not win them all, but boy, he's a tough campaigner, that horse. When he raced at Saratoga this summer, he won their biggest event there last year, and this year he went to third quarter 26 and 3.5 mile track. Now, I've seen a lot of races in my life. I've never seen a quarter like that, a third quarter on a half-mile track like that.
And I thought last year he ended the season on a high note. Unfortunately, he was coming up against a horse called Bulldog Hanover and was chasing him, but he went some big miles in defeat last year. With Bulldog out of the picture, now he's been the dominant force. It truly is remarkable. Getting a look at a couple of the Burke horses there, By the Missile and Luz Perlman. They both, I think, warrant a big shot in this field as well. A lot of the key contenders are toward the inside of the gate, so it could make it very interesting early on. Charlie May's been quite a top performer the last couple of years as well, and I don't think you ever can discount Allywag Hanover at this level, and you're getting 15-1 on him from post 10. He could be the value on the board.
Absolutely. I don't think he can throw one or two of these horses out. They all got a chance. I mean, you look at what I've seen them race throughout most of all their career. That's a tough bunch of horses there. It should be a pretty interesting race, I think.
Getting a great look at the field here. This is one of my favorite shots. We see them in the paddock up close and personal. And what's remarkable, too, is the great body language that we're seeing from all of these horses. They know how to take care of themselves. They keep themselves so relaxed and conserving all that energy until they get out onto the racetrack. Remarkable, though, with a field of this talent, so many accomplished performers, that you see such a heavy favorite in the form of Tattoo Artist. It's going to be tough to knock him off in his current form.
He definitely is the horse to beat, but it's a horse race. I mean, anything can happen, and it has in the past. But you're right, he looks like the one to beat. But this is always a feature race, in my opinion, or the A's Pacers, and this caps it off for the Breeders' Crowns of 2023.
I'm in agreement. This is typically the one that I look forward to the most. These are the seasoned veterans, the war horses, and they just know how to bring it every time they go behind the gate. So we'll see if Tattoo Artist can get it done. Just an interesting trend as you look at some of the recent winners in this division. The last 4 winners were all 4-year-olds when they captured the Breeders' Crown Open Pace division. And do you think that's a situation where, as a 4-year-old, later in that 4-year-old years, when you really start to acclimate and are able to make the graduation to that level?
I always thought that, I raced lots of 4-year-olds at the Meadowlands in the summer against the Ace horses, and we closed in August, early August, and about the 1st of September on, they're not babies anymore. They're real men, and they start to be able to compete with them. And that's not the rule of thumb, but there's lots of them now. They seem to be a lot more mature, probably early as 4-year-olds, and they seem to be able to go with the Ace horses.
Ian Moore, the trainer of Tattoo Artist, won this event in 2020 with Century Pharaoh for David Miller on that night. It was Ocean Rock back in 2021 winning the event at the Meadowlands, and of course Bulldog Hanover just last year, the fastest mile in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series. winning in 146-4. And there's Doc Moore. He's had a pretty good weekend so far. Storm Shadow third last night in the 2-year-old colt pace. Second earlier tonight. Real gritty effort from Stockade Sealster behind Confederate. And Ian looking to complete the trifecta, if you will, with a win here with Tattoo Artist. Let's take a quick look at the driver contest. Here are the standings, and Dexter Dunn, who had the hot start last evening with 2 wins, he leads with 170 points coming into this final leg. Tim Tetrick, though, a chance to make it really interesting. He's second, and Dave Miller third. Yannick, Todd, Andy, Louis-Philippe Roy on the list as well. Louis, not the greatest of results to this point, but maybe he's going to save the best for last year with Tattoo Artist. He should have an awfully big chance here. Billy, looking back to this division, you've been a past winner of the open pace before. 1993, the great Staying Together. How fun was he to sit behind?
Oh, he was great fun to race all year. He went on a tear there. He won, I don't know, 8 or 9 in a row, and then he maybe got beat a couple times, and then finished up his year really good. He won the Breeders' Crown. It was at Mohawk that year, and then we went out to Edmonton for the Fraser, and he won out there. So he had a great year.
And I believe at the time he set a world record during that season. I think he was maybe the first horse to win in a race in 48 and 2 at the time.
Yeah, he was, so, yeah.
Quite a horse, and now resides at the Kentucky Horse Park, I believe.
He's passed away now.
Oh, he did pass away. Okay,
did,
sorry to hear that. Yeah. But I know he was there for quite some time. And we are now just moments away from meeting the field for race number 15. Maybe saving the best for last here in our Breeders' Crown Championships. It is the open pace. Another $600,000 purse on the line. Look at the Little Brown Jug champion from last year, By the Missile. He's come back. He's been rock solid in his 4-year-old campaign. 9 for 13, more than $500,000 earned. And, you know, if that recent trend continues, then you have to think By the Missile has a realistic chance here. And he was a good winner last week in that elimination.
He was. I think there's 2 jug winners in here. Didn't Louis Perlman, is he a jug winner also?
I believe so. Yeah. You're right.
And they're both trained by the Burke Brigade. And like I said, this is a good bunch. You look down that program, this is a good bunch of horses. It's as good as ever's been assembled as a group. I think you always have 1 or 2 maybe standouts, or even 3, but there's 5 or 6 or 7 of them in here that they're real contenders, I think.
There is Luce Perlman. His younger sister, Lady EJ, was a winner last evening. And big brother Luce Perlman going to try and add a Breeders' Crown to his resume here. He's a $1.1 million winner and one of a couple of starters sent out here by trainer Ron Burke. The other will be the next door neighbor, By the Missile, that one that we've talked about here. He's in his 4-year-old season. A gelded son of Down by the Seaside. He's 23 for 30 lifetime, and if he is able to win tonight, that's going to put him over the $2 million mark lifetime. Pretty remarkable. But he's got to go through Tattoo Artist, and that's no easy feat right now. Ian Moore, talk about a trainer that's had a wonderful career too. He raced for decades in Atlantic Canada, but since making the full-time transition to Ontario, he has annually played at the very top level.
He does. He's always done well. I mean, home in the Maritimes, he always did well, and he don't usually have like the real high-priced colts either. But he's got a great eye for a horse. They're big, strong, good-looking horses, and conformation must be good, I'm sure, and but does a great job with them, and they seem to last too a long time.
And we just saw a moment ago the local hopeful Ponda Warrior, trained by Jay Hochstetler, and young reinsman Kyle Wilfong will be looking for his first Breeders' Crown trophy. And a good starting spot, post 4 to work with for him. Buckabed Hanover, post 5, Dexter Dunn on board. Kind of a hard luck type over the course of his career. He has made $1.1 million, but you feel like there's been a bit of money left on the table. He's the type that deserves a big high-profile victory, and what better place for that to come than here in the Breeders' Crown. Charlie Mays had a bit of adversity over the course of his career too, Billy, but when all is said and done, it's been quite a career, and he's a double millionaire as well.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You look at every one of them. There's over $1 million except for a couple of 3 horses here, right? They all got over $1 million, so they earned it the hard way. That's for darn sure. And Allywag Hanover, there's another horse. I mean, he's over the $2 million, and he can beat them all in any given day too. So he's got a new driver tonight. No, Todd's still driving. I mean, I thought that was that's Dexter with a buck a bet.
3 double millionaires in the field, and there is the last one, Allywag Hanover. So again, post 10, a trailing position here at Harrah's Hoosier, and Allywag Hanover getting overlooked at 13-1. I think he is certainly the price play. Line Drive Hanover, we remember last year he won the Confederation Cup early in the season, and that was a night where Bulldog Hanover finished 4th, and at that point it looked like Line Drive Hanover was going to be the next big thing in harness racing. He did end up having a good campaign, and then I think injury cut it short. Just hasn't come back quite as strong this season. He'll have to try and step up here. Linda Toscanover's taken over the training, and James McDonald on board. We were talking about a guy like James. He's really broken through in Canada. He's been the undisputed driving king there the last couple of years. He's still looking for that first Breeders' Crown win, though, and it's been tough to get for him to this point in time. But as a driver, do you think that when he finally breaks through and gets that first one, that'll be likely the start of many?
Well, it could be. I mean, he said maybe the first one's the toughest one, and James don't get the good horses, we call them, say the Grand Circuit horses, because the majority that come from New York area, and he doesn't race there much. So, but when they do come to Canada and they need a driver, he's always called on to handle his chore, and does a great job.
There's Ronnie Burke in the midst of another excellent weekend. He's hoping to cap things off with a win here. The rain has subsided. That's the good news. It's really cooled off, though, compared to last night. And, we've been out here now, or I've been out here for about 3 hours. So I'm starting to feel it now, Billy. We're both chattering a little bit, but we're hanging in there. And, hey, it is late October, and it's Breeders' Crown season. So let's check in one more time with Mark McKelvey in the paddock to get his thoughts prior to the open pace.
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. And actually, we were able to escape the paddock, actually get back outside now that the rain has kind of subsided. Still a little bit of a drizzle going on, but we did see that they were out there screening the track just ahead of this race. So because of that, horses stayed in the paddock a little longer, and the drivers were instructed to go pretty much once they went out there and paraded, they'd be turning and going to the gate. So they're going to be going here in just about a minute's time. But really looking forward to this event, guys. It's been a fun weekend of racing. We've seen some big-time performances, and here could be another one. I know you guys have talked a lot about Tattoo Artist and the run that he is on, just how dominant he has been. Have we seen that many this weekend go right to the front and go all the way? It'll be interesting to see how Louis Waugh decides to drive this one here, but I think at the same time we could see another pretty special performance.
Which looks fantastic. Thank you, Mark. And what do you think, Billy? It's been a long, kind of a grueling season, but Tattoo Artist looks like he's just really starting to come into his own, and I love the way he looks on the track.
He never seems to change his demeanor, that horse. He's quiet, and like Louis said, you can drive him. He'll let you drive him, right? And that makes a big difference. But most of these horses will. That's why they are where they're at. You see them in the paddock; they're also calm, and they got their game face on, and they're ready to go. But anyway, it'll be interesting.
We will see if Tattoo Artist can cap off the dream season. Our last Breeders' Crown Championship of the weekend. And one more time, let's go up to Michael Chamberlain.
Tattoo Artist, 2-1 on By the Missile. Here they come. They are off. Sharp start from the outside post for Chase H. Hanover, who wants and gets the early lead. Charlie May into second, and then By the Missile and Tattoo Artist. After that, it's Luz Pearlman, who is fifth, moving on to the first turn. And then Allywag Hanover, sixth. Ponda Warrior races seventh. Next is a Buckabet Hanover with Torasi and Line Drive Hanover the trailer. First quarter, 25-4. To the back stretch, they are three across the track as By the Missile and Tattoo Artist continue to be glued to each other. And now Tattoo Artist takes the lead. By the Missile second, Charlie May third. Chase H. Hanover is followed by Luz Pearlman, Allywag Hanover next, and then Ponda Warrior seventh. Moving through at the inside, Torasi, a Buckabet Hanover, and the trailer is Line Drive Hanover. 53-2 for the half. Moving on to the second turn. 4-5 favorite, Tattoo Artist with the lead. By the Missile, Luz Pearlman is moving nicely first over. Allywag Hanover is second over. And then to the inside comes Charlie May. Ponda Warrior trying to get going. Three-quarter time, 1:21-4. Tattoo Artist with the lead. Luz Pearlman on the outside. By the Missile looking for racing room. Then on the outside is Allywag Hanover. On the far outside trying to move up is a Buckabet Hanover. It is still Tattoo Artist holding on to this lead tenaciously. By the Missile between horses now comes on. It's By the Missile. By the Missile has won it. Up for second was Luz Pearlman. Tattoo Artist was third. Close for fourth with a Buckabet Hanover and Allywag Hanover, 148 flat.
All right, By the Missile has won the Breeders' Crown. Ronnie Burke caps off what was I guess you could say an eventful weekend for your crew, but that was a big-time effort.
Yeah, no, and it was tough. They were all fighting for position going in that first term. Proud of Yannick not for giving up and fucking make them get three wide.
That might have been it, right? Took a little enough out of the sting out of Tattoo Artist there?
Yeah, no, he's a great horse. You're going to have to make him race to beat him.
All right, congratulations, Ron. We'll let you get to the winner's circle. Great job to the entire crew there as we've got By the Missile winning the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, that was really a driver's race there, and Yannick Gingras had a strategy in mind there, Billy, and stretching out Tattoo Artist, but never wanting to let him really get out of his sights. And By the Missile, full marks. He had another gear in the late stages when it counted most, and that trend of 4-year-olds winning in this event continues.
There you go, yeah. Well, he's been a great horse since day one, right since he showed up at over the Meadows the first time I saw him race, and it's no shame to Tattoo Artist for the career he's had and the year he's had to not be able to finish it off. And the horse that really won a big race here was Luz Pearlman. So the jug winners from previous years were 1-2.
And both Ron Burke trainees as well. What a way to conclude his Breeders' Crown weekend. Burke second all time in the Breeders' Crown, and yeah, that's a happy winner's circle right there. And I think he's giving congratulations to Yannick. He did exactly what Ron Burke would have wanted him to do, I think, in this spot. He wanted to make sure that he gave the horse every chance, and he was the best tonight. He made his trip luck, and it worked out. A Tattoo Artist, real gritty effort to be stung 3 wide, 25 and change, a half and 53-2 on the off going to hang in as well as he did is admirable. But it is a 1-2 finish for Team Burke in our final Breeders' Crown Championship. Another quick break, and we will be back to wrap things up from Harris Hoosier next.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Kitchen Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. And we use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us.
Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan's been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
By the Missile is your 2023 Breeders' Crown Open Pace champion. Adds that to his resume along with a Little Brown Jug Trophy from last season. Completes the 1-2 finish for Ron Burke trainees here, and another win for Yannick Gingras, adding another Breeders' Crown trophy to his mantle as well. By the Missile, great horse, Billy. We were talking off camera. The horse suffered pretty severe injury as a youngster, and it was doubtful if he would ever race. Well, here he is now as a Breeders' Crown champ.
Yeah, that's the story, right? That, but you know, these animals are very, they're adverse to a lot of things, really. They go through lots in their life, and they live to tell about it, and there he is. He's the champion.
So the Ron Burke Exacta kicks back $200. How about that? $580 the win ticket return for By the Missile, with a stablemate second and tattoo artist third. Allywag Hanover rounding out the top four. Trifecta, nice return there as well of $673.20. And with that victory tonight, By the Missile joining three others in the field as a double millionaire. With the win, puts him over that $2 million mark. Quite a career, and still plenty of more to come, I'm sure, from By the Missile. You have to get excited to think about what he could come back and do next season. He could very well be the type of dominant horse that gets you excited next season at age 5. All right, we're just waiting for the Winner's Circle connections to gather here in a moment. And again, we think about another Breeders' Crown in the books this year. It's been a lot of fun over the last couple of nights. A big congratulations to the folks here at Harris Hoosier Park. And next year, yeah, it looks like it'll be the Meadowlands' turn, as far as we know, to head back there, and then hopefully back north of the border in 2 years' time.
Yeah, it does. So it's quite a circuit, really. I mean, a mile track and Meadowlands and 2 7/8 mile tracks that they may be identical in size, but two different configurations. Mohawk has a great big turn in the last turn, where this track here at Hoosier's more like our old Woodbine track. Long stretches and a little tighter turns, I think. So it changed your strategy, I guess, right? So
they're all a little bit different. They're similar, but they're all a little bit different as venues and the racetracks themselves. And it really keeps things interesting. And again, we are fortunate to have a wonderful venue like Hoosier Park in the mix, and it has been a lot of fun over the last couple of nights. So again, we're just waiting for our Winner's Circle coverage to begin. We're going to head over there now and get some reaction.
Luz Perlman second as well. We got the head of Team Burke here. We've got Yannick Gingras as well. I'll talk to Yannick in a moment. Ronnie, how does it feel to cap off your weekend like this?
That was good, for them to finish 1-2, and it was a great race. That's how you're supposed to race. Like them guys raced it into the first turn. Nobody giving an inch and pushing each other, and let the horses settle it.
Luz Perlman second at big odds, outraced his odds. Pretty good weekend for that family, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I told Timmy, I said, if you get him close, he'll be there. Just keep him close. This horse loves the track. He's, he trained great this week. And then these two are bouncing off each other in the stretch. I'm like, this is going to be bad. But, it worked out great.
Has this just become old hat for you? I mean, so many horses entered over just 2 days. Getting your team just to operate like a well-oiled machine?
Nah, they're great. All these guys are great. These are our best guys, minus my sister and Kenny, who are, over at the Meadows and stuff. But these guys, they do this all the time. It's what we do. So, I'm very proud of them, proud of the horses.
Congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thank you.
All right, Yannick. And we know he's not going to enjoy it for long. He's going to go right to work. Great weekend for you. Nice way to cap it off here. It's always a great division to win. Tell me about that trip. What was going on there early on?
Oh, there was definitely a lot of pushing down the first turn, but I was holding my position. There was no way I was going to get down to the rail. You know, I wanted to follow Tattoo Artist. I think it was everybody's plan in the race, and thankfully we were able to do it.
You know, we can't take anything away from Tattoo because he's been sensational, but I got a feeling you felt all season long like your horse is the best age horse on the grounds.
Yeah, I mean, about a month and a half ago, I thought for sure he was clearly the best horse, but then Tattoo was on some kind of roll, and even tonight, he raced great. That it was a tough trip for him, but I have all the respect for the horse right now. He's career form, but mine is definitely no slouch. He's a very nice horse. He's only 4. Looking forward to race him next year.
How do you grade your weekend?
I would say maybe A-, and a couple of them I thought I could have done better. Like I was a little disappointed in a couple horses. Actually, I had a good trip, just maybe a little sickness. I'm not sure, but overall, you went 2 Breeders' Crown. It's gonna be an A. A- is good enough.
How does it feel now, though, that it's done? There's a big build-up to it, but now the Breeders' Crown's over.
Honestly, last night was a big relief. Tonight I enjoyed it a little bit more. The build-up with Carl, obviously, and the pressure on the horse. He wasn't right last week. Once you win one, mentally it's a lot better. I was talking to the Berg Brigade, the owners last night. I was telling them, tomorrow I'm going to enjoy it. And then, like I said, a couple of them didn't perform up to expectation, but we finished the night on a good note.
Congrats on a job well done, Yannick.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's head back upstairs with Emily and Bob. Guys, what a way to cap off Breeders' Crown number 40.
You said it, Chad, and wonderful job by Chad and all the team all weekend long. Here are the final standings in our Breeders' Crown Driver Challenge. Dexter Dunn was the top driver with 170 points. Tim Tetrick not far behind, and Yannick closed up the gap there with a win in our final event with 145 points. So from those who picked Dexter Dunn in our contest, we will be drawing for a winner to receive that Breeders' Crown package. So stay tuned on the social media channels to find out. For all of us here, myself, along with Mark McKelvey and all of our various co-hosts, all of our hard-working crew behind the scenes with Cujo Entertainment, we want to thank you so much for joining us over the last couple of nights. Big thank you to all the folks here at Harrah's Hoosier Park for the wonderful hospitality and the fantastic job in hosting the Breeders' Crown for the 3rd time. We look forward to seeing you again next time, and thank you once again. Hope you enjoyed the coverage as we give you another look at some of the championship performances from a wonderful weekend here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. So long from Indiana.
In harness racing, there is one event that stands above the rest. Where champions are born and legends are made. Tonight, the track heats up for a weekend of showdowns. With Harrah's Hoosier Park serving as host for the 3rd time.
Outside with a short lead, down to the wire, the Breeders' Crown may have been stay hungry. It's a cavalry charge to the wire. Tall Dark Stranger under attack on the inside, Cattle Wash and a host of others down to the line.
It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.